storms are. So even beyond the tornado threat, even beyond the strong damaging wind threat, we're seeing a ton of heavy rain and we're seeing a ton of lightning. So these storms very electrical in nature. So that's just a part of what we're seeing with these storms. Chattooga County, if you are just now joining us, you are under a tornado warning until 10:45. Tornado warning means you need to get in your safe space. So if you are in Chattooga County, please go to an interior room in the lowest level of your home right now. Possible tornado approaching your area. This was a confirmed tornado in northeastern Alabama. We're seeing that rotation on radar. So it's already physically been seen and we're still detecting that rotation on radar. So during an event like this, where it is late at night, the sun has set, it is very dark, it is raining very heavily. These are what we call rain-wrapped tornadoes. So they're virtually impossible to see with the naked eye. We did get a glimpse of a confirmed tornado on the ground earlier in Alabama, and possibly still we can see it, but they are very difficult to see. So we do rely very heavily on radar here with this possible confirmed tornado in Alabama moving into Georgia here within the next couple of minutes, which is why we have that warning for Chattooga County in northwest Georgia until 10:45. This is heading towards the Summerville area. If you are in Summerville, this is heading your way at 10:37. Get into your safe spot now. Tryon right around 10:38. Plainville at 11:14. And we'll continue to watch if this holds together, because we may see this warning be extended even further east, possibly further southeast, even into metro Atlanta. Some possible tornadoes are possible through the evening. This is just the beginning. The storms are just now entering northwestern Georgia. Remember, this is a huge line of rain and storms, and a lot of this is probably not going to move through the metro area until after you're asleep. So I know we stress this all the time, but overnight systems can be the most dangerous. It is very important that you have a way to receive warnings if you're about to head to bed. I'm sure you've already tucked the kids into bed. You may be watching to see what's going on before you head to bed. Make sure you have a way to receive warnings before you fall asleep tonight, a weather radio or an app. The First Alert weather app is probably going to be your best line of defense. That app knows where you're located, and as long as your location settings are turned on and your alerts are turned on, the app will wake you up. It will send an alert, an audible alert that will wake you up if a tornado warning is issued for your area. And again, remember, a tornado warning is only issued if there is a confirmed tornado or a believed tornado on the ground. And Patrick, you've got some information?
I'm just looking. The National Weather Service is redrawing our polygon. So that warning that is moving in Chattooga County is now a confirmed tornado warning.
Oh,
so
yes.
they're keeping that confirmed tag, which means that either it is, and I'm going to keep diving into our radar scans, but they're continuing that confirmed, and I'm going to work to find out why we're getting that tag.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Patrick. Yes, so when this changes from red to purple, that is now officially confirmed tornado. It was confirmed in Alabama. I'm not sure if it was recently spotted again, and that is why it is still a confirmed tornado, or if it's simply because it was a confirmed tornado in Alabama. We're still seeing that tight rotation on radar. Therefore, that tells us it's going to be a confirmed tornado in portions of Chattooga County. This is what we're looking at on radar. When you see these bright greens, these bright reds, and it almost looks like they're giving a hug. They're hugging each other. That shows us we have really strong winds going in one direction, and then we have very strong winds in the opposite direction. So basically rotation. Think of when you're mixing water really quickly in a 2-liter jug or in your cup even, you get that rotation. That is what we're seeing right now on radar. So again, this is a confirmed radar right now in Chattooga County. Can't stress enough, get into your safe space right now if you are in Chattooga County. This is near Hammondville. This is near Valley Head. This is near Interstate 11. It looks like Highway 11, near Head River, near Cowlin, near Rogers. And again, we're giving you these city names so you can see precisely where this tornado is located. If you are in the vicinity of this area in Chattooga County, near Head River, near Coalin, near Mentone, near Bankhead in northwest Georgia, you need to get to your safe spot immediately. We have a confirmed tornado warning until 10:45 for Chattooga County. Patrick, new information?
You're not looking at the chat, but you're saying everything that's coming through just with our own observations of First Alert Radar. It's going to be over Mentone right now, moving to the east. So you see that area where we were talking about, it looks like it's giving it a hug.
Yeah, right
it's
here.
That green and that red right next to each other. It is confirmed on the ground. It is observed on the ground.
Wow.
So folks that are inside of extreme northern Chattooga County need to be in your safe place now, because this is moving to the east, moving your way.
And one of the greatest things of digital media, social media, cell phones is that we can confirm these tornadoes fairly quickly. As soon as somebody sees it, they take a picture, they take a video, they send it to the National Weather Service. We've got, of course, you have storm chasers, but also we have emergency managers on the ground. We have first responders on the ground. They've been aware that this storm system is coming, and they are prepared, and they take videos, they take images. So we're able to get that information almost instantly. And that's how we're able to confirm that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That lets you know the severity of the issue, the severity of this warning. It's not just, another tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado warning for a confirmed tornado on the ground in Chattooga County until 10:45. This has a history of touching down. It did multiple times in Alabama, and now we're seeing it as it crosses the Georgia state line. In fact, you can see this line right here. This is Alabama. This is Georgia. So this is right on the Georgia state line. If you live on that Alabama-Georgia state line in Chattooga County, there is likely a tornado on the ground coming very close to your area. This is just south of Flaherty Road. So again, rotation, tornado. If not on Flaherty Road, just south of Flaherty Road. This is just east of Bankhead, turning this way, heading towards Georgia, near Lula Lake Road, near Gilreath Mill Road, near State Line Road. That is where we have, again, possible tornado, or I should say confirmed tornado on the ground across northwestern Georgia, as this continues to move to the east at 35 miles an hour. Patrick, you're getting new information.
Yeah, I'm just continuing to dive into this. If you live anywhere that is near essentially the Walker, Chattooga County line road, that area essentially is where that rotation is. All of the locations that you just mentioned, Jennifer, are areas that we're concerned about. And we can actually do a 2-box. I want them to see the radar more than they see me. I can be small. There we go. We want to make sure that you can see. It's literally south of Flaherty Road, south of Lula Lake Road. You got that near the intersection of State Line Road and Gilreath Mill Road. Those are the areas that we are the most concerned about right now. That is where that confirmed tornado now is on the ground and pushing to the east. It's once again traveling essentially along the county line of Walker County and Chattooga County right now and moving to the east. So the closer you are to that county line, the more likely you will be to be impacted by this confirmed tornado.
And let's track this again, Patrick. Let's get a new track on it. I think it's so essential that those folks know who is in the path of this tornado, who is not, who needs to get to their safe space immediately. And if you are in the path of this tornado, if we list your city name, if you have friends and family in this path, you need to call and text them immediately. Make sure they are awake. Make sure they go to their safe spot. Again, it's going to be an interior room away from any windows. A basement, ideally. I know not everyone has a basement, but a basement is ideal. If not, an interior stairwell. If you're in an apartment, an interior stairwell. So this is heading towards Neal Crossing at 10:34, Harrisburg at 10:36, Hawkins at 10:38, Bronco at 10:43, then towards Martindale at 10:46. Pennville at 10:46, Tryon also at 10:46. And again, this is for a confirmed tornado warning in Chattooga County until 10:45. If you see your name on this list, Tryon, Lafayette, if you are in the path of this confirmed tornado, you need to take cover immediately on the lowest level of your home, away from any windows. We're still seeing some rotation. This was confirmed by somebody who physically has seen this tornado on the ground, and we are getting confirmation on radar as well. So not only has it been physically seen, it is physically being detected on radar as well. So we are seeing possible hail, very heavy rain. We're seeing frequent lightning, but again, it's that rotation we're most concerned about. Could see widespread trees coming down, power lines coming down. So hopefully your devices are charged. Go with your devices, take them with you to your safe spot as you head to the lowest level of your home. so that we can continue to keep you updated as this tornado warning continues to push through portions of Chattooga County until 10:45. This is heading towards the Dalton area. This is heading towards I-75. So this is I-75, far northwest Georgia, right there along the Alabama, Western North Carolina, Tennessee state line, where we do have a tornado warning in place as this is going to cross over I-75 here shortly. Chattooga County, you are under a tornado warning until 10:45. Patrick, I know you're watching the chat. We're trying to see if we get more confirmation. We're looking for any damage reports or any information from emergency managers. What are you seeing right now?
No damage reports at the moment, but Chattooga County Emergency Management, they are activated and they are actually out there working. They're alerting the public, but they're also mobilizing their responders. They've already kind of been on notice for the day. I believe we have a Dalton camera. If we can get that Dalton camera pulled up, because I don't want folks downwind. Fannin, Gilmer County, right now you have no active warnings and it's just light rain in your area. But we have a very, very strong thunderstorm that is tornado warned that may be pulsing down a little bit right now, but it has a history of doing this dance. Think about the day. It's been warm. It's been humid. We've seen a lot of sunshine out there. The atmosphere is untapped, right? So we have this thunderstorm that has had a history of, weakening a little bit, but as it moves into an area that's a little bit more unstable, it's tightened up. We've seen that circulation tighten up. I'm not saying you're going to get a tornado warning if you're in Fannin and Gilmer County, but this, which is an image out of Dalton right now, which is just to the west, showing lots of lightning up. This area is actually under a tornado warning at the moment. Remember, we have 2 tornado warnings in northwest Georgia. One is confirmed. That's the one that First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez was just tracking with you live. And then there's one to the north that is including portions of Murray County, which is going to include the city of Dalton. That one's set to expire at around 10:45. This is video from that live image from our camera network of the tornado warning cell over Dalton. Lots of lightning blasting the sky right now. That is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. And that's headed towards Fannin County, Gilmer County. And this is your official heads up. You are not in a warning, but we're going to be tracking this storm as it moves to the east. And even as it weakens and it moves into your region, it doesn't mean we're done, because this is weakened before. When it moved through Dade County, we lost a tornado warning. It was actually a confirmed tornado in portions of Alabama, and it started to kind of die down a little bit. It moved into North Georgia. It's a little bit more unstable and things have fired up. So a lot of lightning is being reported with the storm. We're seeing that right now. But as far as other communication, Jennifer, from our other network folks, nothing other than observing the lightning right now.
Yeah, very, very good news. Of course, something we'll be watching closely. Let's go back to that Chattooga County warning. I want to briefly touch on that since we are still under a tornado warning, but then I want to show you the grand scheme of what we're watching, because we have a very long night ahead. So confirmed tornado, that's why this is purple. If you're wondering, hey, normally a tornado warning is red, why is this one purple? It turns purple when it is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So a very serious situation. We're still seeing some rotation. Again, remember, we're very far from the radar site. That radar beam is coming all the way from Peachtree City, Georgia, in Coweta County, shooting all the way up in Chattooga County in the northwest Georgia mountains. And even traveling that far, we're still seeing that rotation. It's not as crisp and clean when we show you rotation as it would be if it was in Atlanta or south of Atlanta. Again, it's going over some higher terrain to get that radar beam and show us the top of the storm, but we're still seeing some definite rotation here. This is near Harrisburg. This is near Center Post. This is Neal Crossing. That general area here, and you can see again, possible tornado. Patrick has it circled right there in Chattooga County, and this is moving east at about 35 miles an hour. If you are near or know anybody near Lula Lake Road, Rocky Lane, near Valley View Ranch Road, near Harrisburg, you are in the path of this tornado. If you know anybody in Harrisburg, call them and wake them up right now. I normally don't condone calling someone at 10:27 at night. This is the time you need to do that and make sure they are aware that a tornado is confirmed on the ground and approaching that area. This is crossing over Lula Lake Road right now, over Valley View Ranch Road right now in the Chattooga area as it continues to push to the east. Let's track this, Patrick, and see who's in the path of this confirmed tornado warning as this is moving east towards Welcome Mill near Tryon. This is heading east. This should stay just south of Lafayette, but certainly something we'll be watching as this heads east towards And it's behind me towards Tryon at 1044. Again, we're in a little more of a desolate area. It's not as highly populated as it is in Metro Atlanta, which is why we're getting some of the smaller towns here. But this is heading towards Harrisburg at 1032, Neal Crossing at 1033, Hawkins 1034, Center Post at 1037, Welcome Hill at 1041, Martindale at 1044, Tryon at 1044, Mount Carmel at 1045, and Oakton at 1045. If you see your city right here, you need to get to the lowest level of your home, away from any windows. If you have a basement, that's the best place to be. If not, you want to be in an interior room like a closet and stay there until the tornado warning comes to an end. Again, this is a confirmed tornado warning for Chattooga County until 1045. I promise as soon as this warning expires, ends, or the threat is over, we will let you know right away. Let's zoom out a little bit, Patrick, if we can, because I just want to show this system with the rain here, just how big this is, how massive it is, and what we are watching. Again, these are moving from Alabama. Notice in northeastern Alabama, we still have additional tornado warnings in place. So we're watching these. We have a confirmed tornado warning right now in Chattooga County, but this cluster in northeastern Alabama, these are tornado warnings as well, and these are heading east. So Floyd County, maybe northern Polk County, maybe not yet, more likely Floyd County, more of Chattooga County. Then we'll be watching for Gordon County, Bartow County. You are next. So if you are in this general vicinity, I know it's not even raining yet. You may notice the wind is really starting to pick up. Maybe you hear that thunder in the distance, but it's not raining quite yet. You are next. Not only do we have Chattooga under a confirmed tornado warning, but we have active tornado warnings in northeastern Alabama, and these are moving east. So again, I'm going to name these counties again. If you are in Floyd County, the rest of Chattooga County, even if you're not in the active warning right now, the rest of Chattooga County, Gordon County, Bartow County. I am very concerned about a tornado approaching your area in the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes. So we will be watching. If an additional tornado warning is issued, we will let you know right away, right here on Atlanta News First. But you can see that line of severe storms pushing through northwestern Georgia. And I will say the models have been spot on with the timing of this system. We've been talking about this for days. This has been a first alert weather day for days for this overnight event. And we showed this moving in right after about 9-10 p.m. That's exactly what we're seeing as this storm system moves in. This will eventually continue to dip to the south and east, and it will move into Metro Atlanta closer to midnight, closer to 1 a.m. That's when we'll see these storms over Atlanta. Now, I am expecting these to weaken a bit as they move to the south and east, but they are still going to be strong, and they are still capable of producing a tornado and strong damaging winds even as they make their way into Metro Atlanta. So although we will see some weakening with these storms, certainly tornadoes will be possible. So again, Chattooga County, tornado warning till 1045. This is a confirmed tornado. Physically, somebody has spotted the tornado on the ground. On top of that, we are seeing it confirmed on radar. This tornado warning you see just to the north and east of that, this is just outside of our viewing area. But again, we're watching downstream.
And it's extended, Jen.
And it just got extended.
It's going to be into Gilmer County.
So here we go. Yep.
And just to throw a little bit of it, it hasn't really been issued yet. I'm having a conversation with the National Weather Service.
There it
that
is.
Warning.
There it is.
There
Gilmer
it is.
County.
Bam. So that is now going to include. Now, I want to throw this in for you, Jen, and then we can track it out. Folks with the Murray Fire Department, the PIO, just let us know that they have seen a funnel cloud associated with this storm in Murray County. I thought I had the shot here. Well, let's start with the shot for about 30 seconds. We have the shot of Murray County right now that looks very electric. He said that he actually saw the funnel cloud on this stream. It's black and white. It's a little grainy. I've been looking to try to find that funnel cloud, and it hasn't really jumped out at me. There's a lot of lightning flashes. You can see how energetic it is in Murray County. Matter of fact, take Murray County full screen just for 30 seconds here, or 20 seconds here. I just want them to see just Murray County. Yeah, it is very electric out there. This is it's pretty much continuous. It's constant lightning strikes in that area, and that's lining up with what we've been seeing on First Alert radar. It is Very, very energetic, and we have at least a tornado warning that has been extended now into portions of Gilmer County. This warning set to expire at 11:15, so still a little bit of a ways away. We were actually telling you all just about 15 minutes ago or so that this was a possibility with this storm because it has had a history of producing tornado warnings that have pulsed. They've intensified, they've weakened, and they've kind of held it together, and right now it's looking like it's going to do okay. So I'll time this out for you. It's moving to the east roughly at 35 miles per hour. This is still a ways from our viewers, but if you have neighbors that are just to the west of Gilmer County, if you have neighbors that are just to the west of Fannin County, you would want to be on the lookout for this. Chatsworth, it's pretty much overhead right now. Eton 1035, Ellijay 1121, so still some time to prepare. And even if you're out in Blue Ridge, although you're technically not in the warning right now, this is angling your way. And this is your official heads up. This is your official first alert to prepare for the potential for a tornado warning cell in your neighborhood in less than an hour. So a very slow moving storm that is producing a lot of lightning, some gusty winds, roughly 60 miles per hour winds. And we're getting some evidence of rotation on radar. I wanted to give a few more communities some lead time. If you're in Crandall, this is going to push into your neck of the woods at 10:42, Pleasant Hill 10:51, Ollie 10:52, Mountain Town 10:56, and Chopped Oak at 11:05. Can we throw Max 2 behind me? Because I want to make sure before we go back to the original cell that I give everybody a heads up. If you're in any of these areas where you just have been listed as the potential for a tornado to move into your area, it's important for you to act, right? And act calmly, right? This is something that we see regularly. Our game plan should always be the same. We want to find our safe space. We want to get to that part of the house that is going to be the best to protect me and my family. So your safe space is always going to be an interior room, right? You never want to be in the outdoors. You don't want to be exposed to these outdoor walls. Anytime that you see videos and images of areas that have been rocked by tornadoes or even sometimes strong winds, you always can sometimes see like straight into the house. You can see into the bedroom. The trees are through the bedroom. You can, because those are typically on the corners, right? So they're the closest to those trees. They're the closest to the outside elements, and they're going to give you the least, the weakest barrier to the outside elements. So you always want to be indoors. The interior closet is a move. The interior hallway, that's a safe space. Underneath the stairs, that is going to be a safe space. Now, your best bet, hands down, will always be to go underground. So if you do have a basement, that is going to be where you want to be. So we're giving you the tips that you need to do it. Now let's talk about these storms. So we have one confirmed tornado, Jen, and we have another tornado warning. Yeah,
Chattooga County, this one is until 10:45. This is a confirmed tornado. And then the brand new warning, that is for Gilmer County. That is until 11:15. That is a radar indicated tornado. But honestly, at this point, a radar indicated tornado might as well be a confirmed tornado. We're seeing a lot of rotation with these storms. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes. We've seen it for the past several days. This is the same storm system that brought all of those tornadoes across portions of Kansas, even northern Texas, and then Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and now making their way into Georgia. Harrisburg and Center Post, this is near Welcome Hill. This is where we have a confirmed tornado warning. This is in Chattooga County. And I will say we've been watching this now for well over an hour as this was moving over northeastern Alabama. And it was a confirmed tornado, even in northeastern Alabama, still a confirmed tornado. So what we're seeing with these tornadoes are what we call long track tornadoes. So the possibility that not only do they touch down, but they stay on the ground for an extended period of time, possibly a very long track. Now, many times we see these tornadoes come down and go up and come down and go up and come down and go up. That may be the case with this tornado as well. Until we go survey the damage, if there is any damage, and get sights on the ground, that'll give us a best idea of how long this tornado was on the ground. But this is the exact same cell that was producing a confirmed tornado across northeastern Alabama. And now we're seeing that confirmed tornado tag for this Chattooga County warning for a confirmed tornado in Chattooga County until 10:45. Certainly, we're still seeing it on radar in Harrisburg, Center Post, and Welcome Hill. And this is moving east. So Martindale, Walnut Grove, Waterville, Oakton, if you know anyone in that area, especially Welcome Hill, this tornado is knocking on your back door. You need to get to your safe spot immediately. I know it's late. I know you don't want to wake the kids up and get them out of bed. This is the time you have to wake the kids up and get them out of bed. Get them into their safe spot until the warning is over. Once the warning is over, we will give you the all clear, and then it's safe to go back to bed. But until then, confirmed tornado on the ground near the Harrisburg area, near Hawkins, near York Road, near Harrisburg Road, as this continues to move to the east. Now, this is just one of 2 tornado warnings we have over the area. The other one is in Gilmer County. So let's go into Gilmer County here. So Gilmer County is well east of the tornadic portion of the storm. So we're seeing rotation ahead of Gilmer County, but what we do and what the National Weather Service does is you go downwind from the tornado. So those folks that are in the path of the tornado can get into their safe spot before the tornado actually reaches their area. So that is why Gilmer County is under that tornado warning until 11:15, although the actual rotation is west of that. And again, we keep talking about that radar site being in Peachtree City, being very far south from the North Georgia mountains. And I just got an alert of another warning, so I'm coming to see what this new warning is. It looks like we have a tornado warning for Floyd, Whitfield, Gordon, Walker, Chattooga County. So a big warning coming in. Again, brand new tornado warning. I'll say it again as I read this. This is all coming in. I'm giving it to you as soon as it is released from the National Weather Service. You are the first to know here. This is for Floyd County, Whitfield County, Walker County, Gordon County, and Chattooga County until 11:30. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It is near Center Post or 7 miles north of Somerville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So again, they have expanded this tornado warning. They've made it much larger, encompasses more counties. Floyd, Whitfield, Gordon, Walker, Chattooga counties. You are under this brand new tornado warning, a very large warning. Again, possible tornado on the ground approaching your area. This is very close to the Tryon area. This is near Highway 27. This is just south of Lafayette, and this is moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So let's zoom out if we can a little bit, Patrick, so we can show the extent of how large this warning is. This is from the confirmed tornado. Thankfully, it is not confirmed east of it, but it's that same cell that we've been watching as it moved through Alabama, and they are extending this downwind here. So Resaca, Calhoun, I-75, you are in the path of this possible tornado that is on the ground. We have detected rotation from this storm for well over an hour now, possibly more, heading towards the Tryon area right now. Waterville at 1042, East Tryon at 1043, Suttles Mill at 1048, towards Beedham at 1053, East Armurchie at 1054, Hill City, I should say, at 1106, Sugar Valley at 1107, and Prattersville at 1112. If you are in the path of this tornado, this is the time to get to your safe spot. This is a tornado warning. It means a tornado is likely on the ground. And whenever I hear that ding, that means we have a new warning. So I am just stepping off to see. It looks like a tornado warning for Walker and Chattooga. So Walker, Chattooga. I know Chattooga, you've been under a warning, but what they're doing is they keep extending this. They're making it larger. They want to make sure they are covering the rotation. So notice it's almost shifted a little further south. So they are adding more areas of Chattooga County now to this warning to make sure you are covered. Patrick? Yeah,
so basically we have 2 separate rotating parts of this storm. So we were tracking that first, and if I can get Max right here so that I can point this out, if I get Max up here at the Weather Center, we had this confirmed part of the tornado that was moving into the area earlier. They're continuing that warning, but it is no longer confirmed. But there's another area of rotation that just crossed the border, and they've reissued the warning for that area. And that area just so happens to be the area that was just under the confirmed tornado warning, right? This same area of rotation moved in from literally, it rode the line between Walker and Chattooga County. And now we have a new warning that is starting off in that same area as we're picking up on more rotation near the border of Alabama and Georgia, and it is pushing to the east. So it's unfortunately going to go over some of the same areas that have already had that confirmed tornado move through the area. So if you are in that area and you are in your safe place and you were thinking, okay, the worst has happened, because admittedly we can hear whenever the wind goes down a little bit, we can hear whenever things kind of go back to just being a rain. You can't do that in this area because you have another rotation center that is moving into your area, and they've reissued a tornado warning for that. So if you're in Chattooga County, you need to stay put, right, until we tell you that you are good, because unfortunately, it looks like some of these areas may have two circulations that pass over them as we head through the next couple of hours. And it's going to make the map look messy, but that is the takeaway here. We have two separate circulation centers that are moving through Chattooga County. The first one is moving to the east, and that has been allowed to be continued as just a regular tornado warning. Pushing out towards Floyd County, towards Gordon County. Looks like it's also, at least in the general direction of southern Murray County. But then at the core of it, another rotation center had just taken over at the Georgia border. We're looking to get reports from some of our spotters. We are getting some confirmations of at least that tornado warned cell producing a tornado and some damage near Henniger, which is this area here. So we've gotten some confirmations in this general area, and I believe this is DeKalb County, Alabama. Don't hold me to the cross for that, but I do believe that this is DeKalb County, and we've gotten some confirmations of a tornado doing damage in this area, and that's why this tag was continued as a confirmed tornado. The takeaway right now, Chattooga County, you are the spot right now for a lot of activity, and that is starting to gradually push towards the east. We'll put this on a view that you're used to seeing, because this is right now just showing you our reflectivity, actually velocity mode, but this is going to show you rain, and I'll try to declutter some of the noise, Jen. We may have to turn off the lightning just for a little while.
Yeah, let's do it. Yep, let's turn it off.
To kind of get into the meats and potatoes of these storms. There we go.
And as you're doing that, because we have spotters on the ground, we have spotters everywhere. This is just outside our viewing area. This is in far northwestern Georgia, right there near Chattooga in northwest Georgia in Ringgold. But we are getting reports of numerous trees and power lines down on Houston Valley Road near Ringgold, making the road impassable. And again, this just goes to show the strength of these storms, the intensity of these storms. And again, although this is just outside of our viewing area, we're already starting to see reports of impassable roads. And when we were giving this forecast, this first alert weather day, we knew significant trees down, significant power outages was a very good likelihood. We had a level 3 threat of severe weather. On a scale of 1 to 5, it's a 3, which is high for us. So that is why it is so important that we first alert, so you can plan and prepare. And hopefully you had all those things in order, and you still do as we head into a very long night ahead for the possibility of severe weather. Still picking up on rotation here near the Cloudland area. This is just east of Bankhead, near Neal Crossing, near Chelsea. And this is all across northwestern Georgia. So I know sometimes when we zoom in, the reason we do that is so that we can get as close to street level as possible. So we can show you where this possible tornado is located. Again, right over the city of Cloudland, near Chelsea, near Neal Crossing. And I know it gets a little convoluted when you're so zoomed in, but we just want to give you as specific information as we can so that you can get to your safe spot. This possible tornado moving near State Line Road, this is near Neal Crossing, near Chelsea, near, Gilreath Mill Road, near Talaga, near York Road. This is east of Bankhead, possible tornado on the ground. We're still seeing rotation. A lot of times when we watch these storms, we see rotation and then it goes away fairly quickly. That is not the type of situation we're seeing tonight. We're seeing the potential of significant long track tornadoes, especially in far northwest Georgia. Possibly could see up to EF2 and possibly could see these tornadoes on the ground for an extended period of time. So certainly a significant weather event possible unfolding right now across northwestern Georgia, where your family's safety and security is top of mind right now, which is why we are on and will stay on until that threat passes. Can't stress enough, now is the time to get to your safe spot. Path of this tornado: Somerville at 11:01, Tryon at 11:03, Plainville at 11:38, heading towards Resaca at 11:45, Calhoun. And again, this is in northwest Georgia until 11:45. We have multiple tornado warnings, possibly 2 tornadoes back to back. Probably what, Patrick, 20 miles from each other, if that, not even 15 miles from each other.
Yeah.
We're looking at the possibility of 2 tornadoes back to back. This is the other tornado. This is heading towards East Armurchie, towards Suttles Mill, towards Waterville, right over the Martindale area, Walnut Grove, Oakton. You're seeing it right here. This is where we're seeing that tornado. Between Martindale, Waterville, that general area near Highway 151 and Tryon Highway, that is where we have a tornado possibly on the ground, moving to the east, almost following along Highway 151, possibly going to cross over Highway 151 in northwest Georgia here shortly, as it continues to move to the east at 35 miles an hour. Let's go to the Gilmer tornado quickly. I want to check on that one so the folks in Gilmer County know we are watching that area as well. We do have a tornado warning in Gilmer County, and that storm, and again, the further we get from the radar site, the harder it is to see these tornadoes. What we're looking at is the wind velocity. Again, we're looking at the rotation. So we're using radar to find rotation, to find the tornado, to tell you exactly where it is and where it's heading. But possible tornado near the Dalton area and the Chatsworth area. Again, it gets a little harder to see the further you get from the radar site, especially when you're talking about Gilmer County. You're in the mountains. So the radar beam is going over higher terrain, so it is a little more difficult to see here. But this is moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So Ellijay, Blue Ridge, very highly populated areas in the North Georgia mountains. You are in the path of this tornado warning. Gilmer County, you are under a tornado warning until 11:15. This is a radar indicated tornado. That means we are seeing that rotation on radar. We know these storms have a lot of rotation. Chatsworth, get into your safe spot now. 10:52, that is when the tornado is heading your way. Ellijay at 11:26, Blue Ridge at 11:43. Gilmer County, tornado possibly on the ground heading your direction. That's on top of the multiple tornado warnings we have in northwestern Georgia, with the possibility of 2 tornadoes, 2 separate tornadoes near Chattooga County. We've been watching these through Alabama and still watching them, and Patrick has circled them all. This is the rotation. So again, we're seeing Chattooga County. This is in far northwestern Chattooga County, so just over the Alabama state line. There's one area of rotation. This area of rotation is a little easier to spot.
Yeah.
Again, you're not on that higher terrain quite yet. Then this is another area of rotation. This is right on the Chattooga County line. This is just south of Lafayette, northern Chattooga County, possibly a second tornado. So right now we could have 2 tornadoes on the ground in Chattooga County, then possibly another area of rotation heading east into Gilmer County towards the Ellijay area, possibly a 3rd tornado on the ground. Patrick.
As First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez just told you, 3 separate areas of circulation. Out of the 3, the one that is in Murray County headed towards Gilmer Fannin looks the least impressive. Having conversations with the National Weather Service because they're having the same issue with looking for that circulation. It's not quite as compact as it was earlier. And we mentioned at the top of this stream that typically for these storms, we're looking at the Huntsville radar site. Well, unfortunately, these storms rolled through Huntsville, produced tornado, and knocked the radar offline. So we're having to use our local radar. And our thinking is we're going to watch a couple more scans. But if the rotation signature continues to be faint, we could see the National Weather Service continue this downwind as a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's something that they will make. And
it looks like they just did. So Gilmer County now a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30.
Yeah. So that was the conversation we were having, and it looks like they are continuing that downwind as a severe thunderstorm warning. Winds roughly 60 miles per hour. These storms have been producing a little bit of hail. More than likely, they'll go with the quarter-size hail possible with that. Obviously, our bigger concern, that's an issue for sure, but it's going to be these tornado warnings that we're tracking across the area. This seems like a good a time as any to kind of like back up a little bit and see what's going on here. I know these storms looked a little less aggressive a few minutes ago. We turned the lightning off just so that we could dive a little bit deeper into the storms and kind of declutter the screen, because we do have 2 active tornado warnings that are essentially overlapping some areas in Chattooga County, but also extending into Gordon and portions of Floyd County. So we don't want you to lose sight of the fact that there is a lot of energy out there, and we have a lot of thunderstorms that are firing up across the area and moving to the east. This timeline, right on part. With what we were expecting to see happen. We knew that we would start to see these storms move into far northwest Georgia, closer to around the 8, 9 o'clock time frame. That has unfolded. It is gradually sliding to the south and east. We expected it to be in the parts of Northwest Metro by around 11, 12 o'clock. Looks like it'll be closer to around 12 o'clock for Northwest Metro. And we'll be tracking this, unfortunately, through the early morning hours. If you are getting tired, if you're thinking, I'm not going to sit up and watch these storms all night, it is important that you download the First Alert Weather app, because we will send you any warnings that literally our app can locate you wherever you are in your city, in your county. We not only give you an hour by hour forecast for that, but it will tell you, hey, you're in Floyd County. You're in northern Floyd County. Northern Floyd County is under the warning. You need to be in your safe space. And we went over that. It's essentially any room that is away from windows and doors. The basement's obviously your best bet, but walk-in closet, bathroom, always a good idea. And I haven't mentioned this yet tonight, but if you have a bicycle helmet, it doesn't hurt to take it with you.
Yeah, and we're watching these storms closely in Alabama, because now, Patrick, Chattooga County just cannot catch a break. I want to point out, so this is the Georgia state line. So these are tornado warnings right now. This is Cherokee County, Alabama. So this is northeastern Alabama. But what we're watching is this tornadic cell moving downwind into Georgia. So it is very likely that we will see a new tornado warning for more of Chattooga County, now possibly southern Chattooga County and Floyd County. So it has not been issued yet, but Chattooga, Floyd County, very likely you will be under a tornado warning shortly. It's these storms we're watching in northeastern Alabama. Again, you see the blinking red. This is in Cherokee County, Alabama. These are tornado warnings right now. We are seeing rotation, possible tornado on the ground right now in Alabama. And as we've been saying, these are the possibility, or we're seeing the possibility of long track tornadoes, that they're on the ground for an extended period of time. So we're watching these storms in Alabama here, because they will eventually be moving into Chattooga County and Floyd County. And we're talking about a totally separate area of Chattooga County, not just the area that possibly has 2 tornadoes right now, but even southern Chattooga County could now see a 3rd tornado if this storm in Alabama makes its way into the area. We are still seeing some rotation here near Chelsea, near Tryon, near the Walmart on 27, near Pennville. So if you are familiar with the Walmart near the Pennville area, south of Tryon, possible tornado heading straight towards 27 and towards that Walmart shopping center. So if you are near that Walmart, if you live near that Walmart, especially if you are between Chelsea and that Walmart, you need to take cover immediately, get to the lowest level of your home, away from any windows. Basement is ideal if you have an interior stairwell. I get that question a lot. I live in an apartment. I don't know where to go. Interior stairwell. That's where you need to go in the event of a tornado warning. Once the coast is clear, we will give you that. We will let you know, just like we did with Gilmer County. We told you Gilmer County, that tornado warning was canceled. You can now come out of your safe spot. But certainly that is not the case for northwestern Georgia, where we still have active warnings right now across portions of Gordon and Chattooga counties and Floyd counties here for at least the foreseeable future, as this possible tornado continues to push to the east here, near Rayleigh Road, near Beavers Road, near Mahan Road, near Saddle Club Road, near Bank Road, near Dry Valley Church Road, which I'm assuming is very close to Dry Valley Church in that area. Again, and here's that Walmart. So the possible tornado is now west of that Walmart, and it is heading in that area, the Somerville area, the Tryon area. If you are in Somerville, Tryon, we are watching a possible tornado on the ground heading in your direction. And again, we're still even seeing a little bit of that rotation in far northern Chattooga County as well. So we're watching 2 separate areas of possible rotation in Chattooga County. This possible tornado heading towards the Somerville area at 11:02, Tryon at 11:03, Plainville at 11:33, Calhoun at 11:39, towards Resaca at 11:40, Damascus at 11:41, Daresville at 11:44. And again, it is very late at night. This is the worst time to have these tornadoes or possible tornadoes, because a lot of you are already tucked into bed, have your sound machines on. Maybe you were in the middle of a dream before your first alert weather app, your Atlanta News first alert weather app sent you that alert that a tornado warning was issued, and now you are startled out of bed and hopefully heading to your safe spot. We will be here all night long to keep you and your family safe. Until the threat is over, you will continue to see us throughout the entire evening and overnight. Waterville, Suttles Mill, Beetham, Sublinga, that is where we have a possible tornado on the ground here as this continues to move east. And it's really on that county line, Patrick. If anything, it might be just north of Chattooga County, if not right on that Chattooga County line. So hopefully with these bearings we're giving you, it's helping you understand where this possible tornado is and if you're in the path of the storm. But right there in northern Chattooga County, again, that's that second area of rotation in Chattooga where we could possibly see a tornado right there in the Chattooga County line heading towards East Armurchie Road. Again, possible tornado heading in your direction. I know we're looking for reports of damage. We've already had multiple reports of trees down across far northwestern Georgia. Patrick, are you seeing anything additional right now from any emergency managers across northwest Georgia?
Right now, I'm really not getting anything. The last report that we picked up was the one that you reported several minutes ago. This was some power lines and some trees down on Houston Valley Road. That's just to the south of Ringgold, and it made some roads impassable. So something that we're keeping an eye on. As you mentioned, there are some storms that are just to the west. Unfortunately, southern Chattooga County, you haven't been in a warning yet, but there's a tornado warning cell that's angling towards you. So we're keeping you aware of that. But we're also wanting to take you through the timing of this cell that we just dove into. It's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Folks that are in Resaca, that puts it on your doorstep at around 11:24. That's roughly 25 minutes from now. Damascus, 11:25. If you're in Calhoun, this could arrive just before 11:30, pushing into the Fairmont and the Carters Lake areas at around 11:55. And I know that those are a lot of the larger communities there, but I do want to dive into some of the smaller locales. Beetham, you've been mentioned several times here. You're right now about 4 minutes away from this rotation being on top of you. You're probably feeling the impacts, hearing the rain start to increase in your neck of the woods. If you're in Hill City, Sugar Valley, this will arrive around 11:15. And if you're in Pratersville, Nance Springs, we're talking about around 11:20, 11:25. So there's a lot of action going on here. And do not be surprised if your community gets said more than once with these two warnings, because what we have right now is the northwestern corner of the state really being bombarded with strong storms. If you were with us a few minutes ago, maybe you dipped out to go to the restroom to go to grab a bottle of water or something. We lost our tornado warning that was in effect for portions of Gilmer County. That has been extended as a severe thunderstorm warning with winds roughly 60 miles per hour. And it's raining. We all know that wind and rain does, it's a combination we don't like to see around these parts. It knocks down trees. It causes power outages. We'll get into the power outage map over the course of the next couple of minutes to see if folks are being impacted by this. I do want to let some of our viewers know. I know that everyone isn't quite aware of like our maps. It's kind of funny. You got random places on it. We do have one lone county in Clay County, North Carolina. Folks that are in Hayesville, there is a very aggressive thunderstorm to the west of you. What I've noticed over the course of the last couple of lightning scans is that we've seen an increase in the lightning. Once again, this is going to be one of those locations that's very far from our radar site, and we may actually have to switch to the Greenville GSP to actually get a better look on this storm. But we'll have to watch it very closely, because what we can see just from the eye is that the lightning is increasing and the rain is getting a little bit heavier. So we'll have to watch out for wind, and it's in the area where we could also see more rotation. Several tornado warned storms have moved through portions of Tennessee and or at least near the western North Carolina area. So something we'll have to watch over the course of the next couple of hours. If you are in Floyd County and Chattooga County, southern Chattooga, western Floyd, I know that if you're in Floyd County, especially if you're in North Floyd County, you're included in that warning that we've already spoke about. There is another storm that is moving through Cherokee, Alabama. It's set to expire at what is 11:45 our time. It's going to be knocking on the doorstep of Chattooga and Floyd County. Do not be surprised if you're in one of those counties and you get another alert for a tornado warning. It's going to be for that southern storm that is going to be moving through southern Chattooga County and western Floyd County. We'll keep an eye on that storm and we'll keep you posted. It looks like we're getting more information, but we'll dive into that. It looks like they're just clarifying some things that we already figured out, actually.
Yeah. And I just wanted to point out a couple more counties have been added to the tornado watch. This has been extended to include portions of Paulding County, Polk County, and Haralson County. You are now included in this tornado watch. And again, a tornado watch means that tornadoes are possible. So we'll be watching for possible tornadoes through the evening. This is for northwestern Georgia right now, areas north and west of I-85 where we have the highest likelihood of tornadoes, but very well could see this extended. So just because you're not under that tornado watch yet does not mean you will not be added to it later, which is why you need to stay weather alert throughout the entire evening, because even though right now we're not worried about tornadoes in Metro, or at least in Fulton County, Cobb County, that could change in the next hour or so as this watch gets extended even further south and east. Want to go back to Barron here so we can get a look at radar and show you what is happening across our area, because very heavy rain, lots of lightning, and multiple tornado warnings in effect. Again, we're watching this tornado warning with a tremendous amount of lightning. This is in Cherokee County, Alabama. If you are in Chattooga County, you likely will get a third, if not fourth alert for a tornado warning so far tonight. It is not a mistake. It will be for a different part of your county. In fact, it will probably be for that area south of the current warning, and it will include more of Floyd County if this storm continues to maintain its rotation. But from what we've seen so far already this evening, all the rotating storms that we've been watching in Alabama have crossed over the Georgia state line and have maintained their rotation as they made their way into northwestern Georgia. So very likely that this rotating thunderstorm, this possible tornado, will move out of Alabama into Georgia and start impacting other portions of Chattooga County and Floyd County. And then we'll have to start watching closer to more highly populated areas as this gets closer to Metro. Eventually, this line will be making its way into Bartow County, into Cherokee County. So we'll be watching very, very closely as this entire line moves to the south and east. The individual storms within the line, so the actual tornadoes, the thunderstorms themselves, those are actually moving east. So you notice these polygons, they're all from west to east. So the individual cells are moving east, but the actual line of storms is moving to the southeast. So because of that, you're going to see that chance of rain and storms start to dive further south and impact more of Metro Atlanta within the next hour or two. We will eventually be in the clear. We do expect all of the storms and severe storms to be out of our area roughly around 3 a.m. or so, possibly 4 a.m. But the good news is this will be over overnight. And by the time you wake up and head out the door tomorrow, most likely, as long as you plan on heading out the door after 4 a.m., chances are the storms will be over, and certainly that severe weather threat will be over. Looks like a brand new warning, Patrick. Looks like it is a tornado warning. Again, you are getting this in real time. So let me get the information pulled up here. This tornado warning is exactly what we were talking about. This is for southwestern Floyd County. This is for southwestern Chattooga County. So it's popping up on the map right now. This is until 11:45. So this is more of Floyd County. This is the rest, or at least another portion of Chattooga County, southern Chattooga County, until 11:45. This is near Chestnut Bay Resort or near Cedar Bluff. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. So you see Cedar Bluff right now. This is in Alabama. So again, this is what we've been talking about. We've been watching these tornadic cells in Alabama. And what happens is we see these warnings issued downstream from the current position of the tornado so that those folks can get into their safe spot. You need time to get to your safe spot. So we are watching Floyd County. This does include the city of Rome. This does include the city of Lindale. This does include areas just south of Lyerly here, moving out of Cherokee County, Alabama, into Floyd County, into Chattooga County until 11:45. I want to say this is the third time Chattooga County has had a tornado warning so far this evening. Virtually everyone in the county at some point has been under a warning. This one is for southern Chattooga County and a bigger chunk of Floyd County. It does include the city of Rome. So the city of Rome, you are included in this tornado warning. Remember, the city of Rome got hit really hard about 2 weeks ago from a very strong thunderstorm. It wasn't even a tornado. It was actually straight line winds. We had what we call a downburst, and we had very strong winds with a very strong thunderstorm that moved through Floyd County and the city of Rome just over 2 weeks ago. And now possibly a tornado could be heading over that exact same area later tonight. Tracking this for you, this is heading towards Cedar Bluff at 10:10. Hurley at 10:11. Now keep in mind, if you see it's in the 10 o'clock frame here, this is in Central Time. That's because these cities are in Alabama. So as you're looking at this, the reason you're seeing that is because that is in Central Time. The actual tornadic portion of the storm is still in Alabama, but we are expecting it to maintain its rotation as it crosses over the Georgia state line into Georgia from Alabama to Georgia. So right now, that is where the greatest risk is, the greatest threats are. If you live near, if you're in northwestern Georgia along the Alabama state line, certainly that's where most of the activity is happening right now. And this warning is until 11:45. This one, very clear defined rotation here in Cedar Bluff. Certainly better defined than the rotation we were seeing previously, a little further north in the North Georgia mountains, but near Cedar Bluff. Again, rotation, this is radar indicated, but these storms have a history of producing tornadoes. We've seen it pretty much the entire night across northeastern Alabama, portions of Tennessee, and chances are this will hold together as it crosses the Georgia state line. So this line you see right here from Cedar Bluff moving into Georgia, this is where Alabama and Georgia, that is the state line here. And the tornado right now in Alabama is expected to move east about 30 to 35 miles an hour, moving into, this is southern Chattooga County, right here, the outline. And then this is Floyd County. So a big chunk of Floyd County, southern Chattooga County. This does include the city of Rome. So if you are in the path of this tornado, you need to get to your safe spot immediately. A tornado warning means a tornado is on the ground, whether it be confirmed or radar detected. Radar is telling us there is a tornado on the ground. So you need to get to your safe spot, lowest level of your home, away from any windows. If you are in these tornado warnings and you are getting those alerts on the Atlanta News First Alert Weather app, it means you are in the path of these tornadoes. You need to wake up the little ones. You need to get to the safe spot, to your safe spot, until the coast is clear. Now, we're going back to this other area of rotation near the Walmart, just east of the Walmart. We talked about how that possible tornado on the ground was going to cross over Highway 27, south of Tryon, north of Pennville, near the Walmart and the Walmart Shopping Center. This is now crossed east of Walmart, and we're watching Farmersville, the Farmersville area here, just really north of that Farmersville area, crossing now east of Walmart. So now east of Highway 27, east of the Walmart here. This is in Chattooga County. This is east of Somerville. Possible tornado on the ground as this is moving east at about 30 miles an hour, with multiple tornado warnings right now as we continue to see severe storm after severe storm, with tornado warning after tornado warning across a vast majority of northwestern Georgia. These storms are moving east at 30 miles an hour, with that line diving to the south and east. And we'll continue to see that as we head through the remainder of the evening, with multiple tornado warnings in place. This threat continues until about 3 o'clock in the morning. So you need to stay weather alert. Even if you are still seeing great weather in Atlanta right now, it's beautiful. This storm system still north and west of the metro area, but these are the storms that we'll be watching that are heading in your direction. If you are in Farmersville, get to your safe spot now. I would not be surprised if after the National Weather Service does all their storm reports, they're going to go out, assess the damage, check exactly. They look at the radar scans where the rotation was on radar, and then they physically look at the damage where the radar estimated tornado occurred, and then they determine if it was a tornado that touched down. If so, how strong the tornado was, how long it was on the ground. How did they do that? Well, they do that by looking at the damage. What types of trees came down? Were they healthy trees? Were they large trees? Home damage, shingles. Was it just shingles? Was it just sheds? Or was it actual structures? Was it just billboards or was it homes? So that's how they determine the strength of the tornado based on the damage once they get there the next day and can assess the damage. But until then, especially this late at night, we have to rely on radar. And radar is such a magical tool with the technology we have. And it is so accurate now in 2025. It's really incredible how far we've come and how accurate radar can be. 10, 15 years ago, when we had a radar indicated tornado, many times it didn't come to fruition. Now in 2025, we have a radar estimated tornado. And when radar picks up on possible tornado, more than likely it is a tornado on the ground. So when we issue these warnings, we issue them as seriously as possible so that you can get to your safe spot as quickly as possible to keep you and your family safe. Carbondale, Hill City, Sugar Valley, you are in the path of this tornado here as this is heading towards Nancy Springs, towards Resaca. Again, possible tornado on the ground right now with multiple warnings. You see them on the bottom of your screen. If you're just now tuning in and wondering who's included in a tornado warning, you see it right there. Chattooga County, Gordon County, Floyd County until 11:45. You are under a tornado warning, and you can see it's 3 separate tornado warnings. This one for Floyd and Chattooga, this one for Chattooga, and then we have it extending into Gordon County as well, where we have another tornado warning. This one eventually going to cross over Gordon County and I-75. So 3 tornado warnings right now, all part of a big line of severe storms pushing through northwestern Georgia. This is the line that will continue to push to the south and east, moving into the metro area. Now, this is forecast to start to weaken over time, but right now this shows no signs of weakening. And Patrick, tremendous amount of lightning. We're seeing torrential downpours on top of that tornado threat. Not often that we have 3 tornado warnings at the exact same time. With many of these, really, they're all in the same area, all in the same area, Patrick.
And that's what the service right now telling me they're going to continue the Chattooga County warning downstream. My guess is it's going to be that one that's in the northwestern corner. That's my guess for the one that they're going to continue downstream. That one looks to be the most impressive at the moment. They have not. Looks like they just sent it out just now.
They're sending it now.
So we will have that live update.
So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, actually. Oh, tornado warning. So here it is. This is all coming in real time. So let me get the latest information as we are looking at the radar. So it looks like this one, or it was a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah,
it looks like they're continuing it as a severe thunderstorm warning for a whole blob of the area here. That's going to include portions of Bartow County. So starting to move into a more populated area. Gordon County, the areas that are not under the tornado warning, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the rest of Floyd County that is not under a tornado warning, under a severe thunderstorm warning. What I take away from this is that it's just a very energetic atmosphere, and we have some damaging wind possible in some of these storms, but there's also some of these storms that have been rotating. They have been pulsing for the last couple of hours, and what we're dealing with right now is just a very unstable environment where we're concerned about the potential for these winds, whether or not they're rotating or they're straight line, to do some damage, knock down trees, knock down power. I know it's still very early in the evening, but we can kind of do a power check real quick just to see where we are, at least as far as power outages. Obviously, we would expect areas that are to the north and west to be more impacted, and we can turn off lightning just for a second. We'll turn off the warnings here, and we have some power outages, but nothing that's overwhelming right now. Surprisingly, it's Floyd County, not Chattooga County. We got about 100 people without power, so that is not part of our weather story, at least not at the moment. Our primary concern here will be the fact that we just got some strong winds that are starting to kick up across parts of the area, and we have several rotating thunderstorms that are capable of producing a tornado. So we're working to get more confirmation on these storms. We're in constant communication. So it
looks like Gordon County, brand new tornado warning. This is for Gordon County until 11:30. So brand new tornado warning. Again, this is Gordon County until 11:30, and we are getting it in real time here. The information as I read it for you. I'm trying to get. Is it not new? I'm trying to see what's coming in through our devices.
So one thing I have noticed, they've shrunk that warning that was.
So maybe just updating the Gordon County warning. There we go. Okay.
So it looks like they've shrunk that warning. The warning that was actually for portions of Chattooga County. Remember, it went all the way to the border a few minutes ago. Looks like they've shrunk that. That's been one update. And it does look like they've also redrawn the warning that is for portions of Gordon County. So Gordon, and that would be Murray County, looks like it, and probably that's also going to be probably Walton County. We have those three areas where we have seen the drawings redrawn. A lot of these counties still under a warning.
Okay, so now the new warning, Patrick. So tornado warning. This one is northeastern Floyd County, central Gordon County, and northeastern Chattooga County. So is it just the redrawn? They are sending it out as a brand new warning. So I just want to make sure. There we go. So there is the brand new warning.
This right here.
Again, this is for northeastern Floyd, central Gordon, and northeastern Chattooga. Again, Chattooga, I think this is the fourth tornado warning you've had so far tonight. This one is until 11, let's see, until midnight. I'm sorry, this is until midnight. And the rotation near Sublinga, or 9 miles east of Somerville, moving east at 30. So you see Sublinga on the map right there, very close to that area, and it's moving east at 30 miles an hour. So this is Sublinga here. This is where we're seeing that possible rotation, almost just south of that area, Patrick. And that is why they have now issued that brand new tornado warning. Does include many of the same warnings that were, or counties, I should say, that were already under a tornado warning. And what they're doing is they want to be super precise as to who is included in that tornado warning, so that only those folks impacted need to disrupt their lives, get to their safe spot, wake up in the middle of the night, take the kids, the dogs, the cats to the basement, only if you are in that warning. So this is near Dry Creek Road, near Haywood Valley Road. This is near Haywood Valley Road, again, near, let's see, again, just south and east of Sublinga, and it is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Can we track this one, Patrick? Let's track this brand new tornado warning. And again, this is heading towards, you see all these reds? Those are all tornado warnings. And I'm going to have Patrick circle these individual areas of rotation here in just a minute, because we are watching multiple possible tornadoes. So this is heading towards Gordon County. This is heading towards Calhoun at 11:43. If we list your city, if you see your city names pop up on the map in a box in the path of these tornadoes, you need to get to your safe spot immediately. This is going to tell you it's arrival time. So the tornado arriving to Calhoun around 11:43, Damascus at 11:45, Resaca at 11:46, Fairmont at 12:12. And I feel like we keep repeating these city names, Patrick, and that's because we're seeing a different tornado, a different area of rotation in the same counties where we've already had rotation. We've already talked about Chattooga County, seeing multiple areas of rotation, and now we're seeing it yet again. In fact, you look here, and we're seeing some rotation. We're looking this is north of Resaca. We're seeing a little bit of rotation there. And again, we're very far from the radar site. It looks like we're seeing a little bit there. And then with the new warning, possibly another tornado on the ground, not very far from another possible tornado warning. So that's why when you see these tornado warnings, they're somewhat splotchy and sporadic. It's because it's for these specific cells. So again, possible rotation here. That is why this tornado warning has been issued so far east towards Gordon County, towards the Calhoun area, towards Damascus. We all know where that Buc-ee's is, on I-75. This is south of Calhoun. This tornado warning takes the possible tornado just north of the Buc-ee's on I-75, heading towards Calhoun. Then this other red polygon, which is these tornado warnings, this is just northwest of Resaca, northwest of Damascus, another possible area of rotation. This is also moving to the east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So possibly could have multiple tornadoes on the ground. Then we've got this guy right here, this one west of Rome. This one also possible rotation as well, right along Highway 20, possibly watching here. So what we see is we see the rotation, then it goes away, then it comes back. But again, possible rotation.
Yeah,
this was rotating in Alabama. And what could happen, we see this often where it's rotating and then it lifts up, but then it can possibly come back down. So a lot of times, even if maybe the rotation isn't as well defined as it was 10, 15 minutes ago, even 5 minutes ago, We continue to watch it closely for the possibility that that rotation, that tornado could come back down. But near Poetry, near Bone, near Berry Hill, near Garden Lakes, this is near Coosa, near the Benton area. And this one also moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So this is going to head into Floyd County, through more of Floyd County, possibly into the Rome area. Right now near the Berry Hill area, near Private Road, Technology Parkway Northwest, Garden Lakes Parkway Northwest, Lakeview, near Huffaker Road Northwest, near Alabama Highway, near Morningside, near Coosa Middle School. That'll give you a really good indicator of precisely where this rotation is. Does look like the tornado is just north of Coosa Middle School, but if you're familiar with where Coosa Middle School is and where you live in relation to Coosa Middle School, that's going to give you a good sense of direction as to where possibly this tornado is located. And again, this is just northwest of the city of Rome. So we are heading into more highly populated areas, some bigger cities with more homes, more people impacted. So tornado warning moving into Floyd County, again, heading straight towards the Rome area. If you are in Rome, you need to get to your safe spot immediately. In fact, what you're seeing right now on your screen, that is in the city of Rome. So this is Rome right now. The storm is still to the west, possible tornadic storm to the west. But what you're seeing is the winds are going to start picking up pretty quickly in the city of Rome. The leaves, the tree limbs, it's getting very windy, lots of lightning in the vicinity, hearing the thunder in the Rome area. And those winds are really going to start to pick up as this thunderstorm approaches. As far as the timing, this is going to approach Rome at around 11:33. So it's 11:22 right now. Gives you about 10 to 12 minutes to get to your safe spot if you are in the city of Rome. You are under a tornado warning. Heading towards Johnson Elementary School at 11:45, Plainville at 11:50, Kingston at 11:59, Adairsville at midnight, then towards Cartersville at 12:18. And again, very active situation in the city of Rome that got hit hard just over 2 weeks ago from a downburst from very strong winds that created a lot of trees coming down. And now we're watching a possible tornado. Patrick.
So I was just talking, we have anchor Joe Gorcho, who is actually in Rome. I think we have a static shot. We could take his static shot full screen just for a minute. He is just to the south and east of where we believe that center of circulation is. Not sure which direction he's looking. I'm actually having a conversation with him via Teams right now to try to get him to turn towards the north and west so that we can get a look at the sky. But you can see that the sky is very, very aggressive there. It looks like we have Joe live. Can we get Joe? Joe?
Yeah, I can hear you, Patrick. Yeah. I can hear you. I'm trying to keep this shot on the weather for folks at home. The reason I can't move the camera, just so you're aware, is we're actually underneath a building because of all the warnings we've been hearing you guys issue. Obviously, where we're located in Rome, we're only about, you were just talking about Coosa Middle School, we're only about 15 minutes or so from there, right along the Route 20 you guys were talking about. So we kind of just got underneath a building here where emergency management vehicles are in Rome, so that's why you can't really get the most perfect view, because we're trying to make sure that we're safe right now during all of this.
Oh, completely understand. And we definitely want you to stay safe.
Does Joe hear sirens? Joe, are you hearing sirens in Floyd County?
Not quite yet. We're not hearing sirens at this time. We're actually being asked to move, so you're going to see our vehicle move just for a second here. There's more emergency management vehicles coming in, but I haven't heard any sirens yet from where we're located at this particular time. But we're just keeping an eye out. We're watching the lightning pick up, as you guys are probably seeing on our cameras, and just trying to stay safe. This is the thing all night, Jennifer and Pete. What we were noticing, Patrick, what we noticed is people were coming up to us. They saw our vehicle, right? And we have a lot of signage with our First Alert Tracker vehicle, and they were asking us, hey, what's going on? We told them to download the app, get home, get to your safe spot, make sure your phones are charged for this exact reason, because of the imminent danger that we could have all been seeing in this area. So we've just been trying to stay safe and alert everyone we saw tonight. Anybody we saw in Rome, we told them, make sure you get home as soon as possible, make sure your phones are charged and you have the app for this exact reason.
Very good. Yeah, stay safe there out there. Joe Gorcho, he is out right now in Rome, in Floyd County, where there is an active tornado warning. Joe, we will be watching the radar. We will keep you safe and we will keep you updated. I do want to point out some good news. That tornado warning just north of the one where Joe is located, that one in Gordon County over the city of Calhoun. The National Weather Service says that warning will be canceled shortly. So really good news there. No longer seeing that well-defined rotation for this particular warning. And we are expecting this tornado warning in Gordon County to be canceled shortly. So now that puts our focus back into Floyd County, Chattooga County, which is where we do have an active tornado warning for a possible tornado approaching the city of Rome. Our own Joe Gorchow, he is in Rome right now. And again, this is where we have some possible rotation. It does look like it's going to be just north of Rome. So I think, Joe, you are in a safe spot as long as you are in the city of Rome. It does look like that possible rotation just north of the city of Rome here as the system continues to move to the east. We know these storms have a history of producing tornadoes, which is why we've had so many tornado warnings in northwestern Georgia. We also have that very large severe thunderstorm warning across much of northwest Georgia as well, because even areas that don't have the possibility of a tornado right now, we are seeing the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. And if you've ever been in a severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour winds, that is strong enough to create significant damage. Trees down, power lines down, trees on homes, trees on vehicles. So not anything to back down from, and you do not have to be in a tornado warning. We've been watching in Alabama that is now crossing into Georgia here, moving into the Rome area. That is a possible tornado on the ground. This is north and west of Lindale along 20, so the city of Rome, they're near 20, and we are watching for possible rotation with this thunderstorm here in Floyd County. If you are in Floyd County, you need to get to your safe spot immediately. Lowest level of your home, away from any windows. You want to be in a basement if you have a basement. We are seeing very strong winds with this storm as it gets closer and closer to the city of Rome. Patrick.
I'm getting a little concerned because we saw one area of circulation with our last radar scan, and now it looks like we're getting a secondary area, and this is becoming a bit of a trend with these storms.
Yes.
And I'm switching around as much as possible, but I want to show you here, and we could actually take me full zoom in to me here. So we've been mentioning this circulation center here, which is basically to the north of Rome. You have the green, that is basically winds blowing toward radar, and then you have the red, which is the winds blowing away. That's circulation number one. But if you look just to the west here, you got another circulation that's starting to develop here as well. It's not as bright. The colors are not as bright. The green is not as vibrant. So the winds are not as strong at this moment, but something that we're going to keep an eye on. And we have to keep in mind something that we've been kind of repeating every 20 or 30 minutes or so. The National Weather Service is using a different radar for these storms than would be our typical protocol whenever we are looking at storms, right? Typically here, using First Alert Radar, we can switch between a lot of different radar sites. Because this is technically closer to Huntsville, we would typically look at the Huntsville view for this. But because Huntsville was impacted by a tornado, it essentially knocked their radar offline. We're using a secondary source here. And I think that the reason why the National Weather Service is keeping this warning so large is because they're watching this rotation that's just to the north of Rome, right? But they're also keeping an eye on this rotation that's starting to cross the border. If you were with us an hour ago, this is the exact same thing that happened with Chattooga County. If this gets a little bit messy and we start getting multiple warnings for the same area, that's something that I think that we have to watch out for because we're starting to see at least some signs of rotation in two different parts of this cell. So once again, the tornado warning is still active. We'll turn the lightning back on so that folks can see how aggressive the storm is. But now we're watching two different parts of the cell that look like there could at least be some rotation, at least starting to happen in at least the mid-levels, something we're keeping an eye on. Looks like we got another shot. I believe that this is Rome right now, and you can see things are electric. And you transpose that with radar, and radar is just to the side of me. You can see that that cluster of lightning is just to the west of Rome. So the worst of the lightning, the worst of this storm is not even overhead yet, and we're already we're starting to see these lightning strikes become a little bit more frequent. If you were with us at the beginning of the stream, we showed you some shots out of Dalton, out of other parts of Murray County, and we saw almost continuous lightning flashes, and we're getting very close to that moment in Rome, still dealing with lightning that's far off to the west, but that storm is still growing. That's the part of the storm that I'm watching because that's where that new, at least broader rotation is starting to develop closer to the border, and that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on as this continues to push off to the east.
Yeah, and lots of rain wrapping these storms, Patrick. These are very difficult to see. It's very late at night, obviously. It is dark across northwestern Georgia, and these are rain-wrapped tornadoes as well. So these are radar-indicated tornadoes, but they have a history of producing confirmed tornadoes, so very possibly producing multiple tornadoes. And as Patrick said, we're still seeing two possible areas of rotation. We're seeing one just northwest of Rome, some possible rotation north of the city of Rome, and then possibly another area of rotation right along the Georgia-Alabama state line. So we'll be watching both of these areas. At a minimum, we're seeing the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds with this very, very strong thunderstorm. Haven't really had any hail reports, haven't seen hail, but that is possible as we head through the evening. But the greatest threat is going to be the strong winds and the possibility of tornadoes. So possible severe threats. Again, this tells us that maybe there's some hail. We are seeing some purple where you see those purples. That tells us there's possibly some hail. And it's interesting to note that our radar is detecting some rotation southwest of Gordon County. National Weather Service plans on dropping that warning here shortly. But maybe this is the reason they haven't dropped that warning quite yet, just because there is a little bit of weak rotation there just northwest of Reeves, near the Reeves area, approaching the Calhoun area. And again, we're looking at those green and the reds. The brighter the green, the brighter the red, the stronger the winds. So at a minimum, we're seeing very, very strong winds in the Reeves area. 53-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, it's 85
and then
gate to gate.
This is the other direction. So what we do, yes, we add these numbers together. So 53 plus 32, that tells us possible winds if there's a tornado on the ground, possibly 85-mile-an-hour winds with this tornado in the Reeves area. Watching closely, again, possible rotation. This is in Gordon County. This is just southwest of Calhoun. This is near Reeves, Reeves Station Road, Rome Road, Liberty Road, Brown Farm Road Southwest. This is where we have a possible tornado on the ground. If you are in Gordon County, if you are southwest of the Calhoun area, possible rotation on radar detected, and it is time to get to your safe spot. Stay in the lowest level of your home. You want to be in a basement if you have a basement. If not, you want to be in an interior room away from any windows. I do think we'll at least see trees down, possibly some significant power outages, especially as this entire storm system continues to move to the south and east throughout the next several hours, impacting much of North Georgia. This hasn't even made its way into metro Atlanta yet. We are still in northwest Georgia and dealing with multiple tornado warnings. Want to track this area of rotation. Again, this is west of I-75. This is Calhoun and Gordon County. And we're going to track this heading towards Calhoun at 11:41. So in the next 5 to 10 minutes, heading into the Calhoun area, Fairmont at 12:08, then towards Waleska at 12:28, I should say. We do have possible rotation heading your way, very strong winds, blinding rain, frequent lightning approaching the Calhoun area. And we still have that tornado warning in effect, will expire here shortly. In fact, the National Weather Service has plans of dropping this.
I think they're going to redraw that polygon. They have to redraw it.
They have to.
Looks like that rotation is starting to shift a little bit further south, too. So I'm looking at Gordon County, but I'm also looking at northern Bartow, northern Cherokee County. Once again, you're not in the warning right now, but I'm looking at the trajectory that we've seen with the last couple of radar scans. And I would not be surprised if they redrew that polygon, that tornado warning that is now in effect for Gordon County. Would not be surprised if they redrew it a little bit further south to include a few more communities that are a little bit further south. Unfortunately, that's moving towards areas that could be more populated. Not seeing them do that yet. But just based off of our observation of the rotation that is right now in Gordon County, I would not. That's why I drew the tracker the way I did, because I think that there are more areas to the south that could be included in that path.
Yeah, and it almost looks like it's just southwest of Calhoun, just on the southern border of Gordon County. So I do expect them. They were going to drop this, but it looks like the storm was weakening, and now it's intensifying. And although the rotation, we lost sight of that rotation, it looks like the rotation is back. So again, we see this all the time. We can have a tornadic storm and then it's not tornadic, and then it is, and then it's not, and then it is. And many times the next day when we give you the reports and we show you the track of the tornado, you'll almost see that it tracked and then there's no track, and then maybe 10 miles later, even 2 miles later, it tracks on the ground again. So this is very common in this kind of scenario to see these warnings, Patrick.
And we are starting to get some reports in. It does look like just outside of our viewing area in Whitfield County, there were multiple trees that fell. Looks like it hit a driver, but the driver is okay. Something else is just within the last minutes, and I'm hoping our producers can hear us. It looks like there was a lightning strike on a residential building in Gilmer County on Flagpole Road, and that has caused an electrical fire. So praying that folks are safe there. Obviously, in that area, we saw the tornado warning extended as a severe thunderstorm warning. And we kind of preface that conversation with, wind, rain, trees come down, but also lightning, always a part of any of these storms. So something that we're prayerful that these folks are going to be okay and everybody gets out of that house okay. But it looks like we have reports of a residential building on fire. Looks like it's due to that lightning strike. So a lot happening. In conversation with the National Weather Service about the Polygon conversation, they're going to continue to do what we're doing here. Our job here is to first alert you to any changes that we see, right? The changes that we're seeing with this tornado warn cell that is in Gordon County is that it's shifting a little bit further to the south, and Bucky's is like right now beeline in the line of where I'm seeing that tightest circulation, McDaniels, Reeves, Lily Pond, the Bucky's, Plainville area. That's where I'm seeing that circulation the tightest right now. Will not be surprised if that
literally
changes.
right. It's going to move just over Bucky's, if not just north of Bucky's, right along I-75 in Gordon County. So I can't give you a better landmark than that. I-75, Gordon County, Bucky's, possible rotation, possible tornado. Technically, this area is not in that warning, in that tornado warning, but we are watching some radar indicated rotation, which could mean a possible tornado. So even if you are not in the warning, if you live near this Bucky's, I would take shelter into your safe spot just in case.
This is Calhoun, Jennifer.
Okay, so we've got Calhoun behind in that camera. Thank you very much. So that is Calhoun. We'll be watching that camera at a minimum. Again, you're seeing blinding rain. It's almost going sideways. Very windy conditions as well. We have vehicles on the roads, not exactly what you want to be doing this time of night, especially when you have severe weather. And this is the kind of rain where you have your windshield wipers as high as they'll go and you still cannot see. So please stay home. So the other camera we have, this is where we have our own Joe Gorcho. This is in Floyd County in the city of Rome. Tons of lightning approaching that area. So the strongest part of that storm, or at least the most electrical part of that storm in Floyd County, is still west of where Joe is located. But if you keep watching that camera, we'll continue to check in on Joe, you will notice that it's very electrical and there's going to be a ton of lightning over that area as a possible tornadic cell, a possible tornadic thunderstorm approaches that area. So this is Rome. This is Floyd County, and this is where we're seeing some rotation here. This is near Friendship, near Rivermont, near Horseshoe Bend, near Atlanta Junction, near Collier Spring Heights, near Forest Heights,
and
near 6 Mile.
911 is reporting rotation near 6 Mile in South Floyd County. So we went to this cell because we saw some tightening. So they're reporting that rotation that we're seeing on First Alert radar, which would be off to the west of 6 Mile. They're reporting that. So that could be in the form of just rotating. Could be a funnel cloud in the process of developing. What I can tell you is I've been watching radar scans for the last couple of minutes, Jen, and these two colors have gotten brighter. So we're seeing an increase in that rotation, at least. That's why that tornado warning is there. That's why it'll likely continue.
And just because I missed the first part of that, who is reporting rotation?
911.
Okay, so 911, so emergency dispatchers. So
and at Bucky's, looks like at I-75 at Bucky's, they lost some street lights. So once again, we're getting reports of all of the rotation that we're picking up on First Alert radar. We're getting at least reports of some impacts. And looks like they reissued, did they redraw that Gordon County?
New tornado warning. So let me get this for you, Patrick. This is a brand new tornado warning. This is for Gordon County. So again, southeastern Gordon County. So what they did is they extended this further south. We were watching, there it is, right over the Bucky's, which is what we were expecting. This is in Gordon County. This tornado warning is until 12:15. The storm over Calhoun, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So again, we were saying that this storm is basically right over the Bucky's. We were seeing that rotation. This is the previous warning, and we were noticing that rotation was just south of where that warning was, which is why we were telling you that even if you weren't in that tornado warning and you were in Gordon County and you live near that Buc-ee's, to take shelter even without that warning being issued. Calhoun Outlets, Buc-ee's, Dews Pond Road. Again, this is the Buc-ee's right here. It looks like this rotation is moving just north of the Buc-ee's near Calhoun Outlets, and this is moving east. So this tornado very likely north of Buc-ee's, crossing over I-75. I hope nobody's on I-75, but unfortunately there probably is, just because it's a major interstate. But this possible tornado near Calhoun Outlets, literally directly over Calhoun Outlets on I-75 in Gordon County. 53? Because of that, they have extended this tornado warning now for southern portions of Gordon County. So Gordon County, you were under the warning already. Now it has been extended further south to cover that part of the rotating cell that is in the Calhoun area. So Calhoun Outlets, near I-75, near the Kroger. So again, this is a populated area between Buc-ee's, Calhoun Outlets, and Kroger. A lot of people in this area of Gordon County. And this is going to move east towards Tucker Hollow Road Southeast, towards Fairmont Highway Southeast, towards Farmville, towards Wesley Chapel Road. So if you are in the path of this rotation, you need to take cover immediately. You need to get to the lowest level of your home. If you have a basement, you want to go to a basement. If you live in a condo, an apartment complex, you want to go to an interior stairwell. If you don't have an interior stairwell, you want to go to an interior closet. I don't want to stick you in a small space for an extended period of time, but you need to go to somewhere safe, away from any exterior walls. You don't want to be in a room with a lot of windows, especially big, beautiful picture windows. You don't want to be in a room like that. You want to be in a closet, in a bathroom, preferably a bathroom without any windows, an interior hallway. Start thinking of where you'll go. Even if you're not in an active warning right now, start thinking, if a tornado warning is issued for your area, where are you going to go? Where are you going to get the kids out of bed, and where are you going to go until that warning passes? Those are the things you need to be thinking about on a first alert weather day as the possibility of tornadoes continues across northwest Georgia, moving into the area. Patrick.
So I was actually taking a look at some cameras around our network. Can't really get the Highway 53 camera to show up right now in Gordon County. In Gordon County, but a very aggressive part of the storm just moved through that area. You can actually see the wind whipping. I believe that this is I-75 in that same area, and we're getting that camera to load. But even in this area, we've seen a lot of vehicles slowing down on I-75 because of the power of Mother Nature, the power of that wind that has been whipping around in that area. Lots of heavy rain, nearly blinding rain. What was that? I'm sorry. Okay, so nearly blinding rain was moving through that camera. Looks like it's frozen, which also could be it being impacted by this storm that's moving through the area. But I did get to see a couple of minutes of that storm, and that is something that we're going to continue to monitor as this moves off towards the east. And this is roughly moving at about 30 miles per hour, so we'll track this outside of the Buc-ee's area to the east to give folks as much lead time as possible. Once again, we're going to draw it beyond the polygon because it's not going to stop moving. Whether or not it's warned is a different story, but that'll be pushing into the Fairmont area at around 12:04. Right now it is 11:44. So we got about 20 minutes before it's in the Fairmont area. This is your time to get to your safe space. This is your time to gather your dog, your cat, your kids, your spouse, your mom, your dad, and take them to the safest part of your house. If you're in a basement, that is going to be move number one. That is by far the best place to go. But basements aren't the only safe place. We always talk about interior rooms. We talk about being away from all windows, all doors. We could throw up Max 2 to show them that that could be a hallway. That could be an interior closet. That can be a bathroom. You want to get away from all of those elements. The bedrooms are not the best. Looks like we got Gordon County image here, just north of Highway 53. So a little bit less aggressive than it was a few minutes ago. Luckily, no one's out on the roads, but you can tell just from those lights swinging around that the winds are whipping in that area. And if you look very closely, you know how sometimes whenever the rain is blowing and it hits the ground, it kind of moves. It kind of looks like it's moving in waves. We're seeing that energy out there as well. So we got at least some 50 to 60 miles per hour wind gusts in this area. And this is also the area where it was looking very intense. And we've had some reports of power lines being down and We're getting reports of a lightning strike as well. So a new report right now, Jennifer, crazy.
Yeah, and so this one is interesting, Patrick, because this is from the emergency manager in Floyd County, and they're getting reports that a lightning strike affected the City of Rome water filter plant and the power is out. And as you know, when the power goes out in a water filter plant, you can't filter the water. So that means there are most likely going to be boil water advisories for Floyd County or for the City of Rome. So certainly you want to check with your jurisdiction, with your city. I'm sure they will send a report out. But if they did lose power at the water plant in Rome, that means there are going to be residual issues with that water being filtered. And more than likely, you are going to have a boil water advisory for your area. Of course, if that comes to fruition, we will let you know on Atlanta News First right away. We are tracking this possible tornado, again, now east of Buc-ee's. This is I-75. This is the Buc-ee's in Gordon County. This is the city of Calhoun. And now we're seeing this rotation extending a little further east. So this is moving east now, east of Buc-ee's. I do want to point out that the rotation we were watching in Floyd County, where they did have that lightning strike, the rotation there has really weakened significantly. So as you can see, that tornado warning was allowed to expire. So Floyd County, you are no longer under a tornado warning. You can leave your safe space as far as a tornado is concerned. But we are seeing a tremendous amount of lightning. We're still seeing the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour damaging winds. You are still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that tornado warning in Rome County, that has been dropped. You are no longer under a tornado warning, but we are seeing a ton of lightning and thunder. And again, the emergency manager in Floyd County, in the city of Rome, reporting that a lightning strike has caused a power outage at the water facility in Floyd, in Rome, in the city of Rome. So I do think we'll see some issues with the water and possible boil water advisories. We'll keep you updated on that. Right now, the only warning we have, or at least the only warnings, because they're both in Gordon County, is for Gordon County. We have two separate warnings, as it looked like the tornadic portion of the storm, or whether it was another area along the storm that was rotating, shifted a little further south. Notice how much lightning we have with these storms. These are crazy loud storms. So this is going to wake you up as these storms approach your area and as they get closer and closer to the metro area. Tornado warning right now in Gordon County. This is for areas south of the city of Calhoun, near the Buc-ee's on I-75. Still watching a possible tornado. And let's put the rotation, there we go, on this and see if we see it. Still looks like it's just near Sonoraville, almost just north of Sonoraville. Now north and east of Buc-ee's. We're looking for that possible rotation. I almost have to step away a little bit to get my eyes to focus there. So yeah, let's do that. Near Cash Road Southeast, near Folsom Road Southeast. This is near Sonoraville High School, Wesley Chapel Road, Old Boone Ford Road, Mount Olive Church Road. And when I hear that, that tells me that we have an update or
severe
a new
thunderstorm warning coming.
Okay. Will not include Fulton County at this time, but there is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm going to read, this is until 12:30. And this is a huge chunk of our area, Patrick. So I'm going to read this as you get that new warning up. There it is. This is for Paulding County, Cherokee County, Cobb County, Floyd County, Gordon County, Polk County, Pickens County, and Bartow County. So again, a huge chunk of our viewing area is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for northwestern portions of metro Atlanta. This is for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. So certainly some damage with this storm as it approaches cities like Marietta, Canton, Cartersville, Dallas, Cedartown, Jasper, Kennesaw, Woodstock, Ackworth, Holly Springs, Adairsville, Rockmart, Hiram, Emerson, Ball Ground, Cave Spring, White. You are all included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is in 12:30 for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. So just shows how potent this storm system is. Thankfully, it's not a tornado warning. Thankfully, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. But 60-mile-an-hour winds with all the lightning we're seeing here and all of the rain we're seeing, we will probably see significant power outages. We're not seeing them yet, but we will, Patrick.
The lightning is as much of a story as the wind right now. We're getting new reports in that right now in the Menlo area, specifically 1474 Peach Orchard Road. We're talking about a tree on a power line that has caused a tree to catch on fire. And it looks like the fire department in Chattooga County right now is responding to trees on fire because of these downed trees. It's a mess out there.
I mean, look how much lightning we're seeing in Floyd County and then especially Gordon County. So lightning is a good indicator for us. It tells us the intensity of a thunderstorm, how strong a storm is. When you see the lightning blow up like that, it tells us how strong this storm is. Not only are we dealing with fires, lightning strikes, possible damage to homes with these lightning strikes, but also we're seeing really strong winds. So we're seeing a lot with these thunderstorms, even beyond the tornado threat. We're seeing very, very heavy rain. We're seeing a lot of lightning and possible rotation as well. This rotation is getting a little broader, Patrick. We're looking for it. And when you start, we're still seeing the red and the green, but notice how it's not tight. It's not touching and hugging each other. So that shows me that the rotation is broadening, except for maybe down here. Looks like that area right there. Go down here. So maybe that's where they're still seeing, this is where we're seeing some rotation. So again, it's almost like these tornadoes, the area of rotation is shifting to the far southern portion of the warned area. It's still fairly broad, but it's a little tighter here compared to areas north of that. But this is near Nally Road, Self Lake Road southeast. This is near Highway 411 northeast, near Fairmount. And again, possible rotation. We still have that tornado warning for Gordon County. If you are in Gordon County, especially southern portions of Gordon County, please stay in your safe spot until it's safe to come out, Patrick.
And I do think we're going to get a new tornado warning for Pickens and northern Cherokee County because of this. Because of that area that we were just talking about. In conversations with the National Weather Service, asking if they see the same thing we see, tightening of the circulation.
And it's getting brighter, Patrick.
And they agree. So we will likely have a new tornado warning within the next minute or two. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's really that area to the south of Fairmont where we're seeing this rotation start to push towards the east. South of Fairmont, let's see, that's along 411. Right now, that's headed towards Rio Mountain Loop southeast, also moving towards Towns End, Mount Pleasant Road northeast. This is along Highway 411 southeast. This is a circulation center that has continued to tighten. So we'll go back to a view that you're used to seeing. We're having conversations with the National Weather Service. They agree that they see this circulation, and we will likely see this warning be drawn within the next minute or two. So if you're in Pickens County, if you are in northern Cherokee County, you're going to want to act as if you're under a tornado warning now.
So heading in towards the Waleska area, towards Allatoona Lake, Lake Allatoona, heading towards Ball Ground, Nelson, Tate. Do not wait until a tornado warning is issued. You are downstream from a possible tornadic storm that is heading in your direction. Again, this is for Pickens County, Cherokee County. We are seeing rotation that is heading in your direction. And even if it is not a tornado, look at all of the lightning from this storm. And there it is. Looks like this new tornado warning is issued. As this pops up on the screen in real time, I'm going to read you all the information you need to know as this gets closer and closer to the metro. This is, again, a tornado warning. This does include northern Cherokee County, southeastern Gordon County. So we still have Gordon County in this new warning. We have southern Pickens County, and then we also have northeastern Bartow County. This is until 12:30. So Cherokee, Gordon, Pickens, Bartow until 12:30. We do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located over Funkhauser. We're about 14 miles west of Jasper, and you see it right there in the Fairmount area, and it is moving quickly, Patrick. This one's moving east at 50 miles an hour. This is radar indicated, and again, this is the Fairmount area. This is where we're seeing some rotation, and that is why you see that warning downstream, east of this warning. So near 411, Highway 411, south of Fairmount, this is where we are seeing a possible tornado on the ground and a brand new tornado warning until 12:30. Fairmount Elementary. If you are familiar, we try to zoom in and give you these landmarks so that you can get your bearings and know where you live in relation to these tornadoes, so that you know where to go, how to stay safe, and if you are in the path of this storm. If you live south of Fairmount Elementary, the city of Fairmount, this is just south of Fairmount, heading towards, it looks like Mountain Loop Southeast, heading towards, I'm looking for more roads here, Highway 411, heading towards Fairmount Highway Southeast.
Angel Road,
and this is moving east towards Angel Road. So if you are in this brand new tornado warning, this is a radar indicated tornado. Again, this is in effect for portions of Gordon, Bartow, Pickens, and Cherokee County until 12:30. And look at this, bam, bam, bam. We've got 3 tornado warnings in a row here as this continues to be extended to the east. If I call out your city name here, you need to get to your safe spot immediately. You are under a tornado warning. Not only that, we have drawn a track from the rotation east to track exactly where this tornado is going. So if you are in the path, if I list your name here, get to your safe spot immediately. You are under a tornado warning, heading towards Jasper at 12:11, Ball Ground at 12:15, Nelson at 12:15, Dawsonville at 12:31, Cumming at 12:35, the University of North Georgia. If you have students, friends, family, neighbors that attend the University of North Georgia, 12:41, Dahlonega, 12:41, East Forsyth High School, 12:42, Sugar Hill at 12:45, Buford at 12:46. You are under a tornado warning. This is radar indicated rotation, and this is heading east towards Cherokee County, Pickens County. We're also seeing a tremendous amount of lightning. We're seeing very heavy rain, and we're seeing the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. So certainly a very powerful thunderstorm approaching the metro area, part of a much greater system. In fact, much of northwestern portions of the metro area are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning right now for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. So unfortunately, I know we're going to see a lot of trees down, Patrick. We just always do. I know we're going to see a ton of lightning. We're already seeing a ton of lightning, but I think we're going to see some issues with some fires, and we're certainly going to see some issues with some trees coming down, knocking down power lines, trees coming down on homes. So you really need to hunker down through the rest of tonight. It is a first alert weather day until about 3 or 4 in the morning. That is when this threat of severe weather will come to an end. So possible rotation here. We're still seeing it. This is just south of the Fairmount area, heading towards Jasper, Tate, towards Waleska. This is northern Cherokee County, southern portions of Pickens County. And then that area of rotation still encompasses portions of Gordon County as well, moving east over Highway 411. This is going to cross near, or south of, I should say, Highway 53, near Talmadge, near Jerusalem, near Ludville, just south of that in the Fairmount area, where again, we are seeing some possible rotation that is radar indicated. As I step off here, I'm just seeing if we see anything else, and it does look like another potential area of rotation
right
east
here
of Sonoraville. So on the back end, so we're just seeing these areas of rotation pop up very quickly, Patrick. Very concerning.
They're very close to each other.
They are very close, yeah.
They're very close to each other. That's the thing that has been concerning with this. And with this setup, we knew that we'd have instability. We knew that we had damaging wind as a primary risk. We knew that was going to be the potential for some spin in the atmosphere. But this is crazy spin. Like, this is spin after spin in the same area. Storms just starting to rotate. And the National Weather Service doing their best to keep you informed of that spin. And it just keeps happening. And we're watching right now, area just to the east of Snorville. That's an area that already had a tornado warning earlier, like literally a few minutes ago. And now we're watching the same area that could be moving towards Fairmont that is starting to circulate as well as the circulation that is just to the east of Fairmont. So it is a bit of a very energetic area here. I was paying attention to our Gordon camera here. I don't know if you saw this shot earlier whenever we were here. What we have observed is that there have been a couple of emergency management vehicles that have passed through this intersection and turned to the right. So we're working to find out if there are any issues in this area. Obviously, you can see that it is still energetic. They've already had a tornado warning, and we're still dealing with some very aggressive storms in that area, still dealing with frequent lightning. And you can see that we're also continuing to monitor some circulation across parts of North Georgia. So some very active tornado warnings. I do want to zoom out turn everything back on just to give everybody their bearings here. And what we are tracking right now is one active tornado warning, or technically two, but they're essentially encompassing the same area. And that's going to be mainly for Gordon County, but it's going to include parts of the metro now sliding into Cherokee County, tracking into Pickens County. And this warning is set to expire at 12:30. So we are still tracking a very active environment here, not getting a lot of reports, but the reports that we're getting have been confirming a lot of the things that we're seeing on radar. So we'll switch to velocity because I do want to make sure that we're not missing any other rotating parts of this storm. We want to give you the first alert of any of these storms that could be rotating before we get any actual warnings. And our primary circulation is in the Fairmont area. We got two separate circulations, but essentially they're acting as one big parental unit here that's moving to the east. That's going to include those two counties we mentioned. Elsewhere, there's a lot of wind. We'll watch this stuff that's moving through southern Floyd County. Right now, only evidence of very, very broad rotation. Nothing that's looking overly aggressive in this region at the moment. Will likely stay that way, but we'll keep our eyes on it because these storms have a history of pulsing up and pulsing down. We can also dive into several other elements of these storms here, right? And what we are seeing is the potential for there to be some pockets of hail. The hail isn't overwhelming. We've seen quarter-size hail. We've seen golf ball-size hail in our area just within the last couple of months. This looks like it's going to be on the lower extent of the severe impacts as forecast. You know, that was the lowest risk we were concerned about. There is a crazy amount of lightning out there across the region, and we've already seen evidence of at least a tree being struck by lightning and catching on fire. And we're concerned about more of the same as we head through the next couple of hours. We're starting to get some reports of trees down across parts of North Georgia, and that leads to conversation about power outages. So we'll turn all of this off and dive into some of those power outages. And right now we're looking at relatively low numbers as far as power outages, but we'll keep an eye on it, expecting the greatest impacts right now to be north and west of the city of Atlanta, and that's where we're seeing some of those numbers start to come in. Right now, Fannin County, you have about 800 customers that are without power. Chattooga County, we're sitting at about 500 customers that are without power, and a little bit lower of a number down in Floyd County, where it's only down to 100. Interesting enough, out in Gwinnett County, which is far out ahead of the line of storms, we're dealing with about 200 power outages. So it'll be interesting to see how this advances over the course of the next couple of hours. Again, we do have some active tornado warnings that are in effect for at least portions of Pickens County, portions of Cherokee County, Bartow County, and Gordon County, and that warning is still set to expire in some time. We don't want to leave out this severe thunderstorm warning, so I'll track this out for folks that are inside of the areas that are not under a tornado watch or tornado warning at the moment. And this is moving at roughly 40 miles per hour to the south and east. So we'll move this a little bit and we'll draw a very elongated line and push that to the south and east at about 40 miles per hour, right? And if you're inside of portions of Cherokee County and you're getting this tracking, this is for the line of 60 miles per hour winds that are pushing into the area. It's going to arrive in Emerson at around 12:10. If you're in Rockmart, you got about, 5 minutes before this is in your neck of the woods. Canton, this will arrive just before 12:15. Holly Springs before 12:20. If you're in Woodstock, this will push into your area just before 12:30 and it'll arrive near Kennesaw State University at 12:30. Once again, 60 miles per hour wind, a wall of water, and a whole lot of electricity starting to push into those regions. The reason we're streaming right now, though, it's going to be for this tornado warning, and we're continuing to at least keep our eyes on this, Jen.
Yeah, and let's put on the wind velocity to try to spot these possible multiple areas of rotation, because that's something we've been seeing. We've had a tornado warning for a particular cell where you see some well-defined rotation, and then 5 miles away, 10 miles away, we start to see a whole other area of rotation. And then another 5, 10, 15 miles away, we see a whole other area of rotation. So, do you see something, Patrick? Oh, it's a power line. Okay. I thought Patrick, I just wanted to make sure, because earlier there were reports of a tornado going across a GDOT camera. So I just wanted to make sure if he saw something that we went to him. But to carry on my thought, so what we're doing is we're seeing multiple areas of rotation within these severe thunderstorms. And that is why what we're noticing is we'll get a polygon, a tornado warning polygon for one area, and then just south of it, we'll get another polygon, and then just catty corner to that one, we'll get another polygon, because these warnings are trying to be over every area that is seeing possible rotation. And unfortunately, we're seeing these storms rotate fairly quickly. I will say right now, I am scanning and I'm not seeing anything super concerning right now, but we're still under that tornado warning. But we've seen this time and time again where the rotation will become broad and it will be a little more ill-defined. And then we get another radar scan because the radar is constantly going around in circles, scanning the sky. And then although that rotation maybe went away for a scan or two, it will come right back. So we've seen that time and time again. So just because we get a radar scan or two where things are improving, we're going to stay with these storms here because, again, we're seeing very strong winds, very bright green here in the Fairmont area. Again, the possibility of 40, 50 mile an hour winds in the Fairmont area with very heavy rain and a ton of lightning. Each one of these little strikes you see are lightning strikes just within the last 10 minutes. So even in this frame you see right here, which is pretty zoomed into Gordon County, Cherokee, Pickens County, we had 184 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. So it just shows how electrical these storms are. So again, lightning going to be a big issue for the rest of tonight. Very heavy rain, a big issue, as well as these tornado warnings. And again, we can't stress this enough. If you are under a tornado warning, again, this is for portions of Pickens, Gordon, Cherokee County. If you are in a tornado warning, which is until 12:30, you need to get to your safe spot right now and stay there until the warning comes to an end. We've been watching this storm rotate. Right now, not seeing anything super concerning right now. But again, if you are north of Waleska, if you are in northern Cherokee County, if you are in Ball Grounds, Nelson along 575, you want to get to your safe spot until this warning comes to an end, right along this leading edge. And we talk about the colors often, and we talk about what we call the gradient. Basically, the change between the green rain, where it shows green, and the almost magenta dark red. When those colors are super close together, that tells us the winds are incredibly strong, damaging winds. So that's exactly what we're seeing along this leading edge, especially moving into the Cherokee County area. So these cities right here, not only are you under that tornado warning, but also the possibility of 60+ mile an hour winds and some of the strongest storms moving towards Nelson at 12:15, Ball Ground at 12:16, East Forsyth High School at 12:43, Oakwood at 12:52, Gainesville at 12:52, then heading towards Talmo at 1:04. Severe thunderstorms, 60 mile an hour winds, very heavy rain. We're seeing lots of lightning, but we're still seeing some areas of rotation as well. And this is getting closer and closer to the metro area. Started just after 9-10 p.m. in northwest Georgia, and we're starting to see this line of storms evolve, and it's going to continue to move to the south and east into the metro area. Now, it is expected to weaken a bit as it moves into the metro area, but still severe thunderstorms will be possible. This camera you are seeing right here, this is Floyd County and State Route 20. So we're looking at that camera there in Floyd County to see how things are looking, and we see lots of lightning in the distance, and we're seeing some blowing rain as well. Again, these storms are very strong, very electrical. Seeing some cars on the roadway late at night as well. It's very dark outside, and I think a lot of these drivers who should not be on the roads are going to encounter areas with power outages as well, where the traffic lights aren't working. Another issue, especially if you're driving through wooded areas. I think we're going to see some trees coming down. So it's just very dangerous to be out on the roads because of all of those reasons, but also it's very dark outside. You can't see very well. There's blinding rain. The windshield wipers can't keep up. And then what if there's a tree in the way or a power outage or the signals are not working? So those are all more reason to stay inside. Patrick?
Yeah, I've just been diving into radar, looking at these storms, and especially for this southern leg, I do think that we're going to be morphing towards more of a linear type event where we're going to be dealing with the potential for straight line winds. That does not mean that the risk for tornadoes is over. over. I just think that the succession of tornado warnings that we've seen, we won't see them as frequent as we head through the next couple of hours because it does look like at least the southern leg of this line is taking on a more linear feature. With that being said, the National Weather Service will start to gradually trim some counties out of this tornado watch. I know folks in Chattooga, you are glad, but you will be the first county trimmed out of this watch because you guys have had multiple rounds of warnings, but we'll be watching for those northwestern counties to gradually start to diminish. I think that at this point, we probably don't have to worry about many more counties being added to the tornado watch. Once again, that doesn't mean that the risk is zero. It's just that that risk is starting to gradually decrease as this line takes on a more linear form. Once again, we've seen these storms pulse. They have been pulsing since we've been watching. We've literally been babysitting radar since we walked in at 2 o'clock today. We've seen these storms pulse. We've watched how they behaved as they've marched from the west to the east. And so we can never say never, but once we get through the next hour or so, I do think that the risk for tornadoes will start to gradually start to come down.
Thankfully, yeah. And that's exactly what we were expecting the entire time. That's why when we've been throughout the week, we've been showing you that risk of severe weather was always highest in northwest Georgia. And we knew this line would weaken as it pushed through. But even in metro Atlanta, we still have a risk of severe weather. The tornado threat will start to diminish over the next hour or so as this line gets closer and closer to the metro. So we will be watching a diminishing tornado threat, but we're still watching for strong damaging winds. We're still watching for very heavy rain, some street ponding on the roads. We're seeing lots of lightning as well, and still watching some possible rotation. Again, we're still under 2 tornado warnings across portions of Cherokee County, across portions of Pickens County, across portions of Gordon County. You are still under a tornado warning. So we're still watching for any possible signs of rotation. I'm not seeing anything concerning right now, but again, we are watching this very closely because time and time again, we've seen that rotation and then it's diminished and then it's rotated, then it's diminished. So we will let you know when the coast is clear. If you are in these tornado warnings, Gordon County, Pickens County, through portions of Cherokee County, northeastern Bartow County, you need to stay in your safe spot until that tornado warning comes to an end. These storms are producing a tremendous amount of lightning. We're seeing very strong winds, especially right here pushing through Cherokee County, northern Cherokee County, through the Canton area. This is going to cross over 575. So I do think we'll see some significant tree damage, possibly some significant power outages as well, especially as this travels into the metro closer and closer to more highly populated areas. Obviously, more homes impacted, more people impacted, more power outages, more trees, or at least trees that can land on homes. So we'll start to see more of an impact that way as this gets closer and closer to the metro area. So we're seeing a little bit of pulsing once again. Notice the brighter the green, the stronger the winds. We're seeing the reds and the greens very close together. This is near Highway 411, just north of Cartersville in Bartow County. Again, some possible weak rotation that we'll be watching. And this is fairly weak, but again, even weak rotation, something we're going to watch very closely as this moves east. And even if this is not a tornado on the ground, we're seeing at least some broad circulation, which means that we are seeing some rotation, some in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we are seeing some rotation up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Usually it's a lot tighter if it's a confirmed tornado on the ground, but certainly we're at least seeing that possibility across the area. And this is when we look at our severe threats. Again, for shear, this tells us a tornado. We're looking for those reds, which is what we easily spotted earlier. And notice we're not picking up any red on our severe threats. So again, radar really not picking up on that rotation either. But it is picking up on some hail where you see those purples, possibly ½ an inch hail in diameter across portions of, as we see Gordon County, northern Cherokee County, through Bartow County, even portions of Floyd County, possibly seeing some hail, along with lots of lightning and very, very heavy rain. This whole area in yellow, that is all a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds that is moving into metro Atlanta. So this is pushing into Paulding County. This is moving into Cherokee County. This warning is until 12:30 at night. Again, for the possibility of strong damaging winds, we're seeing very heavy rain, blinding rain, and frequent lightning as well. And as this continues to move to the south and east into a highly populated area, or at least a more highly populated area, unfortunately, when that happens, we start to see bigger impacts, more people impacted, more damage reports. It's very late at night. Most people are asleep. So there's always a little bit of a lag. the damage has to happen, then someone has to call 911. The emergency managers, they get the damage report assessment. They send that to the National Weather Service, and then the National Weather Service sends it to us. So there's a little bit of a lag into how much damage we're going to see, but we've already had reports of numerous lightning strikes. We've had reports of trees down and impassable roads already, and the night is young. So this storm moving to the east towards Jasper, towards Canton. And Patrick, I know you just tracked that, but I was so busy
I stopped
talking.
it intentionally because I wanted you to see they canceled the tornado warning.
Okay,
That's
okay,
all.
okay. Thank you. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll retrack it.
I get off track a little bit, but yes. Good news is they did cancel that tornado warning. We were expecting that. Patrick and I, we are looking for rotation constantly. Even as we're talking about lightning and other things, we are watching for rotation, I promise. And if there is any rotation, we let you know right away. It's also important we tell you when things are weakening, which is exactly what we were seeing in Bartow, Cherokee County. So great news. That was set to expire at 12:30. They have canceled that tornado warning. So right now, no active tornado warnings across North Georgia. Whew. Feels good to say. I haven't said that in hours, so that feels good to say. Don't let your guard down yet, because we are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is approaching the metro area. This is heading into even areas not in the warned area. You are going to get this, I promise. You are at a minimum going to see strong winds, lots of lightning, and very heavy rain. So now we're going to track this for you. Heading towards Ackworth at 12:22, Holly Springs at 12:22, Sequoia High School at 12:25. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm moving in your area, not a tornado, but a severe thunderstorm. Heading towards Woodstock at 12:28, Kennesaw at 12:30, Kennesaw State University at 12:31, Dallas at 12:35, Mountain Park at 12:37, Milton at 12:38, then towards Cumming at 12:39. So thankfully, again, no active tornado warnings right now, but we're still dealing with very heavy rain, lots of lightning, and the possibility of strong damaging winds. Patrick?
Hey, Jennifer, so I was just chatting with a viewer who's telling me that the traffic lights are sideways near Cherokee High School. So I actually just spoke with my producer. I was like, can you get me a shot somewhere near Cherokee High School? And you can see that every couple of minutes, the wind kicks up a little bit and it starts blowing those cameras, those traffic lights around. Not quite the case right now, but watch. Just for a few minutes, you'll start to see it whipping. Something else you'll see in the distance, lightning flashes. So we're getting a lot of that. And this storm is gradually making its way through this region here. You can see that the conditions kind of going downhill with the wind starting to whip up a little bit, blowing so fast that the rain's actually kind of falling sideways a little bit. And then we got a lot of lightning flashes in the distance. So I think that this linear feature is going to be an issue for us as we head through the next couple of hours here. Cherokee County is getting a lot of calls right now about downed trees. We were worried about what would happen. Obviously, the tornado threat was top of mind. We knew that the damaging wind threat was actually higher. We'd see more areas be impacted by that. And we're starting to see these winds kick up, the rain move into more populated areas. And typically when that happens, we start to get faster reports. You know, a lot of those rural communities, they're sparsely populated and folks are actually inside. They're not going out and about 11, 12 o'clock at night. So we're not getting as many reports. But in the city, folks are out and about. And we're starting to see some of that in Cherokee County, losing power in some locations.
And the Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah.
So they have lost power at the Emergency Operations Center in Cherokee County. Let's check the power outages, Patrick, because there's always a little bit of a lag, but the fact that we're already losing power, again, at a place like the Cherokee County Emergency Operations Center, already losing power. We saw how strong the winds were along that gradient as we were showing that line of storms moving into Cherokee County. So yeah, it's not picking up quite yet. So we're going to check back with this here. It takes a little while to pick up on the power outages. It's not instant, but we are starting to see some significant, more significant in Floyd County, about 1,000 power outages. But again, the storm is just now starting to get into the metro. As we get these storms into the metro, we're going to see those numbers really start to come up. And in Cherokee County, they are getting reports of numerous trees down into the 911 operations center. So we're not picking up on those power outages yet, but we will. These storms right now moving through Cherokee County as we speak. Again, it's this leading edge. This leading edge, that is where the severe thunderstorm winds, the 60-mile-an-hour winds, are located as this system is pushing through the area. So I'm looking at, I just got a new alert, Patrick. Severe thunderstorm warning until 1 o'clock in the morning. And this is for another huge chunk of the area.
Into portions of Fulton County.
So here we go. I'm going to list these counties for us, Patrick, as you show it on the radar here. So I'm going to list a lot of counties, but these are all the counties in the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is for 60-mile-an-hour winds. This includes central Paulding County, Cherokee County, which you've already been in these warnings, DeKalb County, so you are now in this warning, Forsyth County, Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Dawson County, Hall County, Fulton County, Pickens County. So pretty much the rest of North Metro, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is until 1 o'clock in the morning. And this is, let's see, they are moving east at 50. So they're really picking up speed. Hail, possible hail in these storms. But more importantly, the reason this is severe is for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, Pat, look, I mean, this is basically all of Metro Atlanta under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Things are going to go downhill very quick in DeKalb County, in Forsyth County, in Fulton County, North Fulton County, in Cobb County, in Paulding County. This storm system approaching quickly, and it's moving at about 50 miles an hour. So we're going to track this, Patrick. Let's track this huge mammoth line of storms if we can. There's going to be a zillion cities in the path of this. Basically, everybody in Metro Atlanta, you are in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning here.
You said 40, Jen?
Yeah, 50. So we're going to track this for you, moving at 50. So this is heading towards Ackworth at 1224, Sequoia High School at 1227. And again, this is for damaging winds, so trees coming down. It's going to get really windy. You're probably already hearing the lightning if you're near the leading edge of this, but the winds are my biggest concern, the winds and the lightning. But heading towards Woodstock at 1228, Dallas at 1230, Kennesaw 1231, Kennesaw State University 1231, Mountain Park at 1235, Milton at 1236, Cumming at 1238, then towards Buchanan at 1239, Hiram at 1240. So Metro Atlanta, you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm warning.
I knew it. I was going to wait to get to it, but we got some stuff knocking on the doorstep out in West.
Let's do it.
In East Alabama, 2 rotation centers. They just warned one of them. This one that's just outside of Haralson County, we'll have to watch because that rotation is starting to spin just a little bit. It's not overwhelming, which is why it's not warned yet. But that area near Fruithurst is starting to rotate. And this is actually our viewing area. We have Cleveland County in Alabama. So if you're in Cleveland County, we actually have a tornado warning that is headed towards you. Right now, it's next door in Calhoun County. Once again, don't get thrown off by the hours and the time because in Alabama, they are an hour behind us, Central Standard Time. But once again, we're going to be watching this for the next hour as this is going to be knocking on the doorstep of folks in Calhoun County. And if you're in Haralson County, Bolo, for a warning of some sort as this cell that's just outside of the area is starting to intensify. It's starting to rotate. It could end up being a severe thunderstorm warning. It could be a tornado warning. You need to stay dialed in.
And I'm reading some damage reports as we look at radar here because they're starting to come in, and this always happens. You start getting all these reports. The fire department in Floyd County is responding to Big Texas Valley Road. This is near Huffaker, if I'm saying that correctly, for a possible lightning strike and subsequent field fire. So it looks like possibly lightning set a field on fire. Also, we are watching in Floyd County. This is in the city of Rome. They saw almost 2 inches of rain. So they almost saw 2 inches of rain with these storms. So the National Weather Service is going to issue a flash flood warning for southern parts of Floyd County, including the city of Rome. Again, we just got a lot of rain in a short period of time, still seeing some very heavy rain in Floyd County. So this is Floyd right here, the city of Rome, still seeing some heavy downpours in southern portions of Floyd County. So a flash flood warning is now being issued for southern portions of Floyd County. So not only are we dealing with all the other things we had in Floyd County, including the lightning strikes, the power outages, the trees down, the field fire, the lightning strike that caused power outages at the water facility in the city of Rome, but now also flash flooding is an issue as well for some areas that picked up almost 2 inches of rain. We are watching a tornado warning. This is in Alabama. Again, for Cleburne County, Randolph County may feel some impacts from that. We'll be watching that. And then eventually that will be moving into West Georgia. So we'll be watching Buchanan, Tallapoosa. We'll be watching Douglas County, Carroll County, Haralson County for possible impacts. The night is not over, friends. Unfortunately, we could see some additional tornado warnings as we head through the night.
You have anchor Joe Gorcho, who is actually traveling right now. I believe he's on Cartersville Road out in Bartow County. And I actually believe he's live. Joe, traveling along.
Yes, I can hear you, Patrick.
Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, right now, we just left Rome as we make our way towards Cartersville, so we're heading eastbound right now as we're moving across the state a little bit, across the counties. And as you can kind of see, make out a little bit on our camera here, it's a decent amount of rain. It's a little bit lighter actually going in this direction than it was in Rome. Still seeing some lightning. We certainly felt the wind when we actually got out of our car a little bit a while ago just to wipe off one of the cameras. It was pretty gusty just getting out of the car. You could feel the impact just stepping out like a foot outside the vehicle. We were actually under an awning at that particular point. So right now, it looks moderately safe where we're driving. You know, the conditions aren't too rough, and you can see there's cars across from us driving at this time. But certainly I would advise people, if you don't have to be in the road, stay off the road, because you really just don't know how slick the conditions are. Joshua's doing a great job driving us from location to location, being very safe on the roads right now as we're just moving ahead and just keeping an eye on conditions. But really, from our vantage point, because we've been very safe in our approach tonight covering these storms, you know, we've just seen trees kind of swaying back and forth and some heavy rains and some ponding in some areas, but we really have not been actively traveling around Floyd County, which we've been in for most of the evening tonight, you know, looking for damage at this time, just because of the severity of the conditions that we were looking at. And we're just giving you a small glimpse of what you can see on the road here right now. I mean, for us inside the car, you know, we're relatively safe, but for what we're doing, and we're just going to try to stay safe as we kind of look around the county and try to bring you guys as much as we can, as much as we can see, and give you, you know, eyes on the ground, so to speak, outside the studio right now.
Oops.
Here's Patrick.
Sorry
Patrick, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
so
just keeping an eye on that.
Yep, perfectly.
Yeah.
We're watching, sorry. So Patrick and I are literally in constant communication all the time, because we are looking for rotation all the time. Even outside of warned areas, we are looking for possible tornadoes. So we're watching this area. This is actually in
Cleburne.
Alabama.
Yeah.
So this is in Alabama, but we are seeing, so again, earlier, remember how we were trying to show you that rotation and we said it was really broad and ill-defined and it was weakening? This is a little better defined here when you have that red, that green, and again, it looks like they're hugging. That's the best analogy, almost like you're wrapping your arms with somebody else. So that's what we look for. So we are seeing some rotation with this storm here, and this is very close to the Georgia state line. So this is not a warned storm. We're seeing some rotation right now, but we'll be watching. And again, remember we talked earlier, if you've been with us throughout the night, we talk about lightning is a good indicator of the strength of a storm. When you see a ton of lightning, tells us it's a very strong thunderstorm. We're seeing some rotation as well. We're gonna watch this as it moves east into Georgia, because this will move into portions of Haralson County. This could possibly impact areas south of Cedartown and Polk County. And then if this holds together, possibly moving into Paulding County, Northern Carroll County, Douglas County as well. So we watch those areas downstream from any possible rotation. Notice just behind that storm, and again, all the lightning, right? That tells you, wow, here's another strong thunderstorm. This one is a tornado warning. So this one is tornadic. This one is a tornado warning, just on the heels of this storm. And again, we've seen this over and over and over again. We get rotation, then we get another area of rotation, and certainly we could see several more. Even though we currently have no active tornado warnings over our area, does not mean it's going to stay that way. Certainly some additional tornadoes will be possible.
Just a quick FYI, Jen, that cell that we were just watching in northern Cleburne County, within the last 30 seconds, the National Weather Service saying they see what we see. It's broad rotation, but it has been tightening over the last couple of radar scans. So they're going to continue to monitor this. It's going to be Cleburne County. Watch out for this storm. Haralson County, watch out for this storm. Regardless of what happens, you have an intensifying thunderstorm moving into your area that at any moment we could get either a severe thunderstorm warning on it, or we could get a tornado warning. So you'll want to be on the lookout for that as we head through the next couple of minutes here. And I'm just looking, we're starting to see that hail core increase. So I at least see the potential right now for them to at least, at the very minimum, issue this as a severe thunderstorm warning. We're keeping an eye on the rotation. It is continuing to advance. The last couple of radar scans has shown that it's at least there. It's something that we need to watch here. Here's that radar scan right now. It's over Piney Woods, just to the south of Mars Hill, just to the west of Bethel. Once again, no active warnings, but we are watching a rotating thunderstorm. If you're in Haralson County, this is the time of night where I would say take your phone, take your iPad. You got a couple minutes if you want to grab a Coke out of the refrigerator. Take that, grab that, and move to your safe space. This is a very calm, very chill situation. As long as you know where your safe space is, we're good. We'll watch out for this storm. The moment that anything changes, whether we get a warning on it or a special weather statement, we will bring that to you live right here, and we're streaming it right now on our news app and on our weather app. So you can take whatever device you have, whichever one has the most energy, the most juice on it. If you have one of those little Mophie power packs, take that with you. We'll walk you through this storm as it moves through your area. We'll be watching this for the next few minutes.
A caffeine-free Coke, right, Patrick?
It's
12:31.
We can use the caffeine.
It's 12:31. We need the caffeine-free, the water. It's time for bed once these storms pass. Hopefully you can get to bed once these storms pass. That's our goal. We don't want you up all night. Of course we don't. But we do have some nasty storms pushing through the metro area. Again, we are watching some possible rotation. It's still really broad, ill-defined. In Cleburne County, Alabama, if that is showing signs of intensification, we will let you know immediately. We're also watching this huge area of pouring down rain, and we are seeing severe winds within this line. We're seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds moving through metro Atlanta. This right now is pushing through northern Paulding County, through northern Cobb County, so Kennesaw, approaching 575, 75, approaching the outlet shops of Atlanta there along 575. You're going to see some very heavy rain, some gusty winds approaching Alpharetta, Johns Creek, approaching portions of...
A little concerned, Jen. We're starting to see a little bit of notching down there.
Okay. Oop. Here we go.
Just a little bit near Bethel. Still nothing from the National Weather Service. We're going to keep our eye on this, but noticing that broad rotation and then starting to see that little bit of a notch. This is not the perfect symbol of what we would look for on reflectivity, but it's just moving in that direction. And it's crossing the state line into Haralson County. If you're in Haralson County, Poplar Springs, Old Tallapoosa, near Haralson County High School, Tabernacle, Buchanan, you want to go ahead and get to your safe space now, because we're going to be watching this. This is a rotating thunderstorm, and how tight that rotation gets determine whether or not you get a warning. Go ahead and get to your safe space. I feel confident saying that now.
Yeah, definitely. And at a minimum, Patrick, even if this isn't a tornado, this is an incredibly strong thunderstorm. We're at a minimum seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds, so I think we'll see some trees down within this thunderstorm. We're seeing a crazy amount of lightning. It's very loud outside if you are in this thunderstorm. Very heavy, blinding rain as well, and even some possible small hail within it as it crosses the state line here from Alabama, Cleburne County into Haralson County. This is just north of Tallapoosa. We are seeing some broad rotation, some weak rotation, but we've seen that all night, and every time it started off weak, it ended up intensifying. So that's why we're watching this so closely. Still seeing that rotation. This is not giving up, Patrick. This storm is like, nope, not done yet. So this is right over the Piney Woods area, Mars Hill, Bethel. Again, it's fairly weak, but we are seeing at least some rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere. There is some rotating happening right now. It's just a matter of if that rotation is going to come down and reach the ground. So that's what we'll be watching for. Again, this is right along the Georgia state line. This dark line you see right here, this is Georgia, this is Alabama. So we're talking about Cleburne County, Alabama, into Haralson County, Georgia, possible tornado. And if it is a tornado, it's a weak tornado, possibly not on the ground, but we're at least seeing some signs of rotation on first alert radar. So we want to go ahead and track this for you here, because this is moving to the east fairly quickly, and this is moving towards Tallapoosa and Buchanan. So this is heading towards the Tallapoosa area at around 1242, Buchanan at 1247, Villa Rica at what, and let me check, because every time that has happened, it has been, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning. So I'll continue to track this, and we'll get that.
It's that one. It's that cell that we're tracking.
Okay, perfect. So they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. Do you know, as you have it open, does it say possible tornado tornado? Because a lot of times they'll issue where it's a severe thunderstorm warning and then it'll say tornado possible in the wording.
No, not right now.
No, okay, so we'll be watching for that. But this is heading towards Villa Rica. And again, this is the storm that has a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, literally as we're tracking it. Villa Rica 107, Dallas at 113, Hiram at 117, Douglasville at 118, Powder Springs at 122, Lithia Springs at 124, Clarkdale at 125, Austell at 126. So overnight, we're seeing these nasty storms rolling through. And I'm still seeing some pretty good circulation there, Patrick, literally crossing the Georgia state line here, heading towards Buchanan, heading towards Tallapoosa, Highway 27. If anything, it's almost becoming a little better defined than it was. So we'll be watching if this is strengthening, certainly seeing at least some rotation, fairly weak right now. And this is a little closer to the radar site. So
you see that it's hooking. I feel confident saying watch out. It's turning more into, you're getting more of that hook on the back end of this storm. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Listen, if you're in Haralson County, this is a severe thunderstorm warning cell, but treat this as a tornado warning and get to your safe space. This is going to be Joe Gorcho right now traveling. I can tell that they're not driving terribly fast, but you can see that rain is hitting them almost horizontally.
It is,
that rain is definitely coming down in that area. So the road's not a safe place. You know, Joe is very trained. I think he's with our photographer, Josh, if I'm not mistaken. He's with Josh Walker right now, and they are traveling. It looks like they're on Cartersville Road, Cartersville Highway.
Let me see this new warning.
In Bartow County. And listen, we are keeping an eye on all of this as things change here. It looks like we got some sort of alert. So every time we get a ding, we all go to our phones here.
And I think it's just it's resending that
that larger
that severe thunderstorm warning that we've been tracking in Haralson County, the Buchanan area. Again, possible rotation north of Tallapoosa. And we are seeing, Patrick, when you put the radar, because what we do is we look at the radar, which is the actual rain. This shows us the rain. And then we look at the rotation, the velocity, the wind direction. And it lines up pretty well with where that hook is forming. So and a tornado is trying to form right now. A tornado is trying its hardest to form right now and touch down. So that's why we're watching this area right here, because we're seeing multiple signs of strengthening. We're seeing multiple signs of possible rotation here. And again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning downwind as this moves into Haralson County, towards Tallapoosa, towards Buchanan. But we are seeing some rotation with this severe thunderstorm. And again, at a minimum, we're seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're seeing frequent lightning. We're seeing very heavy rain on top of a possible tornado, which could shortly develop, which is why we keep watching this. Patrick, let's check power outages again, because I know Cherokee County getting a lot of reports of trees down and power outages. So I want to see if they're starting to show up. And maybe they're not. But I know we're getting a lot of reports from the emergency managers, from the 911 call centers. And it looks like not yet. So maybe there's just a little bit bigger of a lag. But notice again, Northwest Georgia, where we had all of those storms. That's fine. We can keep it on this. We're starting to see those bigger impacts in Northwest Georgia, but we're starting to see those downwind here as all of this continues to move to the south and east. We're still watching this active tornado warning. This is in Alabama, but this is moving east. And all those storms we've seen so far in Alabama, they've crossed the state line as tornado warnings, and they stayed tornado warnings, or they quickly became tornado warnings. So we'll be watching even beyond that area of rotation that we're already watching in Haralson County. We will be watching just downwind from that, because there is another thunderstorm that is currently producing a tornado that will eventually move into Haralson County as well for, again, possible tornado warnings. But right now, Metro Atlanta just getting soaked. We're talking about really heavy rain, lots of lightning, strong damaging winds. This is weakening for the most part compared to where it was across northwestern Georgia. Not seeing as much lightning. You are in Alabama. If you look at, compare how much lightning there is in this storm. So I'm like, I'm moving right over it. Compare how much lightning we're seeing in this storm. This is the one that has a tornado warning associated with it. Then we've got this other storm we're watching in Haralson County, and again, possible tornado compared to what we're seeing in the metro. Vast difference in the amount of lightning. And again, that's a good indicator that these storms are weakening as they push through the metro area. But even as they weaken, strong damaging winds, we're seeing lots of lightning, very heavy rain as these continue to push through the metro area. If you are right now in Haralson County, if you are in Paulding County, Bartow County, Fulton County, I know it's getting very loud. You're probably hearing a lot of thunder as these storms continue to get closer and closer to your area. I'm going to briefly step off here and see if we're getting any reports. Looks like Polk County getting some reports of some water in yards. And again, when you get a lot of rain in a short period of time, that is something we tend to see. And we are looking, I'm just reading to see any updates, and it looks like mainly ponding on the roads. And what is this? This is a tornado watch. So it looks like they have extended the tornado watch. So I'm going to pull that up on Max 1. Oh, they've removed counties. That's what they've done. And they've added Cleburne County. So Cleburne County, I believe Cleburne was in it. They added Randolph County. I believe that is the change for Alabama. Looks like the rest of northern metro in the tornado watch, the counties remain the same, with the exception of far northwest Georgia has been removed from that tornado watch. Patrick, we're still watching this. This is right over Haralson County. We're still seeing some rotation. We've actually just reached out to the National Weather Service. We see some rotation here to see what they say, if this will be a tornado warning. Yeah. What they may be doing.
They added a tornado possible tag
onto the tag, which is what we were kind of thinking.
Yeah.
The other thing, possibly what they're doing right now, is you just saw that radar beam go across that scan. Maybe they're waiting for just 1 or 2 more scans to see, because what you do is you watch these scans and you look for intensification or weakening. So if maybe with 1 or 2 more scans this weekends, then maybe they can drop that, or at least not drop it, but they're not as concerned about making this a tornado warning. On the other hand, if in another scan or 2 we see some intensification, certainly I do expect this to be changed from a severe thunderstorm warning to possibly a tornado warning. Again, the rotation very visible here, even behind the lightning.
Sorry, now I went back because I wanted to take a look, because this is the cell that's just to the west of Cleburne County. Cleburne County, Alabama is our viewership. We mentioned about 30 minutes ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, that there was a tornado warning outside of Cleburne County. That cell still looks like it's rotating. It's to the south, pretty much passing between Weaver and Anniston right now. Still a solid rotation signature. You got some very, very bright colors there. The green's bright, the red's vibrant. So that's given us at least a decent rotation. It's been holding together. If you're in Cleburne County, the potential for there to be a tornado warning exists as we head through the next couple of hours. Looks like I'm speaking with folks in Pickens County, and it looks like a lot of folks actually there's a public shelter there, and a lot of folks have went there to find refuge. And as this line pushes through and the strongest part of it pushes out, we will start to see things improve and folks will get out on the road. Also getting some new reports of trees down in Cherokee County. We had multiple reports of that, and it looks like we have 2 houses with trees on them. One of them is Dana Drive at Millswood Road, and the other one's on Reinhardt College Parkway. So these winds that have been rolling through, we mentioned that there's been a severe thunderstorm warning for a large chunk of the metro, although Cherokee kind of had both. It had the severe thunderstorm warning and it had the tornado warning earlier. But these winds that are 60 miles per hour with heavy downpours saturating the grounds all muddy, a decent strong wind, it's knocking over trees, and that's causing some issues. We're not seeing that reflected in massive power outage right now, which is great news, but something that we'll continue to monitor as this line of storms continues to push through more populated areas. Wanted to give also some lead time here for folks. You still have a little bit of lead time if you're in Cleburne County to watch this storm. I actually have to switch to our Birmingham radar site because it's just a little bit further. You get a little bit clearer of a picture of that part of Alabama by switching to that website here. But what we are seeing is some very, very bright colors here that's going to be moving into the Cleburne area easily. Nearly 70 miles per hour winds in one direction and about 34 in another.
Like 100 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
Over 100.
We say the word gate to gate, that's for nerds, but essentially what it means, we're nerds. I mean, it's fine. You add these two numbers together and you get what we call gate to gate wind shear. It's basically a measure of how fast those winds are rotating. Winds in one direction, winds in the other, you combine them, that's the rotation. And we're talking about roughly 100 miles per hour winds possible right now with this cell as it's pushing to the east. Once again, we don't verify what those winds are. The National Weather Service sends a team out if there's damage, and they look at the different structural damage to determine how fast those winds are going. But just based off of that analysis, I would put that somewhere in the EF1 range if that verified. So something that we're going to continue to watch as this rotation signature gets closer and closer to our viewers in Cleveland County. At this hour, we have no active tornado warnings in our viewing area. Something of note, there is a flood warning in effect for portions of Floyd County. There is more rain on the way. That's in effect for another couple of hours here. We got 3 hours essentially with that, 2 hours, 45 minutes. So still some time to deal with that. Another round of rain moving through. It's not as aggressive. The bigger story for most of the metro is this line of storms that is producing 60 miles per hour winds, producing a lot of lightning and heavy downpours as well. We've seen the lightning cause what was reported as the potential brush fire out in, I believe it was Floyd County or Chattooga County. I think it was Floyd. But we've seen trees come down. We've seen trees catch on fire. We now have reports of 2 trees on homes. And this is only moving into a more populated area where there's more trees, more people, more homes. So we'll watch how this unfolds as we head through the next couple of hours.
And looks like brand new information coming in that the National Weather Service, they are watching that storm that's entering Haralson County. Again, then one we've been watching very closely. Damaging straight line winds. That's what the National Weather Service is most concerned with. But of course, a brief isolated tornado or two still possible. So the tornado watch, as of now, looks like it will not be extended further south, just because as of now, it looks like this will be primarily more of a severe thunderstorm event as opposed to a tornado event, but certainly something we'll be watching for. Also, some of these counties in the severe thunderstorm warning will be cleared shortly. So again, this big yellow polygon, that is the severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're going to start clearing some of the northern edge of this once that strongest part of the storm continues to move to the south and east. Remember, it's this leading edge. That is where the severe weather threat is located. It's along the leading edge. That's where we have the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. Behind this, although we're still seeing some rain behind this main line across northern Cherokee County, Gilmer County, Pickens County, Gordon County, Bartow, this area now in the clear from severe weather. And again, promising news that it does not look like the tornado watch will be extended, because the National Weather Service now starting to transition into more of a severe thunderstorm warning event as opposed to a tornado event. With that said, we still have a tornado warning in Anniston, Alabama. And we still have some broad rotation in Haralson County. This is for now a severe thunderstorm warning. But if that tightens up, that could quickly transition into a tornado warning. So we'll be watching very closely for that. But optimistic here that things will be improving as we see more of a severe thunderstorm threat as opposed to a tornado threat, which again, that's still severe thunderstorms and we still have 60-mile-an-hour winds. But we'd much rather have severe thunderstorm warnings as opposed to tornado warnings over our area. Still seeing a little bit of rotation out there, Patrick, in the Buchanan area. I will say not super impressive. And I think that's what's happening here is it's in the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's not super strong, but we're still definitely seeing some rotation. So certainly a tornado will be possible from this storm system. And that is why we have that severe thunderstorm warning in place with the wording saying possible tornadoes. So definitely a tornado will be possible. This area in Weaver, Alabama, Anniston, Alabama, this is where we do have an active tornado warning right now. And this eventually will be making its way into Georgia. So we'll be watching if this maintains its strength, possibly moving in after 1 o'clock in the morning or so. Right now it's 12:49.
It's Cleveland County.
Yeah. So Central Time.
Yeah.
12:10 Central Time, 1:10 Eastern Time as it moves into Cleburne County. So we'll be watching as this moves into Cleburne for a possible tornado warning in Cleburne County, especially when we're looking at this. See, this is what a well-defined circulation looks like. So when you look at this compared to what we just showed you in Haralson County, you can see the difference, how compact this is, how bright this is, how well-defined this is. It's very easy to spot. Even an untrained eye can spot this pretty easily. And this, again, this is probably an EF0, EF1 tornado, possibly with 75, 80 mile an hour winds, but certainly a possible tornado on the ground, which is why we do have that tornado warning in Alabama. And we'll be watching this as it moves into Cleburne County. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, that this weekend before it makes its way into that area. But if that tornado warning is extended, we will let you know. Rest of Metro Atlanta, very heavy rain. We're seeing lots of lightning, very strong winds, possibly 60 mile an hour winds. But this line overall will continue to weaken as it continues to move to the south and east into the metro area. Still going to see some additional trees coming down, some power lines coming down. Obviously, the road's incredibly dangerous, especially as this makes its way into the metro area. And this is now on the heels of Metro Atlanta. And a ding, Patrick, we all know what these dings are. So let's see. It looks like severe thunderstorm warning. And as you pull that up, I'm going to read. This one is until 1:30 in the morning.
It's a redraw.
Okay, so they've kind of edited it. So as you can see in real time, see how the radar is moving. Yeah, so they extended it further to the south and east. So this now extends into Buckhead. This extends into I-75. This extends to Georgia 400, I-85, the east wall of 285. So this is for Bartow County, or Barrow County, I should say, DeKalb County, Forsyth, Cobb, which a lot of these counties were already in the warning, but it has been extended further to the south and east and until 1:30. This does include Banks County, Hall County, Jackson County, and more of Fulton County. And again, this is for the possibility of 60 mile an hour winds and penny-sized hail. We haven't seen a lot of hail with these storms, but this particular warning, penny-sized hail a threat, but the bigger issue is going to be those 60 mile an hour winds. This is moving east at 45 miles an hour. So let's track this one. Patrick, I know this is going to have a zillion cities in the path of this storm, but again, it's the leading edge. That is where those 60 mile an hour winds are possible as this moves to the south and east at about 45 miles an hour. So this is approaching Lawrenceville. This is approaching Jefferson. This is approaching Grayson. So these are the areas in the path of the storm. And again, we're starting to get into those super highly populated areas with a lot of trees, a lot of people. So moving into Austell right now, Johns Creek, the strongest winds approaching your area in minutes here at 12:54, Lithia Springs 12:55, Flowery Branch at 12:56, Oakwood at 12:56, Buford at 12:56, Sugar Hill also at 12:56, so is Mableton, Peachtree Corners at 12:57, Swanee at 12:58. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, possibility of 60 mile an hour winds. We've already had numerous reports of lightning strikes, lightning fires, power outages, trees down, impassable roads. These are all things we've seen so far tonight. And now as this continues to get extended and goes to a more highly populated area, we are going to see more impacts, especially over areas with a big tree canopy like Buckhead, city in a forest, the city of Atlanta. We've got these large, beautiful oak trees encompassing much of the city. You get a lot of rain in a short period of time. You get these 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and certainly that's when you see some of these trees coming down. Now, we're starting to see these power outages come in, a little bit of a lag, but we're starting to see some power outages. I really think Cherokee County, especially just by judging on the linear form of that line as it moved through, the strength of that storm, this is going to multiply fairly quickly. But right now we've got 2,500 customers without power in Cherokee County, 1,000 customers without power in Bartow County. As we take you into Floyd County, more than 1,000 people without power. And honestly, this is not that much compared to the storm that moved through the area. I'm really surprised these numbers aren't higher. But again, Patrick, I think they're just going to go up as we head through the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we got some good news, though.
Yes.
It looks like they're continuing that tornado warning as a severe thunderstorm warning, if I'm not mistaken,
into
for portions of Cleburne County. That looks like so they're not keeping that as a tornado warning, but those winds are whipping, right? We're getting some estimates of upwards of 60 miles per hour at times with this line of storms that's moving in. And we can query some of that with first alert radar. Yeah, we're getting upwards of 60 miles per hour just to the east of Anniston. That's pushing into the Heflin area. So no wonder this is being extended. There is still some broad rotation inside of here, so I would not completely let my guard down. The lesson for tonight has been that these storms have the ability to pulse, essentially. We can see that rotation kind of weaken a little bit, and then we see moments where it gets tightened back, and that warning gets redrawn as a severe. So for now, hunker down as this line of storms moves through the area. Heavy rains pushing through with it, and we got some wind that is whipping, and we've seen the lightning be an issue with some of these storms earlier this evening. We've had multiple reports of lightning strikes to trees. I believe that we had a brush fire that was started because of lightning after some showers and storms that rolled through. So that just lets you know the power of Mother Nature here. But we're also looking at trees that have come down across a large chunk of the area. And that's a concern for us as these storms push through Cleveland County. I believe that this is moving at about 35 miles per hour to the east. So we'll track this because it is going to be heading into Georgia over the course of the next few minutes here. 35 miles per hour to the east, takes it into the Heflin area at midnight Central Standard Time. That's in 4 minutes. You can see the numbers switch from 12 to 1. That's only because it goes across the state line. It's going to arrive in Fruithurst in less than 10 minutes. Tallapoosa, this is going to arrive at around 1:20. So if you're in Tallapoosa, you still have some decent lead time here. We're talking about 25 minutes or so before those winds that are roughly 60 miles per hour start to come and knock on your doorstep. You're going to see the lightning off in the distance to the west, and you'll see the rain, which is already starting to move in. This is lighter in nature. The stronger storm is off to the west. It's in the distance, and it'll be moving into the Waco area at around 1:35. And if you're in Mount Zion, this will arrive in your neck of the woods at around 1:40. Once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for 60 miles per hour wind gusts. That is radar estimate, and we're seeing some of that on first alert radar. As bad as that sounds, that is an improvement from what we were tracking just about 10 minutes ago, where we had some very, very tight rotation that was prompting a tornado warning for folks just to the west of you in portions of Anniston and in Jackson. So we're winning there. Elsewhere across the region, the story is severe thunderstorm warning. We told you about maybe 40 minutes ago or so that we expected this to primarily continue as a linear feature. We primarily expected severe thunderstorm winds to be the primary focus of the evening. We also mentioned that an isolated tornado is still possible as we head through the next couple of hours, but you're going to see way more severe thunderstorm warnings than tornado warnings now, which is a shift from where this night started, because at 10 o'clock, it was off to the races with tornado warnings. One of those was confirmed as it was moving through portions of northwest Georgia, but continued as just a regular tornado warning as it moved to the east. Lots of rain. If we're not mentioning your communities, which I know happens a lot in these type of events, you're probably wondering, like, what's going on? We had lightning, we got rain, we have wind. All of those things are below severe limits in places like Rabun County, looking at folks in White County, Lumpkin County, even in the portions of Habersham County. You are included in the area where we got thunderstorm activity, but it's just not the severe impact. It's not the 60 winds. It's not the large hail, and it's not rotation. So we have no tornadoes to report in that area. We're still watching this severe thunderstorm warning that extends through portions of Forsyth County, Cherokee County, portions of Fulton County, as well as DeKalb, Gwinnett County, Hall County, into Barrow and Jackson counties. And it actually trails off into Douglas County and Cobb County right now. We're going to be dealing with some iteration of this at least until 1:30. So we still have another 30 minutes or so where we're going to be watching these strong damaging winds push through the area. It's starting to move through places like Marietta, Smyrna. I don't know if we can take a shot of the baseball field, Truist Park, or not, but we're working on getting that shot. But there's probably going to be some decent lightning in that area, and that is stretching all the way towards Dallas. We do have one active flood warning, and that is in Floyd County. Looks like we have that image. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, so got the lightning in the background. The rain isn't terrible right now. This part of the storm doesn't look as impressive as it looked earlier today, but for sure we'll see those lightning strikes every couple of minutes as this storm moves through the area. So severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for a lot of folks, and that's going to be our primary focus. We're still watching this Haralson County storm. It is not looking as impressive. If you saw earlier, whenever we were talking about the potential for this to rotate, one thing that we looked at on this imagery was that hooking that we kind of point out where things were kind of trying to notch. That's one of the indications that we look for on this portion of reflectivity. Whenever we switch to velocity, we look to see if we're getting that bright contrast, and we're still dealing with a little bit of a couplet there, but it's weak. It's going to be the broader rotation at any time that can tighten, so we can't stop watching it. We'll keep talking about it until things change with that particular part of the storm. But at this moment, no concerns for an active tornado warning in that area. And then this cell that was moving into Cleveland County right now, not looking as impressive as it looked when it was just to the west, not seeing as tight of a rotation signature, but we are definitely still picking up on some pretty strong winds. Jen?
Yeah, and what I want to do is I actually want to switch to Max 1 briefly because I want to show everyone how long this will continue. So the storm's right now moving through the northwestern suburbs into the metro area. And I'm going to advance this here hour by hour as we approach the 2 o'clock hour. Again, notice weakening. So this will continue to weaken as it moves to the southeast, but moving into the heart of Atlanta around 2 o'clock, moving into Midtown, moving into the Grady Curve. The airport will start to feel the impacts there. Then as we continue into the 3 o'clock hour, again, moving through metro Atlanta, 4 o'clock now south and east of Atlanta. And then as we head into about 5 in the morning, with the exception of a few areas of rain, this will be out of here. So by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, this will mostly be over and done with as this storm system continues to push to the south and east. And it looks like we got a brand new warning. So if we can actually go back to Barron, and we'll get this pulled up for you because I want to show you this brand new warning as I'm pulling up the latest here and switching sources for you. And it looks like it might just be a redraw again.
So it's basically, yeah, they extended the warning that we were watching for rotation in Haralson County. They pushed it eastward. So now it's including
Carroll and Douglas. So it's Paulding, Haralson, Carroll, and Douglas until 1:45. And this time for quarter-sized hail. And again, we haven't really seen much hail with these storms, but this is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So brand new warning. This is just issued. Again, it's the one we were watching that had possible rotation. And now they have extended it to include more counties. So now it does include Paulding, Haralson, Carroll, and Douglas counties until 1:45 for the possibility of hail and strong damaging winds. So it's this yellow box you see here as this moves to the east towards Villa Rica, almost staying just linear, just north of I-20, moving into Douglas County. So again, strong damaging winds possible. That's really going to be the greatest threat from these storms. Strong damaging winds, some fairly large hail as this gets more and more into the heart of metro Atlanta. Again, very heavy rain. We're seeing lots of lightning as well, especially these storms moving in from the Alabama border, approaching the Villa Rica area. I-20, blinding rain is approaching your area. Powder Springs, very heavy rain. Smyrna as well. And I'm sure some of these cameras, we have weather cameras all across the metro, and especially the northern metro. So we saw Truist Park, but if we want to pull up the top end of the perimeter, 285 at Georgia 400, I'm sure lighting up there with the lightning, the thunder, the heavy rain, and there it is right now. So this is the top end of the perimeter. This is near Northside Hospital, near the King and Queen building, right there by the Perimeter Mall. There's a Costco right there where all that construction was happening for what seemed like forever. And I'm holding onto this shot longer because I want to see some lightning, some thunder. And we're not seeing anything right now, but I promise we are seeing a lot of lightning and thunder. Very heavy rain as well over the area. Let's see the Midtown camera. Can we pull up the Midtown camera? That's the one. So this is the one at the aquarium. So this is in downtown Atlanta, the aquarium. Again, things looking okay right now, but these storms are approaching. Right now, they're in the northern metro. So we're seeing those storms in Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, Cobb County. That's where really the heaviest rain is located. It's also dark outside. It's after 1 in the morning, so it's a little harder to visually see. If it was daylight, you would be seeing those raindrops. You'd be seeing things a little clearer on these cameras, but certainly this camera will look very different. Give it another, I'd say, 15 minutes, Patrick, 20, this camera will look very, very different.
Yep.
And I think visibility will be virtually zero as these severe thunderstorms move into the area. In fact, Midtown, downtown Atlanta, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. So although things looking good right now, we are going to see the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds and some hail as the storm system moves closer and closer into the metro area. Tracking this brand new warning that we have for you, this is heading towards Douglasville at 139, Powder Springs at 142, heading towards Lithia Springs at 144, Clarkdale at 145, Austell at 146, then towards Mableton at 152. These storms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. Unfortunately, I do think we're going to see some trees coming down on homes. We see it every time we get these strong storm systems moving through the metro, especially when they're accompanied with very heavy blinding rain, which is exactly what we're seeing across the metro area. And this is starting to move into the heart of the metro area. Zooming on in, you can see, again, and we talk about it's that leading edge where we have the strongest winds, and that's happening right there at the top end of the perimeter, the top end of 285. So Johns Creek moving through Alpharetta, Roswell, Sandy Springs, very heavy blinding rain. And this is moving into Buckhead. This is going to move into Atlanta, Midtown Atlanta, the Grady Curve. This is going to eventually make its way into the airport. These are the kind of storms that will cause flight delays, but it's 1 a.m. So I don't think there are a lot of flights taking off and landing at Hartsfield Jackson, but this is the kind of storm system that does cause those flight issues and those flight delays and those ground stops. But thankfully, because of the time we're at, I don't think we're going to see much of an impact with that. I do think we still have a lot of international flights that come in at this time, and we probably still have some delayed flights that haven't left yet that are hoping to leave. So maybe some air travel impacted, but most of you, that is not an issue this late in the evening. Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, Georgia 400, blinding rain right now on Georgia 400. I-75 through Cobb County, approaching the Cobb Cloverleaf, blinding rain right now with gusty winds. If you drive a high-profile vehicle, an SUV, it's the kind of winds where it almost tugs at your steering wheel. Very dangerous to be driving in these conditions, especially because I'm expecting some additional trees coming down. I-20, you are really feeling those winds pick up. So right before that main line moves in, it's when you really start to notice those winds picking up. So along I-20, especially where that severe thunderstorm warning is located, near Douglasville, Douglas County, moving into Haralson County, very strong winds approaching your area. And again, as this inches closer and closer to the heart of Atlanta, we're going to feel some big impacts here. We are in Midtown right now. We are very close to Georgia Tech. We are very close to Atlantic Station. So if you're familiar with that area, that is where we are located. So we haven't even felt it yet. We're not even there yet in Midtown, downtown Buckhead, but things are going to go downhill quickly as this approaches. This is a welcome sight. Not that I want to see hail, but earlier when we were showing you the severe threats, we were seeing shear. Shear basically means rotation. We're not seeing any rotation right now, so that is very promising. I'm not really necessarily worried right now anyways about any rotating thunderstorms or any possible tornadoes. Again, this is transitioning as the system weakens from a tornado event to a severe thunderstorm warning event and to a wind event, lightning event, rain event. That's what we're seeing right now. And as that's happening, these power outages will start to increase. Even though we're not seeing them quite yet, we are starting to see those numbers come up a little bit. About 2,500 customers without power in Cherokee County, Bartow County about 1,000, Gordon County about 700, Floyd County about 1,500. So again, not super impressive, especially compared to numbers we've seen in the past, but something we will be watching closely. Patrick, as this approaches the heart of Atlanta, I do expect those impacts to increase, and it's going to start to impact more people as we start to get closer and closer to downtown.
Yeah, absolutely. Our concern, whenever you have severe storms, all this wind, all this rain, it starts to knock trees down. We know what that looks like. We've seen that happen. So that's our primary concern. As we've been mentioning for the last hour or so, we've been kind of shifting our focus. If you were with us at 10 o'clock when we first started this stream, we pretty much had a wall of tornado warnings that were knocking on our doorstep, right? We had one that was activated, another one that was likely to be activated, that was, and then another one that was likely to be activated, that was. And then they just kept firing off. Now we're seeing this unfold as a linear situation, a line of strong winds along the leading edge of this system. And if you were with us all week, we issued the first alert weather day. Of course, the risk for severe storms started to increase over the last 24 to 36 hours, but the wind was always something that we knew would be more widespread than the potential for there to be tornadoes. And we're starting to see that because we had several counties that had multiple tornado warnings, and now we got a bunch of counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. More folks right now being impacted by severe thunderstorm warnings than we saw earlier this evening. And the National Weather Service has trimmed the map a little bit. They allowed the original severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for portions of Cherokee, Bartow counties, as well as Forsyth County. That original warning was allowed to expire. We still have portions of Forsyth, portions of Fulton, portions of Cobb County, as well as DeKalb and Fulton, Gwinnett into Hall County, and parts of Barrow-Jackson under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1:30. So we still have about another 20 minutes with this active warning right now. I can be quite frank and see that some of the winds are not quite as impressive as they were earlier with this line of storms, but we still have some pretty aggressive winds. And we can kind of dive into radar, right, and query some of those winds. And in essence, most of them are probably around 40 to 60 miles per hour. I just saw the shade darken a little bit, so the winds have probably decreased a little bit. So it's a lot of 35, 40-ish miles per hour winds on this. So I will not be surprised if the National Weather Service starts to shift at least how this warning looks whenever they redraw that polygon. And it looks like they just did, because it looks like they dropped that large area that I just dove into. I was querying those winds. I didn't get anything more than 40 miles per hour. And it looks like all of those counties that were included in that warning, Cherokee, Cobb, Fulton, you're all removed from that warning. So right now we only have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings for our area. That's going to include portions of Haralson County, as well as Paulding County, portions of Carroll County, and portions of Douglas County. But over the course of the last 10 seconds, it does appear that they redrew the polygon that was issued for Cleburne County, Alabama. And now that has been including more parts of Carroll County. So if you're in Carroll County and you hadn't seen anything go downhill yet, and you're just to the south of Tallapoosa, north of Carrollton, you're now kind of included in that new severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire at around 2 a.m. So the beauty of this event right now is that we have no active tornado warnings in our area. Unfortunately, we still have some very active severe thunderstorms. The strongest one right now exiting Haralson County. We can kind of dive into the threats. It's mainly a wind threat here. There is some small hail, but our primary concern is going to be the wind, and we can try to query some of those wind speeds, and we'll get something that's going to be upwards of what we saw earlier, likely in some parts of this storm. It's moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. It doesn't look like it's quite moving that fast anymore, but we'll track it out eastward, not looking as nice as it looked a few minutes ago. And we'll go with 45 because I do think it's moving a little bit slower than it looks. And that's going to put it in the Hiram area at around 123. So pushing into Hiram in about 10 minutes, moving into Douglasville, Clarkdale, Lithia Springs around 130. Yeah, I heard my producer kind of get a little shook for a moment. She said, ooh. But yeah, 130 into the Austell areas, moving into Ansley Park at 150, Buckhead 150, and Morningside closer to 151. We are in Midtown, right? West Midtown, technically. And we're starting to see the rain start to creep into Midtown. It's real light right now in the city, but we are picking up on some lightning off to the north and west, no doubt. That's going to be where we started to hear that rumble from.
Yeah, I think it's time. Let's take some cameras because thankfully the severe threat, not severe, I should say, in Metro Atlanta. They have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning. In order for a thunderstorm to be considered severe, it has to meet certain parameters. It has to have winds of 58 miles an hour or stronger. Hail has to be a certain size and diameter. And we are not getting any of that in Metro Atlanta, which is why they have dropped that severe thunderstorm warning. With that said, yes, the storm in Atlanta right now, in Midtown, in Buckhead, in Alpharetta, in Douglas County is not severe, but it is strong. We're still seeing the possibility of 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. We're still seeing the possibility of pea-sized hail, and we're still seeing a ton of lightning with these storms. So we're going to show you different cameras. This is Cobb County right now at Truist Park. You can see how electrical this storm is. And honestly, Cobb County, you're in the middle of it right now, but the worst of it has already moved through Truist Park. So things are improving in Marietta and in Cobb County in the Vinings area, but still a lot of lightning there. This is the top end of the perimeter. Again, things are improving at the top end of the perimeter. If you stay there long enough, you'll see some lightning in the distance. But we are still seeing some very heavy rain there at the top end of the perimeter at Georgia 400 and 285. Let's go downtown or midtown, because I think that's where really we're going to start to see things pick up. So airport, remember what this looks like, because this is perfect right now at the airport. That's because the rain has not reached College Park and the south side of Atlanta and the airport quite yet. So right now, the airport looks great. But as we take you closer into the city, this is the Georgia Aquarium right there near World of Coke. We do have the rain, the lightning, very heavy rain. And this is what it looks like right now in our first alert road tracker. And you just said, so where is this traveling? So this is 75 South, just past Kennesaw State University. So again, very heavy rain traveling on the roads. We're seeing a lot of cars out there, certainly not what we want to see during blinding rain and gusty winds. But this is what the roads are looking like right now as things continue to move through the metro. Tons of lightning on that shot as well. Right now, the only severe thunderstorm warnings we have are for Douglas County, Paulding County, portions of Carroll County, Haralson County. It's these yellow polygons. And honestly, this one is still pretty feisty, Patrick. This is in Paulding County, moving through, eventually going to move into Douglas County. But this one still has that severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. So again, we talked about in order for a thunderstorm to be severe, it has to have winds of 58 miles an hour. It has to have hail of a certain diameter. So these are still severe on radar. They're very easy to see, lots of lightning. That's a good indicator how strong this thunderstorm is. But we are seeing a ton of lightning with this storm as it continues to move to the east. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:45 in the morning. It does include Douglas County, or at least northwestern portions of Douglas County, possibly some pea-sized hail with this thunderstorm as well. Because when you start to see those pinks on the radar, usually that's a good indicator, at least of some small hail moving through the area, but also getting very loud. Here, again, we're in Midtown. We're very close to Georgia Tech. We're very close to Atlantic Station, IKEA, if you're familiar with that area, and we're starting to hear it. So we have a very large cement building. So imagine in a home how loud that rain is, how loud that thunder is. Because if we can hear it pretty clearly, I should say, in our studios here in Midtown, certainly a good indicator of what it sounds like for you at home. And again, we've been talking about these cameras, how things are going to go downhill. That's exactly what we're seeing right now in Midtown Atlanta. Very heavy rain moving through Midtown right now. Blinding rain. We're seeing lots of lightning. Again, this storm right now in Midtown is not severe, but it is producing some very heavy rain. This is another vantage point. This is actually on top of our building on 14th Street here in Midtown. And again, notice the trees are swaying. Notice very heavy rain. We're seeing lots of lightning as well. But again, these storms are no longer severe, at least the ones in Midtown, downtown, Buckhead. Those are no longer severe, but they're still producing 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, possibly 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Can't rule out some small hail, and we are still seeing a lot of lightning as this moves through the city. I will point out that models have been pretty spot on, Patrick. I mean, we've been first alerting this event all week, and we knew this was a late night, overnight event. We knew this highest risk of severe weather was in Northwest Georgia, and it's almost panning out exactly as forecast with the tornado threat in Northwest Georgia, multiple tornado warnings, multiple areas of rotation. And then as this has progressed through the metro area, how it's gradually weakening. So that's exactly what we were expecting. The timing has been spot on as well. Again, after about 4 in the morning, already 1:17 now. After 4 in the morning, that threat of severe weather will be over and done with. By 5 a.m., with the exception of a couple areas of rain south and east of the city, it will be dry for your morning commute, or at least no active rain for the morning commute. Keep in mind, the roads will still be wet as the kids head to the bus stop. They're still going to have some wet pavement, some puddles, some ponding on the roads. But as far as any issues with additional rain, that will be over. And tomorrow will be dry. You'll notice it won't be as hot. We'll see lower humidity. Overall, improving weather all the way around. But yeah, this is Joe Gorcho. He's coming back from Floyd County. He was in Floyd County in the city of Rome when there was a tornado warning. So Joe, exactly where he needed to be there, seeing the impacts there in Floyd County. He is on his way home to his family and his beautiful twins, and he is driving through Cherokee County right now, and his dog, and his 2 dogs and his cat. So he hears us, right? Right, Joe? So Joe, tell us what it's like right now in First Alert Tracker. How are the road conditions where you are right now?
I mean, it's getting more difficult. I think you can tell with our camera, perhaps. Let me switch angles here to our other camera, see if it makes it easier to see how difficult the visibility is. I think this camera angle gives us a better look, right? But it's a lot more difficult. We've had to drop our speed probably by 15 to 20 miles per hour over this last couple mile stretch. We're about a couple minutes north of Marietta as we're moving south. Right now, getting closer to the station. But you're seeing the lightning strikes. You're just over and over. It's like a lightning show here for us on the drive down, even hearing some thunder as well. But I'm relatively surprised by the amount of traffic, amount of cars on the road and trucks. Perhaps they thought the weather was lightening up a bit, right, so they could be on the road. But as you can tell, visibility is fairly poor right now for us, and I don't know how much we can see, maybe a car or two ahead right now with how hard it's coming down. Feels like it's coming sideways, and then almost feels like it's coming underneath the ground too. Yeah, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's coming from all over right now. That's how intense the rain is getting as we move farther and farther south, getting closer to downtown Atlanta and Midtown.
Yeah, and the rain here in Midtown where we're located, it is pouring. I mean, this is heavy, heavy stuff. So you're driving through it right now. Please be safe, Joe. Thank you for all your hard work tonight. Thank you for going to Floyd County during that tornado warning. Really appreciate all of your live reports. And now that storm system moving into Midtown, moving into Atlanta, moving into I-20. So this is where I-20, the Grady curve right there, where that heavy rain is moving in. The darker the colors, the closer you are to red and even this magenta color, that tells us some very heavy rain, possibly some pea-sized hail as well. This is starting to move into I-20, and now it's going to cross south of I-20. The strongest winds are going to be on the leading edge of that rain. And we look a lot at what we call the gradient. It's basically the change between the brightest colors and the green. Notice the gradient not nearly as tight as it was earlier. Earlier, as these storms were moving through northwest Georgia, that really dark red and the green were almost touching. That goes to show how strong the winds are. Now we're seeing those colors bleeding into each other. So still some gusty winds. Again, 40-mile-an-hour winds, maybe up to 50-mile-an-hour winds possible. But these storms moving in Atlanta are below severe limits. With that said, they are packing a punch. Really heavy rain, some gusty winds. We're seeing lots of lightning as well as these storms continue to push through the area. We still have a couple active severe thunderstorm warnings. And Patrick, he puts on the wind velocity so we can look for any rotation. We're not seeing any rotation right now with these storms that are moving through portions of Haralson County, moving through northern Carroll County. But again, we are still seeing those gusty winds, 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds in some of these strongest storms. So certainly could see some issues with some trees coming down, some tree limbs coming down. I'm sure tomorrow morning as you wake up and head out the door, you're going to see a lot of debris on the road, lots of branches on the road, lots of leaves. Just kind of signs of the winds that we had this evening. We do have severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll County. That is until 1:45, so that is still in effect. And we'll continue to watch to see if this is extended. But even just looking at radar, even though some of these are not severe, Patrick, these are still packing a punch.
Yeah, a lot of lightning. You know, we were talking about earlier, a lot of ways that you can dive into radar, right? One thing that you can see visibly, just looking at any radar, is that if there's a lot of lightning, that's probably a thunderstorm that is growing. Especially if the lightning strikes are increasing. These lightning strikes are pretty much maintaining. There's a lot of that going on right now, right over South Paulding High School. This is where the epicenter of this thunderstorm is. Right now, this is warned as a severe storm because it is producing radar estimated 60 miles per hour wind gusts as it is slowly moving to the east. Right now, I think those winds have been shifting. I think we're starting to lose a little bit of speed here. Nonetheless, it is still producing some heavy downpours, a lot of lightning. We saw with some of those storms earlier today that we had a tree that was struck by lightning. We had a brush fire that was started out in a field. And we also had lightning strike a pole that ended up falling and starting a fire. So there's just been a lot happening with a lot of the different severe weather modes. We've had some winds that have been very elevated, at least 2 trees down on homes right now. One of those trees, Dina Drive at Millswood Run. This is going to be out in Cherokee County, and then another one on Reinhardt College Parkway. We also had a tree fall on a car out in Whitfield County, which is just outside of our viewing area, but that was one of those earlier reports that came in as we were watching this line of storms move in. So it has a lot of history of doing this. If you've been with us as we've been tracking all of these warnings today, you know that a confirmed tornado moved through Huntsville, Alabama, and actually knocked off their radar site. So we actually had to use our radar site, which is a little bit further away from those storms, to issue those warnings. The National Weather Service has really been working overtime, using every other resource they can to give you as many views as you can, diving into those storms from far away. It's been a lot of analysis. There's always a partnership with the National Weather Service when it comes to these storms, but with a situation like this where we're all looking at radar sites that are far away, it's been a little bit more of a conversation than it typically is. And it's been taking a lot of work because remember, storms that we're looking at far to the north. I don't know if you saw earlier, I was looking at Lake Rabin because there's a thunderstorm that's growing out there, but the estimated winds are roughly 58 miles per hour. 58 is typically the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. The issue is we were using a radar site that's very far away out in Greenville, and so it's a little bit elevated out there. So you need to see something a little bit higher at the higher elevations to actually issue a warning. But the winds for sure probably gusting 30, 40 miles per hour in the Lake Rabin area about 5 minutes ago. So nothing actively warned in Northeast Georgia. I think that it's going to be pretty chill. We still have this pretty strong storm that's moving through Rabin County, but otherwise a line of storms along I-85. I wouldn't want to be driving on I-85 right now. I wouldn't want to be leaving the city going to Johns Creek or Lawrenceville or Commerce or any of those places to north and east because it's a mess. There's a lot of rain. It's heavy downpours and lightning. And the winds, while not warned, the National Weather Service has issued what is called a special weather statement, right? And what they're seeing is winds that are gusting 30, 40 miles per hour. If you were with us right before that warning was dropped, we actually used First Alert Radar to query some of those speeds. And we were picking up 30, 35, which is, no wonder why the National Weather Service dropped that warning. Still tracking one active warning. And it does appear that the lightning, Jen, is holding up. The winds, not quite as aggressive, but, we're still seeing a very energetic storm. 50, 60 miles per hour wind still possible as this is moving to the east. And then we're also watching this storm just to the west of that is moving through portions of Haralson County. If you're in Tallapoosa, if you're in Waco, Mount Zion, you're right in the area where we're picking up on those 50 to 60 miles per hour winds. And then that is also extending to the west in portions of East Alabama. So folks that are just to the east of Heflin in Cleveland County, you are included in that warning. It's been a bit of a mess, and unfortunately, these storms are still slowly moving through. If there's any consolation, I know, Jen, you were looking at the timeline earlier, showing folks when this was expected to move through. Once we get through the next few hours, this isn't going to really impact your Wednesday plans. Yeah, and that's the good news. This is an overnight event, so by the time many of you head out the door tomorrow, this will be over and done with. The severe threat will be over. I am concerned that there will still be some residual power outages and a just new alert. So I just want to make sure it's not a new severe thunderstorm warning. And it's Rabin County, Patrick. Look at that. It's the storm you were talking about. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Rabin County. And this is also for Oconee County, but that's in the upstate of South Carolina. So Rabin is the one in our viewing area. This is until 2 o'clock in the morning. And this is for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour gusts. So exactly what you're saying, Patrick. So Rabin County, far northeastern Georgia. This is pushing to the northeast into the upstate of South Carolina. But this storm capable of producing damaging winds of 60 miles an hour goes to show we are not done yet. And these strong storms continue to roll through metro Atlanta. I think tomorrow morning as you head out, even though the heaviest rain will be over, we will be watching for some limbs down, some trees down. I'm sure some traffic signals will be out. And the National Weather Service, they're going to be out assessing the damage. We had multiple tornado warnings. They're going to go out and see which one of those warnings actually produced a tornado. One of those warnings was a confirmed tornado on the ground. So how long was it on the ground for? How strong of a tornado was it?
which counties did it go through. So we will have that full report. And once we get those reports, we will be sending those to you and letting you know on Atlanta News First. And of course, on our Atlanta News First Alert Weather app. If you have our Atlanta News First Alert Weather app, you've been getting alerts all night. Not only have we constantly been sending updates even before the rain arrived with the latest timing and impacts, but also it alerts you when heavy rain is approaching your location. It alerts you when lightning is approaching your location. So it is the best thing to have the Atlanta News First Alert Weather app because it will alert you. If you don't have it, this is the QR code. Scan it on your screen because I promise those of you who have it are so glad you had it. And if you didn't have it, then you will want it next time we have a big weather event. Not only that, but you can see the radar, the future radar, and the hourly forecast for where you are located. So let's look at,
So yeah, good news. One thing of note. We had a severe thunderstorm warning in, I know it's kind of hard because they've been everywhere, but we had a severe thunderstorm warning that was actually in portions of Carroll County. It was in Douglas County, and it was in, right
the
there.
That did this.
Right.
It looked like that.
Right. It is now gone. It is expired. We still got a thunderstorm that's producing a lot of electricity, and the winds are 30, 40 miles per hour, but we've fallen below that threshold for severe.
Which is, again, textbook. This is what we've been expecting, the weakening. Still strong, but it is not severe. And this will only continue to weaken as it moves to the south and east and moves across metro Atlanta and the rest of our viewing area. Our job is to keep you safe. That's why Patrick and I have been here with all of these warnings. But good news is, you're going to see some familiar faces here in just a few minutes. That's because First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris is here. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is here. And they are about to take the baton over here as we continue to track this rain over the area and even some heavy rain here. We're looking at the wind velocity here, Patrick, where things getting a little stronger. Yeah,
we're going to keep an eye on this Cleburne County moving into, Haralson County? I'm sorry. I got to zoom out a little bit. Oh, no, that's Carroll County. So we're going to keep an eye on this Cleburne County moving into Carrollton County because there is some broad rotation there. It hasn't tightened enough, but we're keeping an eye on it here. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey, First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. They will keep an eye on this storm. The National Weather Service is actually keeping an eye on this, and they're looking at these radar scans. We've told you about this process. Sometimes we're watching a little bit of rotation. It's broad. They're keeping a very close eye on it. They're waiting to see if there's just 2 or 3 more scans where that rotation holds together, see if it tightens, and if any of those things happen, they will issue a warning. So something that we'll be keeping a very close eye on over the course of the next couple of minutes. Right now, the rotation is to the north of the Ranburne area. So this is going to be near Macedonia, southeast of Hopewell, near High Point, and just to the west of Jonesville and Burwell. So no active warnings at the moment, but there is at least some rotation starting across the Georgia Alabama line, and it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on as we push through the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and the other thing the National Weather Service really keeping an eye on beyond still some possible rotation is this heavy rain. I mean, this is blinding rain, Patrick, and it's moving over the southern metro. So if this keeps happening, then we may start to see some ponding on the roads, possibly some flooding. So just be aware of that. We do have some flooding, a flash flood warning for southern portions of Floyd County. There's a flash flood warning there. That is because that part of southern Floyd County saw almost 2 inches of rain with the rain event this evening. But if we continue to see heavy rain over the same areas, we'll see some ponding on the roadways and some issues as we head through the morning commute. And certainly that is not something we want to contend with. So just be aware some additional ponding on the roads is possible as we head through the rest of the overnight hours. But thankfully, a lot of that will subside as we head into tomorrow morning. So we will be watching closely for that as the storms continue to push through the metro area, now approaching I-20. Again, very heavy rain, lots of lightning. And again, even watching for some additional possible rotation right now in Carroll County. The National Weather Service, they are aware. They're watching this closely as well. And we've talked about this time and time again. One of the good indicators we look at is the amount of lightning. That storm very electrical in nature, lots of lightning, very heavy rain, and of course some small hail possible as well as this line continues to move through the metro area, almost directly over I-85. So pushing through Gwinnett County, pushing through DeKalb County, County, 285 through I-20 into Carroll County along I-20. So it's almost along I-20, I-85. It's that leading edge where we have the heaviest rain, the strongest winds.
Yeah.
And in Metro Atlanta, so we have our first alert road tracker in Metro Atlanta. So that's what you see right there. Again, ponding on the roads, really heavy rain as this is moving through the metro. And our own anchor there, Joe Gorcho, he is inside the tracker coming back from Floyd County. And Joe, the roads look pretty sloppy. Tell me what it's like out there.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of miles as we're getting closer to our exit, as we're within a couple of miles of the station where you guys are at, it was really tough visibility. We saw a lot of cars like slamming on their brakes, having real trouble seeing. You see a car probably in front of us with their flashers, hazards going right now. So conditions certainly were deteriorating for a couple of mile stretch as we were approaching Midtown, coming down 75 South. So again, it just it depends where you're at, right? It's a little intermittent how heavy the rain's coming down. Luckily, we're getting off now on the exit, and hopefully we'll see some lighter conditions as we approach the station. But to be quite honest with you, it's been an interesting drive all the way down from Floyd County and Rome where we were at earlier today. Here's my face, by the way. We're still awake. I'm not sleep talking to anybody here. But it's been an interesting experience just coming down. You just tell the conditions were really rough through the different portions of the different counties we were making our way down here. But the good news is it looks like it's a little bit lighter in front of me right now, as you can see. So it looks like the conditions are lightening up just a little bit where we're at now as we're approaching Midtown. But certainly, if you can avoid being on the road right now, I would, just because you just can't really tell. Look at the ponding and the flooding in front of us. I don't know if you saw that car, just what they went through. And this is why you have to be really careful when you're on the road driving, because you just don't know what you're driving through. So be very, very careful. Right? Turn around, don't drown. It's a common phrase that we use for a good reason. And you just saw how deep that ponding was just coming off the exit on the interstate here. And don't speed either. That car is speeding off in the distance here. These roads are very slick. So again, be very careful when you're on the roads here throughout the early morning hours, as the conditions just certainly are not conducive to anyone being on the road right now, Jennifer and Patrick.
All right, thank you so much, buddy. We appreciate that. That is the First Alert breaking news tracker behind me. You can see that rain that's really ponding there on the road, 75 South near Howell Mill, actually headed back into Midtown Atlanta. So I'm First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is like 5 feet away from me over there getting ready as well. This is transitioning now, as First Alert chief meteorologist Jennifer Valdez and Patrick Pete mentioned, to really a wind event for the rest of Metro Atlanta. A lot of tornado warnings further north earlier this morning. Now, as this activity is right over Atlanta, heavy rain, lightning, as you can see behind me, and wind will be the threat. So I do want to warn those of you south of I-20, if you are in South Fulton County, if you're in Fayette County, if you're in Henry County, Clayton County, Rockdale County, you can see First Alert radar there. You are on deck for some strong winds as this activity continues to move toward the south. We don't have any current tornado warnings, thankfully, but First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey and I, we are watching for that as well. That threat has not completely gone away, but again, at the moment, as we bring Ella in, we're really just looking at the potential for damaging winds as this activity continues to move south.
You can't rule out another straight
Right.
tornado popping up, but I do look over to Max, so I can give you guys a little bit of perspective here. That was issued was really only North Metro.
All right, Ella's got to turn her microphone on, so while she does that, we'll continue to look here at First Alert radar. So that shot that we were showing of the First Alert tracker, that's pretty much a pretty good indicator of what you can expect. I know it's 1:36 in the morning, so hopefully nobody's really out. But for those of you who do have to get out to work super early, maybe some construction, going to a hospital, up until 2 o'clock this morning, 3 o'clock for the south side of town, that will really be your primary threat. Very heavy rain, lightning, and the potential for some damaging winds. And as Ella mentioned, we're not currently under a tornado warning. However, that's not impossible as this activity moves toward the south. There is one active severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, what I'll do for you is I'll kind of run down these severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect. If you are in Haralson County, that's a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 a.m. Ella, that was actually a tornado warning further back in Alabama. They decided to keep that, or at least downgrade that to a severe.
Correct.
And this is brand new for the city of Carrollton, severe thunderstorm warning until 2:15.
I just want to give you guys some perspective here, because as this thing moves south, it is losing a little bit of its strength. The tornado watch was only to our north. They have not extended it yet. This was the tornado risk originally issued. You can see really from just south of the city of Atlanta up to the north, there was a 5% chance of tornadoes. But now that this thing is moving south of the city, it's going to lower to only a 2% chance of tornadoes. This is from Conyers to McDonough. So areas that have not seen these storms yet, as this pushes into your area, there is a lower tornado risk. There is also a lower damaging wind risk. Just to the south of Carrollton, we're seeing those severe storms roll through right along I-20. As this pushes off to the east into Gwinnett County, into Rockdale County, down into Henry County, there is still a 15% chance of damaging winds, but this just paints a picture that as this thing continues to move south, it is going to continue to weaken. I just read the National Weather Service chat. They are very concerned about urban flooding. Now that this is moving into areas that are paved with a lot of concrete, right through highly populated areas of Metro Atlanta, the concern is going to be for flash flooding, at least for the next couple of hours until this moves through. And you can see it extends from just north of Athens, Jackson County, down through Gwinnett County, Lilburn, Snellville, Lawrenceville. You're getting hit with the hardest of it. Moving through Buckhead, moving inside the perimeter, areas inside the perimeter, right downtown, West Midtown. And then also over just along I-20, Douglas County, into Paulding County. So again, the strongest portion of the storm now moving right over areas like Grant Park, Virginia Highlands, Morningside, Smyrna, Vining. So areas north of I-20 inside the perimeter getting hit pretty hard. I will say the strongest portion of the storm, and meteorologist Patrick Peet just said this, we can really tell the strength of the storm by how much lightning is occurring, because lightning is energy, right? Heat energy. The more energy in a storm, the more lightning you get. I'm seeing the strongest portion of the storm moving into Douglasville and Douglas County. There's a ton of lightning on that storm. If you live in Douglas County, you're going to see, this is right near South Paulding High School, Lithia Springs too. There's like 144 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. So once again, we don't have any active tornado warnings. We do only have one severe thunderstorm warning, and that is down towards Carrollton. Rodney, if you'll zoom in, we could take a look at that. Okay, again, this is a cell that has a lot of lightning embedded within it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. What time is this until, Rodney?
This is until 2:15, and I will point out, Ella, you're about to see this. This is actually brand new. Okay. There was initially a severe thunderstorm warning for North Carroll County. You can see in Mount Zion. The one that's for Carrollton just issued until 2:15.
So they basically extended this severe thunderstorm warning, moved it east. It includes the city of Carrollton, downtown Carrollton, and pretty much all of North Carroll County, too. This is just outside of Whitesburg. So Whitesburg, this is headed for your area. Looks like tons of lightning. There could be some small hail in here. Rod, can we put on the hail tracker for this thing just to see? Here's how I know that there's potentially hail. See these areas here of dark pink? That's really, really heavy rain. It's basically the radar picking up on very large raindrops or potentially even small hailstones. That's what you see when you see those very dark reds and the light pinks is large raindrops. It's large objects, which sometimes can mean hail. It doesn't look like, Rodney has the hail tracker on, doesn't look like we're seeing any hail in that storm. So that is the good news, but certainly 60-mile-per-hour winds here, right on the front end of it. Yep, right outside of Bowdoin. You see that light red here? Can we query that, Rod? See what the winds are at? The radar can send a beam up into a storm and kind of measure the wind speed. So this wind speed may be just slightly elevated above the surface. It's always stronger up in the cloud than at the ground. But yeah, 53 miles per hour, that's probably materializing to 40 to 50 mile per hour winds just outside of Jonesville, Burwell. So guys, this is headed towards Carrollton. Carrollton, we could see some downed trees. Now the ground is saturated, and y'all, we've been getting a lot of rain. So the ground is already pretty saturated. Trees come down faster, and you guys know we live in a forest, basically. So any of these strong wind gusts, even brief, can bring down trees. That's what we're concerned about. We have a lot of power outages as well. Rodney has tracked this, basically this wind gust of 40 to 50 miles per hour. It's going to move into Central Hatchie around 2:16, Franklin at 2:31. That's in about 50 minutes, and then Heard County High School at 2:32 a.m. Again, let's zoom out. Let's give people some perspective. As this thing rolled through North Georgia, it dropped a lot of tornado warnings, and you can see some of those damage reports here. A lot of downed trees in Chattooga County, some hail reports in Chattooga County. Now this thing is south of the city. So Rodney's going to actually, this paints a great picture. This is the, and you can see the timestamp here. This is the basically progression of the storm. And when you see the red boxes issues, those were tornado warnings. So there was a tornado warning in Floyd County, Gordon County. There was a tornado warning in Pickens and Cherokee County. And then the storm started to become a little bit more linear. So then you just see severe thunderstorm warnings being issued, which means it's weakening just slightly. You can see all those yellow boxes. Those were severe thunderstorm warnings. And now, as you can see, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning. That is good news to me. Also, do you see behind this main line, the rain? When you see rain behind the main line, that also looks like it's weakening a little bit, okay? Right now, still packing a punch, though, tons of lightning. Rod, can we put the lightning tracker on? So our lightning tracker, it's one of the coolest tools we have, guys. It can measure all the lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. Across North Georgia, 435 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. So this thing is still packing a bunch, but I will say it looks like it's weakening just slightly. Okay, so I just want to say Johns Creek, Alpharetta, Roswell, Kennesaw, Woodstock, Marietta, you guys are still seeing rain. You are now in the clear. You can head to bed. You can breathe easy. Anywhere north of that, Canton, Cherokee County, Bartow County, Dallas and northern Paulding County, Haralson County, you're now in the clear. Rome's still under a flash flood warning. Rodney, when is this flash flood warning until?
Let's go up there and check that out. Ella, the rain has ended in Rome, but that doesn't mean that the threat for flooding won't continue.
Correct.
So this particular warning, this flash flood warning, including South Floyd County, is in effect until 3:30 this morning. And that's normal for these warnings to typically go past when the rain moves out.
And so basically, if you live in this area, don't drive. Don't drive until the sun comes up this morning, or at least until about 5 a.m., because the flash flood warning is a measure of how much rain they got. It looks like they picked up 2, 3, 4 inches of rain in just a matter of, 30, 40 minutes. So we could see some flooded roadways, and it's dark. So I would recommend, if you live in Floyd County, just wait till the sun comes up. Really, why would you be driving? Are you going to QT to get a snack, a late night snack? Don't do that if you live in Floyd County, okay? All right, back down into the city center. I kind of want to zoom in on this storm right here, Rod. This one with a ton of lightning. Looks like it's moving through Douglas County into South Fulton County. So Douglasville, man, you are just getting lit up right now. Again, this is not a severe thunderstorm warning, but I will say it's a little weird what the indices are for severe thunderstorm warnings. You have to have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and you usually need to have small to quarter-sized hail. So even though the storm is very strong, they're not seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They could be seeing 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But the severe storms are not pulled until there's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It does not mean that this storm cannot create damage, okay? So Douglasville, tons of lightning in your area. Rodney's querying this. It's looking like the winds coming through are still about 30, 40 miles per hour. That could still certainly bring down trees. But again, our only severe thunderstorm right now is in Carrollton. I do want to go back to Carrollton. I'm seeing a little inflow notch here, Rod. Can we put on storm relative velocity? Storm relative velocity is something that measures the winds going towards and away from the radar. Our radar site is located down to the south and east of Carrollton. It's in Peachtree City. So the radar sends a beam up into this storm, and it measures the winds going towards the radar and away. And that's where we see how we can measure rotation. Because if you have a couplet or a very small circle of winds going towards and away from the radar, that indicates to us that there's rotation of the storm. I'm not seeing any green. Are you guys seeing any green? There was some green way back in Alabama. That was the tornado warning, but that is now completely canceled. See what Ronnie's talking about? That was the rotation that we were watching. Again, that was in western Carroll County as this thing came through. But it's not strong enough to indicate to me that there's rotation. But you see this little inflow notch here? That could produce some rotation just to the east of Bowden. This is moving along I-20 towards Carrollton, South Carroll County. You guys are in this. Yep.
And
wow, Rodney. I love when the radar verifies what I'm seeing too. Okay, so this is one of the coolest tools that we have. This is a rotation detector. It's basically a product within our radar that can pick up on where there may be rotation, okay? And it says green is moderate, red is strong. Once we get into strong rotation, they're probably going to issue a tornado warning. We're not seeing that, but we are seeing just a little bit of moderate rotation just up to the east of Bowden. That's in this inflow notch right here. That's kind of what we call a hook echo. We look for those very closely when we're looking at radar. So again, this is still 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I do think that there's a chance, just a small chance, that this little cell right here that's now east of Bowden, you're in the clear, that's moving just south of the city of Carrollton, along, probably headed towards State Route 27. This one could spark back up some rotation, okay? That's something that we're going to watch closely. I don't think Carrollton will be impacted by this, but if you live in South Carrollton, you might want to watch out. Also, Whitesburg, you may be in the eventual path of this small rotating storm, so we're gonna watch that very, very closely. It's moving. What speed is it moving at,
I'm
Rod?
going to go southeast at 30 miles per hour.
So it's not moving too quickly. That's good. That's good news. It means we'll have a lot of lead time on it. Franklin, it'll reach your area. Gosh, not for another 45 minutes, okay? So we will know. Central Hatchie, it's headed in your area in about 30 minutes. So once again, we're going to watch this closely. Just know if you live in these areas, there is a storm that had a history of producing a tornado, could drop another rotating tornado here, but right now it is just some gusty winds, okay? Let's go back to radar, Rod, because I just want to show you, oh my gosh, it's a mess downtown. Here's the problem when we see these lines move through, and it's a good news that it's the middle of the night because not many people are on the roads. When we see rain like this move through, especially inside the perimeter, you can get quick flooding on roadways, ponds, streams, because everything is covered in concrete. There's nowhere for the rain to go, and it runs off quickly, right? So if I were you and I lived anywhere inside the perimeter, anywhere in Gwinnett County is getting slammed. Jackson County, Walton County, back into Douglas County especially, stay off the roads if you can. We are going to extend this first alert weather day throughout the morning and really until probably 7 or 8, and the sun comes up and we get a scope on what the damage looks like. I am monitoring the chat. Rodney, are you looking at the chat? Can you see if there's any more damage?
A couple of new things here, Ella. First of all, you and I both talking about this potential for heavy rain. They just issued a flash flood warning that basically covers most of Metro Atlanta. So I'm going to take the lightning off just so you can get an idea. It's this green box that you see that covers Cobb County, Fulton County, DeKalb County, and Gwinnett County. This flash flood warning is in effect until 7:45 this morning.
Okay,
now, as I mentioned earlier, more often than not, you'll get these flash flood warnings that will be in effect long after the rain actually ends. So this warning will be in effect as you get to work this morning, even though the rain by then will be over. But this is really a concern for those of you who have to get to work like right now or over the next hour while this rain is still right over us. If you do have to get to work super early this morning, even though we're not looking at any tornado warnings, and even for Metro Atlanta, or at least Atlanta, no severe thunderstorm warnings, as Ella mentioned earlier, it's really the street flooding that will become a concern. Back in Polk County, we also had a report, and this was another issue that we were worried about. In Rockmart, there's a report of a tree that came down on a power line, and that's another issue. Even without the severe thunderstorm warnings, I was just talking with our senior producer about this. It doesn't take a severe thunderstorm to get some of these trees to come down here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So even if you have winds about 40 miles per hour, which I believe is what we're seeing for the most part, that's below severe limits, but that doesn't mean that you still won't get trees down. And that report from Polk County, Ella, shows just that. And
I want to take the camera full that's behind you, Rodney. I'm not really quite sure where this is. Looks like it may be the connector, Cobb County. This is the reason for the flash.
Grady Curve.
Grady Curve. Okay, so it is right downtown. This is the reason for the flash flood warning. It's only been raining there for, 20 minutes now? Look at the cars. Okay, look at the pooling on the roadways. Significant. This flash flood warning, and I have my little cart here so I can read this off to you. This includes Atlanta, Marietta, Douglasville, Lawrenceville, Decatur, Peachtree Corners, City of South Fulton, Sandy Springs, Roswell, Alpharetta, Smyrna, Dunwoody, East Point, Duluth, Snellville, Sewanee, Powder Springs, Lilburn, Chamblee, and Norcross. That is what?
It's basically most of Metro Atlanta.
That's 3 million people right there that are under that flash flood warning. What they're saying is at 1:48, which was 4 minutes ago, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain, 1 to 2 inches, have already fallen, and another inch or two could fall. So flash flood warning will begin, and it will extend till just before 8 a.m. That's for another 6 hours. The reason that they're doing that is out of a precaution, okay? I do think once this moves through, the flash flooding will taper, but we don't know about what creeks and streams could rise very quickly. You know, guys, we're already seeing these creeks and streams above full pool because of all the rain that we've gotten. So that's the reason for the flash flood warning. Again, this is just until right before 8 a.m. So you guys, most of you, some of you will already be on the roadways commuting to work when this flash flood warning is still in effect. That's the reason we're going to extend this first alert weather day until the end of the commute, because we just want to make sure that you guys can get to work safely. We also don't know the scope of the damage. We have multiple reports of downed trees, power outages. Ron, if we can go to the map and look at some of those power outages right now and see where they are, that actually will paint a really good picture of what's happening.
I will do that. And while I do that, I just want to kind of reiterate while we do that, Ella, because it's thundering and lightning right now in Atlanta. I already have people texting me. If you're waking up to the thunder and the lightning in Atlanta, this is First Alert Radar on the right-hand side of your screen. There is no current tornado threat. There are winds up to about 40 miles per hour, which could bring small trees down. And just about most of Metro Atlanta is under a flash flood warning. So that's really the threat right now for Atlanta, for DeKalb County, Cobb County, Clayton County. If you have to get out over the next hour or so, a strong threat for some street flooding. But if you're just waking up, if you're hearing that thunder right now, the tornado threat, which was the biggest threat earlier today, that has for them, at the moment, we don't have any tornado warnings. And we do believe that threat is going down. So as you're waking up, if you're hearing that thunder out there, it's really just rain and street flooding that we're seeing right now.
And they have just canceled the tornado watch for every area north of the city. The cell is now moving south. But here's the thing that makes me breathe a sigh of relief, at least a little one. Usually they will start, the National Weather Service is who I'm talking about, will extend the tornado watch south if they think that there's still a tornado threat. Because they canceled the watch north and they have not extended it south, that indicates to me that they are thinking the tornado threat as this thing moves south of the city is pretty low. We could still see very strong winds. We could still see flash flooding, but the tornado threat is really going to start to drop now that now this thing is pushing south. So that is the really, really good news here. I do want to take you guys through the Futurecast model to show you what to expect for the rest of the morning. Okay, so here we are right now. All right, by 4 a.m., this thing actually, this is our high-res model, updates every hour, so it's pretty accurate. It has it breaking up in East Georgia. So Edenton, Athens, you may still get a little rain, maybe some lightning, but it looks like the main area of concern is going to be down towards Griffin, LaGrange, but essentially by 4 a.m. in the next 2 hours, those storms are south of us, moving into central Georgia, and then we're dry, guys. We may see some patchy fog form, okay, for the morning commute, and then that fog dissipates, and we're in for a beautiful, beautiful day today. So we're going to extend that first alert through 7 a.m., although looks like your commute is not going to be super rainy. In fact, by the time you head out the door, the first alert may actually be for fog and just for some potential flooding. By 10 a.m., skies are clearing. Look, we get sunshine this afternoon. So it's going to end up being a really nice day. And looking ahead, Thursday, Friday, even Saturday, look pretty dang dry, guys, okay? As we head towards Memorial Day, we will see increasing storm chances. But really, this is our, the main threat really is just over the next couple of hours. And this is what Rodney has done. This is great. Okay, so he has gone ahead. This is the power outage map. And we can query this and tell you how many Georgia power customers are without power. Wow. Okay, so DeKalb County really is starting to get hit hard. When I got to work, there was only 1,000 in DeKalb County without power. That's now up to 4,500. So DeKalb County, including Stone Mountain, Decatur, Lithonia, a lot of you are without power. In Fulton County, 7,000 people without power. That makes sense because Fulton County is highly populated. Can we query Cobb County, Rodney? It looks like 3,000 in Cherokee County without power, 2,000 in Cobb County without power. Okay, Gwinnett County, not bad, only 600. How about Forsyth? Let's see, Forsyth County, about 900. That is not too bad either. How about Floyd County? Let's see. This is where the tornado warning, 700. And then up in Gordon County, there was a tornado warning, 700. Okay, so we don't...
This is actually correlating a lot to the population. So
yes,
as you mentioned earlier, it makes sense for Fulton County because there's obviously more homes there. So it does look like at the moment, in like DeKalb, 4,500, this is based simply on the fact that there are more homes in Fulton and DeKalb. But I am concerned about this, Ella, because the storms are moving through Atlanta like right now. So it's likely that these numbers are going to go up before they go down.
At least south of the city, we'll probably see a few additional without power. But I'll tell you guys right now, like when Hurricane Helene came through, these numbers were like 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 per county that were without power. So just to give you a little perspective, if you have lost power, Based on the numbers I'm seeing, I bet you Georgia Power will be able to restore your power later on today. I don't think it's going to take them multiple days for them to get the power back on in many of these areas. In fact, once the sun comes up, they are quick. They will get out there. Probably not until then, though, okay? Zooming back out. Do we have the warnings on,
We
Rod?
we do not. Now we do.
Okay, so we still only have that one severe thunderstorm down in Carrollton, but let's go back to this inflow notch. I'm seeing... This is sketching me out a little bit here, Rodney. This is what we were just talking about. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Carroll County until I believe
2:15 for this particular
so next
warning.
15 minutes.
And there's definitely some wind here. I mean, you can see even without it being a tornado warning, you can clearly see how that red gets super bright, really around and just south of Carrollton. So at a minimum, that's some wind. That's a 45 mile per hour
50
wind.
mile per hour winds.
To bring some small trees down for sure.
I'm not seeing any rotation indicated by our storm relative velocity. But when we go back to radar, I still am a little bit concerned. Okay, so good. They've now clipped Bowden, Mount Zion. You're now out of the severe thunderstorm. It's just for the city of Carrollton. It is headed towards Whitesburg. But if we go back to radar, Rod, there's this little notch right here.
It's a part of this. It's literally, so this, again, this storm came out of Alabama, and I'll give you a 1 hour loop to give everybody perspective. But this storm was definitely rotating in its entirety as it came out of Alabama. So I feel like at this point, there's still rotation based on what it was initially doing in Alabama. They decided not to issue a tornado warning for it because we can't really see it as well anymore. But I think that's why you're still seeing that notch, because this was initially, you can actually see that
there's
red.
A tornado warning back there.
Back in Alabama. So that was a tornado warning, and it looks like we're sort of at the ending stages of this particular cell.
Right. So these are called supercell storms, guys. And the really interesting thing about really supercells in general, they can drop a tornado. The tornado can pick back up into the cloud. It can travel several miles, and then it can drop briefly another tornado. So if it was to drop a tornado, it would be brief at this point. But this supercell, because it has a past of dropping a tornado, it could drop a tornado. Can we actually, Rod, let's track this whole thing along like this way, just to see where this could be headed. I think it's headed more east than south.
It's southeast. So
southeast.
You can. I'm putting a loop on. Due southeast.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to head towards into Coweta County eventually. It looks like Whitesburg is in this path. Noonan is in this path. Again, guys, this is not a tornado, but this does have a history. So Noonan 232. So it's about 30 minutes that it would probably reach your area. I think Whitesburg, you probably need to be on a pretty high alert as well for just a really strong storm. Again, I'm still seeing the potential for 60 mile per hour winds. And again, the pink in this storm, that's torrential downpours. So you could also see some localized flooding in this storm. Moving right over Chapel Heights Estates, Oak Grove.
There's a little hail popping up now.
Little hail. Okay, so there we go. This is our hail tracker. So there could be some small hail falling in this area as well. Your rooftops, you're probably hearing it on the windows. You're probably hearing it on the rooftops, okay? Yeah, this is near Howard Road. Again, this is just our hail tracker. It doesn't give an exact region for the hail, but it does give an estimate of where the hail could be. Just south of Carrollton, Oak Grove to Clem, Banning Mills that's headed towards your area, Lowell. So definitely some small hail embedded with the storm. Again, the pink area you see here, this is so cool. Little teaching moment. The radar sends beams up into a storm. It measures the size of what's in the storm, okay, and the direction it's headed. Small raindrops will only send back the green, but when you get large raindrops, and a lot of them, it sends back red. That indicates really heavy rain. Once it starts sending back the pinks, that means the objects it's measuring are larger than raindrops, which usually indicates to us some small hail, and that's what we're seeing in this storm. This is certainly a supercell.
Yeah, I want to point out something else too, Ella, because you've been talking about this inflow notch.
Yeah.
So just as another teaching moment, where this hail is occurring is actually just east of where that inflow notch is. So in a supercell, that's exactly what you would expect, that hail to be in an area where the rain, you'll get the hail first and then the rain second. So that hail was kind of occurring right on the leading edge of that inflow notch. So if this rotation were like 20 miles per hour stronger, this could be a tornado warning. Thankfully, it's not, but the structure of this storm is definitely indicative of a supercell.
We're going to watch this one closely. Carrollton, you're now beyond this storm, okay? It's now moving out of your area, so you're still very heavy rain, but you're pretty much in the clear. This is going to head towards Whitesburg, guys, okay? And as it moves, I'm still, when you see, this is what we call a hook echo. Basically looks like a little hook. That is like the classic signature we look for rotation. Again, we're not seeing strong rotation, but I'm going to watch this really closely. If you live, I would say anywhere in eastern Carroll County, Whitesburg, if you live between Whitesburg and Noonan, even Fairburn, I-85, please just be on high alert. This storm system is the strongest one by far that we're seeing. Let's zoom back out and give everyone else kind of an idea of where the storm is headed. So there's some really heavy rain still occurring in areas like Banks County, Habersham County. The mountains, you're now pretty much in the clear. From Dahlonega to Blue Ridge to Blairsville, you're in the clear. Canton, you're in the clear. Gainesville, rain moving out of your area. Lake Lanier now in the clear. Coming, there's still some showers where you are, but now zooming in North Metro, coming, Alpharetta, Johns Creek, still some light rain, but you guys are in the clear. The strongest storms are beyond you. Roswell, Milton, Kennesaw, you're now in the clear, okay? The worst of the storm now just south of Winder, moving into Walton County, Athens. A lot of lightning head in your area. Again, none of these storms are severe, but they are packing a punch with a lot of rain, okay? So we're going to track this. This is the arrival time of heavy rain and lightning in your area. Looks like Oxford in about 10 minutes. Covington, 2:18. That's in about 15 minutes. Maxey's at 2:28 and Madison at 2:29. So that is in about 25 minutes when these storms will arrive in your area. I will say I drove into work around, 12:45, and there was just a few raindrops. It's now an hour and a half later, and it is absolutely pouring. So it is going to rain and storm for at least an hour, if not an hour and a half, as these storms move through your area. We are now shifting our potential of a significant tornado threat to more of a flood threat and a wind threat. But I will say, again, I am seeing these storms really start to weaken. And you know how I know that? The defined line of storms is starting to dissipate. You see how the rain's kind of backing up to the north? It just means that there's not enough winds going into the storm to keep it super, super collected and together and organized, which means it's weakening just slightly. Rodney, let's put the lightning tracker on, see how much lightning is in this storm. Because about an hour ago, the total lightning strikes were around 900. Now the total lightning strikes are 332. And again, remember what we said? Lightning strikes, a measure of the energy in the storm. It's a great indicator when the lightning starts to go down that the storms are weakening, which is really good news. The bad news is the vast majority of the lightning is right over downtown Atlanta, Morningside, Virginia Highlands, Buckhead, West Midtown, East Point, Bankhead, the airport. Wow.
In fact, if we have a Charity, our producer, in the booth, if we can show some of these cameras from Atlanta to get a better idea of that lightning as it's moving through. I do believe, so there's Hartsfield Jackson there. I do believe, Ella, because I've been getting some text messages, this is like the money time right now, because there we go. A lot of people are waking up because of the lightning. So again, as you wake up, if you're waking up, or if you woke up recently and you're in Metro Atlanta, as Ella mentioned, it's all about street flooding right now, the potential for some gusty winds. There are no active tornado warnings, thankfully. So it's just very heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds if you are waking up and hearing some of that thunder out there.
Oh man, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, as long as it's not severe.
That's just a nerd in me. Yeah, listen, y'all, it's heavy rain, it's lightning, but over downtown right now, the only thing that we're worried about is flooding, really essentially from downtown Atlanta. This does not include College Park and East Point, but that's because the rain's just now arriving. But from downtown Atlanta through Buckhead up to Sandy Springs, Marietta, Powder Springs, North Metro, essentially Gwinnett County, Lilburn, Lawrenceville, you are under a flash flood warning until 7:45, guys. Now, the main heavy rain is going to move out. The reason that you're still under the flash flood warning is because this is a highly concrete area. So we're going to see runoff. So creeks and streams could continue to rise through the morning hours. You're looking from our rooftop cam right here. That's the Google building.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's unbelievable. You can tell that that's the Google building with all of that rain.
I mean, talk about marketing.
Yeah.
You can still see Google even though it's pouring down rain. They know what they're doing.
Building.
They know what they're doing over there, right? This is like, we should send that to Google. That's cute little advertisement for them. All right, where are we looking now? It looks like this is the Centennial. This is Truist Park. So it is still pouring.
Aquarium. This is the Georgia Aquarium.
Yeah, thought so.
About the same area.
Yeah, so this is right downtown. Again, pouring down rain. And now it looks like, I will say, let's stay right here, Rodney. Buckhead, Chamblee, Sandy Springs, Smyrna, Marietta, even Mableton, Powder Springs, you are beyond. The heaviest rain is now to your south. You are in the clear. Lilburn, Tucker, Norcross, Johns Creek, you are in the clear. The rain is now ended. Not in the clear perhaps this morning. You guys are still under that flash flood warning, all the areas I just listed, until 7:45. So as you drive to work this morning, please be careful. We're likely to see branches in the roadways. We could see flash flooding of creeks and streams. So we still need to be careful through the morning commute, okay? This is now pushing down to the south. So let's see, Lithonia, you're in the path of the storm. Rockdale County, you're gonna start to see heavy rain. Forest Park, Riverdale, gonna see really heavy rain. So it's now just now reaching Conyers. It's moving along I-20. Lithonia, it is now absolutely pouring. Gresham Park, Panthersville, Decatur, Atlanta, you're seeing very heavy rain. Douglasville, the storms are now beyond you. That is the good news. We're moving along I-20, so Villa Rica, you're now in the clear. Still seeing this really strong storm. It's now headed towards Whitesburg. This severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, you know what? Let's stop the clock right there. Okay. You remember how we were talking about this inflow notch? It's not looking as scary as it did. Okay. I'm still seeing some pretty gusty winds. This is headed towards Whitesburg right now. And a ton of lightning, 83 strikes just in this storm. So Whitesburg, you're going to see a lot of lightning. You can still see some downed trees. But I'm seeing the storm fall apart just slightly, still not seeing rotation within it. I do think they may extend this severe thunderstorm warning over. When does it expire?
It expires at 2:15, so right now we have 6 more minutes of this warning. If they were to extend it, of course, it would be for North Coweta County.
Yep, and Southern Fulton County as well. But this is definitely our strongest storm right here. Again, we were measuring some small hail and a lot of lightning in Whitesburg. So be ready for that if you live in the area. Some very gusty winds could bring down some trees. We're not under tornado warning in this area, but there is a history of tornadoes in this. This storm had a history of dropping a tornado. So once again, Sharpsburg 249. I think it's definitely gonna hit Whitesburg. Sharpsburg. I'm sorry. Sharpsburg at 249. Sonoy just after 3. So that's in about an hour. So you got an hour before the storm system moves into your area. And it is weakening. Again, guys, this whole line is weakening. Let's zoom out, Rod.
That's worth noting, just if you are in Carroll County. So there's all this activity that's coming out of Alabama. So this stuff that's back here in Heflin, Alabama, that's also moving toward the southeast. So Carroll County, this one storm that we're tracking is moving away from you, but there is additional activity that will be moving back in. So I do want to give you a heads up, and that's not warned right now, but it is in Alabama. So it's not impossible that you see your activity increase again in Carrollton.
Yeah, Mount Zion, Bowden, really all of Carroll County, you're going to see another storm move along I-20, Tallapoosa as well. So Haralson County, you could see this again. Tons of lightning in the Whitesburg area. Can we zoom out, Rod, and give everyone kind of an overview of the storm system? Okay, so this storm now moving off to the east. There's still some strong thunderstorms off in South Carolina, but generally, guys, like when I woke up at 12:45, there were tornado warnings. There was widespread severe thunderstorm warnings. And as this is pushing down to the south, just as the National Weather Service predicted, it is losing its strength. Once you lose the heating of the day, you lose the energy that can go into a storm. Because this rolled in around 11 or midnight, it still had the workings of the heating of the energy of the day. We were near 90 yesterday. It was one of the hottest days of the year. That was the fuel that really helped keep these storms together. But now the sun has been down for 5 hours. These storms are going to lose their strength as they continue to push down to the south. So right now, Midtown, Atlanta, Stone Mountain, Lithonia, Snellville, man, you're getting smacked. Lawrenceville, the heaviest of the rain now beyond you. It's southern Gwinnett County that's seeing the very heavy rain. It is just absolutely pouring. This is headed towards the airport. So Clayton County, Fayette County, you're just now starting to see a few raindrops. Henry County as well. You're going to get hit. You're going to get hit in the next hour, okay? And then you should expect very heavy rain, lightning, the potential for a very small potential for an isolated tornado, a very small potential for gusty winds. So we're tracking this for you. Again, this is the arrival of heavy rain and lightning. Union City at 2:14, that's right about now. Conyers 2:16, that is in 4 minutes. You can expect that very closely. Forest Park at 2:17, 5 minutes from now. Riverdale 2:22, that's in 10 minutes. If your dog needs to go out in any of these areas, really from Riverdale to Morrow to Porterdale to Stockbridge, do it now because these storms are going to arrive in your area in the next 20 minutes or so. Heavy rain at first, but the rain shaft kind of extends pretty far to the north. So you're probably looking at an hour, 2 hours of really heavy rain in your area. I still am seeing some showers back here in Canton, Woodstock, Forsyth County. So even though the strongest storms have moved through, you're still seeing some light rain. The mountains now completely in the clear. Northwest Georgia now completely in the clear. Can we zoom out, Rod? I kind of want to show people all of these severe. So look, this is crazy. This is our storm reports, down trees, hail. And this is over the last, 2 days?
Yeah, this would be the past 24 hours worth of storm
24
reports.
hours, so just in the last 24 hours. And yesterday, there was a cluster of significant storm reports in the Midwest. So this storm system is nasty. It has been bringing down trees, dropping tornadoes. See these little houses here? That's flash flooding. There was a confirmed tornado in Mississippi earlier, it looks like. We saw tons of hail. So the whole entire really eastern United States has been smacked with this storm system that's now working its way into the mid-Atlantic and through the south and again through our area right now. So basically we have one severe thunderstorm warning that's going to expire here in 1 minute. That's in Carroll County. We have a couple of flash flood warnings, but other than that, all severe thunderstorm warnings have now expired. Athens, you're getting hit really hard. Oconee County, Watkinsville, you're getting a ton of lightning right over the University of Georgia as well. Monroe, Walton County, you're seeing some really heavy rain. And then right over downtown, the lightning is crazy right now. That's going to push down into South Metro. Look at Athens.
Yes, it's pouring in Athens right now.
Good thing they don't have classes in the middle of the night.
Right. Pouring. Ella, what I want to
pouring.
do here real quick is kind of refresh everybody on the active flash flood warning. This is the newest warning that we've seen here in Metro Atlanta. It's what you see in green. I'm going to take the lightning off so you can see this green box a little bit better. You are currently under a flash flood warning in Marietta, Smyrna, Mableton, Atlanta, Decatur, Stone Mountain, Tucker, Chamblee, Dorville, Sandy Springs, all the way down toward portions of Snellville even in Gwinnett County. So this green box that covers Fulton, DeKalb, most of Cobb, and southwest Gwinnett County. This essentially means that if you have to get to work over like the next hour especially, you're going to see some street flooding, and you know where that flooding typically is in some of the low-lying areas. If it rains and your street typically floods, you're going to wake up to that, especially if you have to get to work up until about 3:30 this morning. Another location, 285. We see that a lot when there's too much rain on 285. That's the type of flooding that we're talking about. That's why I use the word street flooding. Fortunately, it doesn't last that long, but again, for those of you maybe headed to a hospital, if you had some construction to do, I'm guessing that's not going to happen at this point, but anybody who has to get to work early this morning, that is our number one concern right now, is just all of this rain that's falling. It's moving toward the south, and this flash flood warning will expire at 7:15 this morning, well after the rain is over. But even once the rain is over, you still have what we call runoff. That water has to go somewhere. So that threat for flooding will continue even once the rain is done. So that's our concern for those of you who do have to get up and out early this morning in Metro Atlanta.
Can we go over to Oconee County, the Watkinsville area? I'm seeing potentially some hail.
Oh, yeah.
Just to the south of Watkins. This is south of Athens. There we go. Picking up on some hail in Oconee County, North High Shoals and the Watkinsville area. So again, guys, basically when the storm is strong enough and the winds going into the storm are strong enough, it can suck air from low levels in the atmosphere so high in the atmosphere that then the water freezes. That's how we get hail. So then the hailstone's up, it freezes, it becomes heavy, falls back down into the storm, more water forms on it. The winds in the storm carry it back up into the top levels of the storm. It freezes again. So bigger hailstones, what they indicate is that the winds going into the storm or the updraft is so strong that it can keep hailstones that are, a quarter of a pound, half a pound at times lifted in the atmosphere. And it also indicates to us the severity of the storm, how strong a storm is, because the inflow winds usually mean the outflow winds are really strong. And we are seeing, is this just the radar right now?
Yeah, that's rare for it to pop up black. And this hail product is going to catch up.
Can we go to street?
So what's happening is
level.
you're not going to see it match up perfectly.
Let's go street level,
But that reflectivity that you're seeing where that black is, that is definitely, that may be some large hail actually.
That's large
falling
hail.
there.
Okay, so Hickory Point, Barnett Bluffs, Old Mill Chase. Yeah, right on Bob Godfrey Road. Guys, this is significant.
I don't believe I've seen black show up on First Alert radar, at least in a while.
This has got to be quarter-sized hail, maybe even ping-pong-sized hail that's moving towards Belmont. Again, this is just to the south of Watkinsville in Oconee County. So Ronnie is putting the radar. Yeah. Wow. Can we track this? So Hickory Point, you're seeing some really, this is very large hail right here. This is very concerning to me. Again, you need 60-mile-per-hour winds for them to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's definitely some severe hail that's forming right now. Started in just south of Watkinsville, now it's east of Watkinsville. So it's moving into, it looks like.
That may be moving due east.
Right.
I'm going to do one more loop so we can get a better idea of the specific
that's moving
direction
into
of that
Oglethorpe
black.
County.
So the individual sails are moving east. The entire line is moving south. That's why you're getting this southeastward motion. But this black that you see there, it does look like that's moving almost due east, Ella.
That's just incredible, Rod. We don't see that very often. Again, that's a measure that really indicates to us some pretty large hail forming in this storm, which means it actually could be strengthening. You see the very thin gradient here between the green and the red. This is moving into Oglethorpe. That's some pretty strong winds as well. There's the hail core. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So that puts it in the Crawford area at 235. That's in about 15 minutes. Crawford, listen, if you're in Crawford and your car's outside and you can put it in a garage, I would go ahead and do that, okay? Because this is pretty significant hail. Is this just the current? This is just the current hail. Can we do the hail swath?
Yeah, so that's what I was saying earlier. I believe this hail product is going to have to catch up, so we can clearly see that black now it's gone away, but the purple and or the pink that you see there on First Alert radar, this updated faster than the hail product is. So I do believe that hail product it's almost giving us the history of the hail, which is why you're seeing that a little bit later than the actual reflectivity.
Well, do the hail swath, Rod. Do the hail swath.
That's it.
Oh, that is a hail swath. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it dropped. A hail swath essentially is a history of the hail, where the hail was dropped, and it can give us a good idea, is the hail maintaining its strength? It looks like it dropped a little bit of hail, a little hail in Carrollton. You can see a little hail in Walton County, little hail in Oconee County, and then some hail here. So it is dropping some hail, that storm that we just talked about, as it moves east. So Crawford, in about 15 minutes, you're seeing really heavy rain now, but some hail headed towards your area. Potentially some small hail. I don't think it's hail enough to break windshields or anything like that. We don't really see that here in Georgia, but certainly some hail moving into Oglethorpe County right now, okay? Otherwise, guys, we're not seeing anything super severe. Did they not extend that severe thunderstorm warning,
Rod? They did
not.
That expired, and I will also point out they just issued what we call a special weather statement for this activity that's in East Georgia. That essentially means that their thinking is that they don't have to issue any new severe thunderstorm warnings. A special weather statement is just below a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's basically saying, yes, you're going to see some hail. Yes, you're going to see a lot of lightning and maybe even some gusty winds, but just up under severe limit. So that's good news, Ella, at this point, the fact that they're going with special weather statements instead of severe thunderstorm warnings, because that means that the thinking overall, which you mentioned before, is that this not that one particular cell, but overall this is starting to slowly weaken as it moves south.
And again, this is beyond Athens, this is beyond Watkinsville now, this is moving into Oglethorpe County, so the Crawford area. Let's zoom back out, Rod. I want to just, again, give people kind of an overview right here of what's going on. And let's take the lightning off just so people can see kind of what's happening as an overall picture. So it looks like the severe thunderstorms are off in South Carolina. We have now seen all severe thunderstorm warnings expire. The green boxes you see are flash flood warnings. That is very good news. It indicates to us that the severe potential is going down substantially. It still is present through the morning. But I will say, as we were watching models yesterday, as soon as this thing kind of moved down south of the city, it pretty much collapsed. So there's still the threat there south of the city, but this is decreasing a little bit in its severe potential. Okay, so we are picking up on, this is the cell that we were watching before that had a little rotation in it. It does not look, I don't see an inflow notch of any kind. This is in northern Coweta County. And excuse you.
Sorry.
When Ronnie sneezes, it's so cute. That was the cutest sneeze of all time.
I tried not to be too loud on television.
When Gravere sneezes, when she's on TV,
When Gravere
it is like
sneezes,
the world
everybody
is
in the
ending.
newsroom will hear it. But as you were.
Okay.
I hope she didn't hear that.
All right, so this severe thunderstorm warning has now ended. Don't you guys? Yo, listen. We have a little bit of fun here. You know, we can now because we can kind of let it. We can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, not a total sigh of relief, but all severe thunderstorm warnings have now expired. We are going to watch this cell. This cell's still packing a punch. It's beyond Whitesburg, so it's moving. This borderline you see here, this is the northern Coweta County. So it is going to move just south of Fulton County. So just Palmetto, you're getting hit by this, but I really think this is actually more headed towards Newnan and just north of Newnan. Newnan, highly populated area, 50,000 people live in Newnan. So I'm seeing, okay, see this very thin gradient. Let's take the lightning off really quickly, Rod. I kind of want to do a little diagnosis here. See the thin gradient here between the green and the red? That is a signature, a classic signature of very strong winds, an organized storm, okay? And then right beyond the green, there is absolutely torrential downpours, the pinks we've talked about, potentially some small hail. So this is going to attack as it arrives. It's going to be just a few raindrops, and then all of a sudden, you're going to see significantly heavy rain, lots of lightning. Again, this is headed towards Newnan. This is moving into northern Coweta County. We're querying some of the velocity here. Again, in order to get a severe thunderstorm warning, you need 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're just below that threshold. 45-mile-per-hour winds, 40 dBz. Okay, that's a measure of the reflectivity. Once you get up to 40 dBz, that's hail. I think we're seeing some, wow,
60 is
56.
typically a severe thunderstorm. So I do think, Ella, this
They
is
are going to issue a severe
pretty
thunderstorm.
close to, just under,
Yeah.
but pretty close to severe.
And I do want to say, Whitesburg, you're still seeing heavy rain, but the strongest of the storm is now beyond you. It's moving out of Carroll County into northern Coweta County. Let's zoom out, Rod, and give everyone a little bit more of a perspective of where we're talking about. Here's the storm cell, and let's pause it. Okay, so again, this is moving towards Palmetto. This is moving towards Newnan. This is not a severe, they have not warned this, but the southern edge of this, the northern edge of this, I'm not really super concerned about. Palmetto might miss you, you're gonna get heavy rain, but it's northern Coweta County. This right here, really strong winds, potentially some small hail, which is gonna move towards Newnan. It's actually kind of on track to move towards Tyrone and Peachtree City. Okay, so we're gonna watch that very closely. Again, not severe yet, but could become severe. Peachtree City, 240, that's in 15 minutes. Newnan 242, that's in about 20 minutes. Somewhere in there, there's a Target. It's going to arrive at Target. You don't go shopping right now at your local Target. Stars Mill High School, 2:52 a.m. That's in about 30 minutes. Sharpsburg at 2:52, and Sonoy, if it holds together, just after 3. Again, that's our strongest storm that's moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Potentially some hail, some damaging winds. But other than that, okay, see, let's just stay here for a second. See back here how this is kind of all collapsing and just looks like a jumble mess. This is Walton County, Jackson County, Gwinnett County, even Rockdale County. This is kind of falling apart a little bit. Certainly still some lightning in there, but I'm not seeing organized storms, which means the wind threat is much lower. It also means the hail threat is much lower, and certainly the tornado threat is much lower. There's still tons of lightning. We're seeing about 400 lightning strikes, and that's been similar to the last 20 or 30 minutes. So there's still energy in this storm. But I do think that the potential for severe weather is going to lower a little bit. Still watching this storm in Oglethorpe County that is packing a punch with potentially some hail. I do want to take the lightning tracker off, Rod. Crawford, yeah, it's right over you. This is potentially some, I would say pea-size, maybe in quarter-size hail in Crawford, Lexington. Yep, our hail tracker. So this is our hail swath.
And remember,
now it picks up on it.
Yeah, so remember how I was saying this was going to be delayed because it's showing the history. So you can actually see now, we were showing you the hail earlier with that black. You can see those colors are darker when it switched counties, but it's because that product is a little bit delayed, but now it's picking up on that.
So this is the hail history.
Yes.
The hail history. So the hail started to drop just south of Watkinsville. There was probably quarter-sized hail right on the border between Oconee and Oglethorpe County. A lot of hail. And then still potentially some small hail just south of Crawford. Crawford, you may be getting hit with some hail. This is going to move out of our viewing area, but Hogan, you're in this potentially some small hail. Hutchins, you're probably hearing some small hail, if you will. I don't think this is hail enough to damage cars or anything like that, but you may wake up to some down branches tomorrow morning from that small hail system. Okay, zooming back out. North Georgia, breathe easy. Basically, if you live north of Atlanta, you can head to bed. You can breathe easy, okay? The storm system now down to the south. We do still have a flash flood warning for most of Metro Atlanta, basically from Atlanta up to the north. This is until 7:45. This is just because this area has so much concrete. So because this heavy rain moved through, there's nowhere for the rain to go. And until the sun rises, the National Weather Service just wants to make sure that you guys are cautionary for all the early commuters that there could be some potential flooding on roadways, certainly small creeks and streams. If you live near Big Creek, it's probably flooded because Big Creek always floods, right? Also a flash flood warning. This is for Floyd County. This is going to expire here in the next hour, which is good news. And it's now dry, so things should really be tapering down for you in Floyd County. Really potentially Floyd, Chattooga, Cherokee County, Bartow, Gordon County. When you guys wake up, there's probably going to be a lot of down trees, a lot of power lines down too. It's just going to be kind of messy for the morning hours until we clean up. This is, Rodney is querying some of the rain accumulation. Guys, to give you guys some perspective, we pick up about 3 inches of rain for the entire month of May. The entire month. So it looks like Haralson County and a huge portion of Paulding County, huge portion of Cobb County saw a month's worth of rain just in the last 6 hours. And y'all, we talked about this a lot on Atlanta News First. We have said we've had a really wet May so far, all right? Which is, it's going to be good news headed into summer. We always want to see a surplus, but that's the reason that flooding is a concern is the ground's already saturated. The creeks and streams are already full. I just looked at the lake levels. They're all full. So we could see some potential flash flooding through the morning hours. Rodney, what are you seeing now?
So I want to focus on the south side of town, Ella. There are no, as you mentioned, active severe thunderstorm warnings. So at this point, it's just a lot of rain and lightning that could produce some street flooding. I do want to track this, though, because for the most part, we've been looking at Atlanta, DeKalb County, Cobb County. Now, if you're in Coweta County, if you are in Fayette County, Spalding County, Henry County, Butts County, Lamar Pike, Upson County, you haven't seen this yet. So it's still ongoing for you, or it will happen soon. So I'm going to track this entire line toward the southeast at about 30 miles per hour to give you an idea south of I-20 when this activity will make it into your area. Again, southeast at about 30. Riverdale 232, that's basically right now. Tyrone 234 also right now. Stockbridge 239, Noonan 240. So this is tracking all of this really within like the next 10 to 15 minutes. But if you're even further south of there, everybody south of I-20, the good news is that it does not look like you're going to see the severe weather that we saw north of I-20, which included tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings, but you're definitely going to see some heavy rain that will produce some street flooding. You are also going to see a lot of lightning, as Ella mentioned. The lightning counter is still showing 200, about 270 lightning strikes. That was at 400 earlier, so thankfully that is starting to go down.
Yes.
But that's what you can expect south of I-20. So I do want to let you know, if you're south of I-20, you've been watching us. We're talking about Atlanta, DeKalb County. The heaviest rain is actually moving out of Atlanta as we speak. But for our friends in like LaGrange and Thomaston and Griffin, McDonough, Noonan, for those of you in Fayetteville, it's yet to come for you. It won't be severe, but it definitely will include some rain and lightning.
Right, and I do want to just remind you guys the tornado watch has been completely canceled. So that is the good news. And again, the severe threat is going to diminish a little bit. This is our futurecast model. So just to give you guys some perspective here, by, let's see, 4 a.m., it's completely south of us. So in an hour and a half, we're all going to be in the clear. We're probably going to see some patchy fog develop this morning. And I, especially in North Georgia, you got to be careful as you head out the door because it's foggy and there's also the potential for flooding and down trees. This whole area, Rome, Canton, Cherokee County, Paulding County, up into the mountains, be careful this morning with fog. Okay, especially because we just don't know the scope of the damage. We're going to extend the first alert weather day through the morning hours, and then we'll drop it because the back half of the day is going to be super nice. The sun's going to come out. It's actually going to be gorgeous. So here is a look at the rest of the day. We're going to see the rain taper down, and essentially the sun will come out this afternoon, so conditions will improve. We are going to take a break here, but we have a full team here. So if another severe thunderstorm warning or especially a tornado pops, we're going to come right back on, and we will be updating our app. Guys, it's a great time to download our First Alert Weather app. You can go to the App Store, Atlanta News First Alert Weather. Here's the scan code, okay? Scan that code. It's free to download. We are constantly, can we go back to the scan code? We're constantly updating this app with video forecasts, with the latest severe weather threats. It's a great tool to have for overnight storms. It's also a great tool to have this summer. If you got the kids at the pool and there's lightning that strikes less than 10 miles away, you're going to get an alert on your phone. Lightning detected this far away, which is great. If you're out playing golf, if you're out anywhere this summer, great tool to have this app. Again, I wouldn't say this. I'm a meteorologist. I have like 18 apps on my phone. I use our ANF app probably more than every single other one. You can also use Futurecast. The Futurecast that I just showed you, you can get on our app and look at the Futurecast yourself, okay? So coming back out here live again, our full team is here. We're going to keep you and your family safe. We will be back on air in just a few hours at 4:30 a.m. Until then, you can stay tuned. You can just go ahead and head to bed. But if any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornadoes pop, we'll be right back here with you.